I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make bigger, better, stronger than you. Stronger than you. You gave me. Remember the tears that I cried. I'm still the same, you can't change me. Something so strong never dies. If you think you wanna come fight me, bring it 'cause I'm ready to go. There'll always be a seat where you can find me. So come and take a seat for the show. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down. King of the crowd, oh, lighting you up, bringing you down, yeah, never give up, look at me go, oh. I came back stronger, I came back proud, I came back braver, yeah, just look at me now. Come with a heart of a lion and a head full of crowd. I'm going down fighting. I'm going down proud. I'm going down fighting to the roar of the crowd. I'm gonna make bigger, better, braver, stronger than you ever knew. After everything that I've been through, I'm gonna make braver, braver than you. that lust in me.
This is the winning ticket.
For the thrill, a beautiful kill. I'm the only queen here. Yay!
One day, king of the mountain, other day, in the valley.
I came to play.
I was born to play this game. No one's standing in my way. It's what I'm fighting for.
Counter on Jack.
It's what I'm fighting for. I'm gonna take it all.
That's why I'm #1 in the world, if you ever wondered.
I got fire in my blood.
Why are you so good, Napt?
It's what I'm fighting for.
I'm steaming.
It's what I'm fighting for.
Oh my God. One time for the kid.
I'm gonna take it all. I'm going down fighting.
Another river suck out for Jason Mercier, and this one gives him the win.
Are you kidding? A royal flush for Chris Moneymaker.
Vanessa Seltz is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
Hello once again, welcome to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. It's the last day of the series here at Resorts World Las Vegas. That means it's the final table of the main event. 6 remain from a starting field of 895, playing down to a champion today who'll receive the main event trophy and a first prize of $765,000. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Excited for this final table?
Oh, absolutely. We got a great lineup here.
A lot of familiar names still in contention, and you get to watch every single hand live and cards up as we play down to a winner. Get involved, questions, comments, using the live chat on Twitch or YouTube. And of course, check out everything else that's been happening here in Vegas via X, Facebook, and Instagram. Hope you enjoyed the coverage yesterday. If you missed it, here's what happened. 18 players returned for day 4. Team Pro Maria Konnikova headlined our first feature table, but she was knocked out by PCA 2013 runner-up Joel Mika. Masato Yokosawa then took center stage. He got the better of Matthew Wandman, winning a big pot against the American before sending him to the rail. That took us down to a single table of 9. Yang Lee exited in 9th because the 7, it is always coming. Matt Affleck lost the sickest and classicest of races to depart in 8th. He's had worse beats in his career. And shortly after that, Brock Wilson busted. So, 6 players advanced to the final day, and it was the UK's Nick Marchington who bagged the biggest stack. Nick, a former World Series of Poker main event finalist, has near enough a 2-to-1 chip advantage on Jeff Madsen, who sits in 2nd place. Nearly 100 bigs for Marchington, close to 10 million chips. Madsen playing 55 big blinds. Joel Mika hovering around 45 big blinds, around 30 bigs for Kurt Kohlberg. Marco Johnson playing around 25 big blinds, and Masato Yokosawa still a short stack with just 10 bigs. He's in the danger zone. Danger zone! Well, he will pick up the action at 50, 100 blinds. Everyone's rocked up 155k, more than $250,000 for 4th, nearly $500,000 for the runner-up, and more than $750,000 for the winner, 765 grand. We've still got $2.2 million from the $4.3 million prize pool to pay out today. And yeah, we've still got 71 minutes on the clock at the current blind level, as the players unbag their chips and take their seats, ready to get the action restarted on the final day of this 5K main event.
What seat are you? 5. Mine's seat 5 also.
See Kurt Kohlberg in the 1 seat. This guy's been playing poker since the 1970s. Not a poker pro, founded his own consulting company, but He has had 6 top 10 finishes on the WPT, including a second place finish at the Seminole Hard Rock in Florida.
Do we get time?
What a career.
Definitely played a little snug yesterday, but really worked out with some big hands toward the end of the day.
Yeah, don't exhaust it.
All first hand.
Well, here's a hashtag fun fact about Marco Johnson, who's in seat 2.
I'm box 3.
He grew up
Am I
next
using
to
box
Chip Reese. The legend was his neighbor when he was growing up.
5 for me, right?
This is box 6.
Yeah.
You just get good at poker through osmosis then, I guess. What was in the water in that neighborhood?
Clarifying.
Go, more time band.
So Johnson has a couple of World Series of Poker bracelets, including the 3K horse event from 2016. That was worth 259K.
The pedigree at this table is just fantastic.
Masato Yokosawa, 1.6 million in live earnings, but this guy has got nearly 1 million subscribers on his worldwide YouTube channel. The most followed poker streamer in the world, won a GPI award back in 2021.
Hi.
He's a reg on the EPT and in the cash games here in Vegas.
Yeah, he stumbled a bit yesterday in some big pots against Marchington, but really battled back and stayed in there. So
That's fine.
Jeff
One
Madsen, a
courtesy.
very recognizable face. 2006 World Series of Poker. He was 21 years old, won 2 bracelets and Player of the Year.
Did not win a truck that year. It was the first year they stopped doing big prizes for Player of the Year.
Next to Jeff, to his direct left, is a player who made his career on Stars playing as JM Prodigy. Joel Mika. We saw him at the PCA 11 years ago, the 2013 main event. Lost a couple of coin flips to Dimitar Danchev, meaning he was the runner-up. Still, that was worth $1.2 million.
Not to be confused with JJ Prodigy.
You're winning this tournament.
So Nick Marchington, who is in the 6th seat, made the World Series of Poker final table 5 years ago.
Yeah, to win.
Finished in 7th place for $1.5 million.
You hesitated too long.
He has already won a trophy this year
Good sign for you.
in Coventry. Won a Grosvenor UK Poker Open title, looking to win his 2nd trophy of 2024 here in Las Vegas.
We're a long way from Coventry.
he's got his smart final table shirt.
I mean, he's been here since 9 o'clock this morning. He is locked in.
4%?
Yeah, going to be really interesting to see the dynamic between himself and, you know, 2 of what I would say is the strongest players on the table, right to his direct right. I mean, he was really going after Jeff Madsen yesterday. So being direct position on Madsen and Mika should be very interesting with those chip stack counts.
Nick, a regular now on this side of the Atlantic, lives in London but spends a lot of time in Vegas playing in cash games, and I think has played on some live stream cash games as well.
Yep, I've done a lot of commentary on Nick via Poker Night in America.
On the turn.
All right, everyone, another quick group shot here, just something a little different.
Well, that is the voice of the legendary Joe Giron. Do check out Joe's website, by the way. He has photographed some of the biggest rock bands in the world, including Nirvana and Pearl Jam. One last shot of our 6 finalists before we get action restarted.
From Pearl Jam to Pearl Jammer.
Here we go. Thank you, guys. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
They couldn't have vacuumed overnight.
Be late.
So due to the elimination of Brock
It is
Wilson
so
yesterday,
embarrassing
there will be
if I busted it in
no
one hand.
small blind in the first
Like
hand,
you.
just the big blind of
Took
Nick
photo,
Marchington.
video, like interview, like 2 hours and busted in one
Or
hand.
just pretend to look but not look and fold.
Sounds so, I mean, looks so miserable. Like,
They want to right on top of each other over here.
All this space for no reason.
And looks like we are ready to get the action restarted. We will play down to a winner today. 6 will become 1.
Still gotta pay 200.
The 2024 NAPT Las Vegas main event champion will be decided today, and we will see every single hand live and cards up.
Chip reader. That's why you put the...
A reminder, there is still an hour and 10 to play on level 29. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. And we are dealing.
And thank you to our wonderful
I can't remember the last time I was this excited for a final table. This is just perfect for North America. Perfect for Las Vegas.
No, it's sincere.
Considering we had 895 table entries, and I know there's a lot of re-entries here, but there's still close to 600 unique players. To have this pedigree at the FT is incredible.
The age range, the worldwide representation, obviously a lot of American representation, but to have Japan and the UK in there, awesome.
And hand one sees the action folded to Jeff Madsen. Queen 7 of hearts. Jeff second in chips right now.
Yeah, and back to the limping strategy. Felt like no matter what Jeff was doing yesterday, Marchington was going to find a way to take advantage of him, but this time he's just going to check this back.
So heads up to the flop, which is ace, king 10 with 2 clubs. The gut shot for Madsen, who is still ahead right now with queen high.
Yeah, good spot for a little min bet. Just going to pump it up a little more.
Min plus bet. And a quick fold from Nick Marchington.
First blood Madsen. Pretty wild last night. I went out to dinner at a place called the Mayfair Club, which used to be the Fontana Lounge.
I know it as the Fontana Lounge. I didn't know it had been rebranded.
Yeah, no, it's not just rebranded. Like it's a supper club now.
Right.
And it was so bizarre being in there in the room where I watched Jeff Madsen win hundreds of thousands of dollars playing in those WPT events back in the day. It felt so weird. And then he texted me because he had listened to the broadcast. It was a strange convergence.
Did he say anything about my commentary?
He did not. No, he liked the taxi cab story.
Action starts with Marco Johnson, who's got 9s under the gun.
Marco.
He is
Yoko.
raised to 200,000. 10-9 suited for Jeff Madsen, the Grafton.
The rule is not to fold it, but this is a 24 big blind open under the gun. Pretty strong range. We are 6-handed, though. I think this is okay for Jeff to be calling. Probably the worst hand he should be calling because of reasons just like this. 3 people behind that can wake up against a very strong range in Johnson. And really, this hand is going to come down to whether Johnson is prepared to shove those 24 big blinds over a 3-bet. I'm going to lean. Probably not. Might be a great opportunity to make a very, very big fold, but it's a very strong hand, 6-handed. You know, Marco is 5th in chips.
Yeah.
It's very close. Difficult, I think, for Mika to be light here, though.
So Joel Mika's made it 775K from the button with ace-king. Action is back on Johnson.
You know, if you say Grafton 2 more times, he'll appear.
That's just superstition.
Well, I've said it twice now.
Do you think more about Beetlejuice or Candyman when you say that?
Beetlejuice.
Okay. He's definitely more Beetlejuice than Candyman.
He's way more Beetlejuice.
Shot clock still in effect today. A reminder, 15 seconds on your first decision, 30 seconds on all subsequent decisions. Time bank cards can be played. 6 new cards issued to every player at the start today.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, Johnson's probably thinking, do I really think that, you know, Mika's looking down at ace-7 suited and taking this spot here? Maybe, but it does seem pretty strong, you know, especially with Madsen's flat. That should be, like I said, a pretty tight range. You know, it's not like he's just calling. This is like probably the worst hand he's flatting with. He's going to have some, you know, even ace-queen off sometimes, as strong as that.
Madsen decides to fold the Grafton. And oh my word, at the moment I said the word Grafton for the 3rd time, he did appear.
I'm here to berate Jeff Madsen.
Thank you.
I've emerged from the shadows to discipline him for folding such an elite hand. Look how well it matches up against ace-king. You know? Just put him on ace-king and play accordingly.
Sam Grafton with us on stream, which means we do have the Griff Graf reunion. I should highlight that you two played together on the big game earlier this week. I remind you both, no spoilers. All I will say is I sometimes worry that I give Griffin too hard a time and that maybe I'm too nasty to him. The moment Sam opens his mouth, I'm like, no one can be crueler to Griffin than Sam.
Well, it's not a spoiler, but I did have the pleasure of sitting on his left. So that was an absolute delight. Whoever did the seat draw, I should tip him 100 on the way out of NAPT.
So, Sam, let's get into this for a second, because Jeff Madsen, now for the better part of the last 2 days, has been electing this to go with this limping strategy with the big chip leader and Nicholas Marchington on his left. How do you feel about sort of, hands like this? I mean, well, the first hand he limped Queen 7 suited at the cutoff. A lot of limps yesterday. Queen Jack off on the button.
Yeah, I mean, in general, the reason you raise is you're just playing a tight range. So therefore, you don't need to VPIP anything through limp. When you're trying to play all of the deck, i.e. blind on blind, that's when we instigate a limping range. So, but if Jeff is trying to play 10-7 suited, then maybe you do want to have a limping range. I mean, it's just very interesting to see someone going against the grain. Obviously, Jeff Madsen, a big talent for many years, as and also the downside is here we've let Kurt. By the way, I'm delighted to see Kurt Kohlberg at a final table. One of my favorite American poker players. He's who I think of when I think of American poker. Kurt the Hurt. I mean, this is just, I didn't realize he was on the final. It's absolutely wonderful. But yeah, I mean, immediately we see the downside to it. We've let in 2 hands.
That would have folded to raise.
To a raise, yeah. And it's just the sort of ROI on putting the second big blind in. And also it doesn't, mean that Nick can't. I mean, instead of going 2 to 5 big blinds, you limp for 1, and he goes
4, and you fold anyway, though.
Yeah.
So it's just, I'm not crazy about this particular hand selection, but I think it's been interesting the way he's been utilizing it over the course of the last day.
Yeah.
This one I think is just a little, maybe too much.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're talking about Jeff Madsen here. I mean, again, people weigh up having your own style. And where you are in your ranges and your opponent doesn't seems like a really good thing, right? On the other hand, you have to learn your own ranges, right? How you're going to play, and you have to learn how other people play. So everyone else is playing a raise, so you have to understand a raise strategy, and you have to sort of understand a limp strategy. Kurt using the flush draw to force out the better hand. I think this makes sense. I mean, he's going to have 5-6. Some 2 pairs and the like.
Yeah, even just a Jack X, I can comfortably bet this 55%.
And gets a fold from Madsen as well. So Kurt Kohlberg, the man that Sam Grafton thinks of when you say American.
I mean, he's all American, by the way. He's funny and friendly and gambles. I love playing with this guy.
The Kurt Locker.
Yeah, he puts people in the Kurt Locker for sure.
I got down before I double up.
I mean, obviously it's a nice final table. I see Nick there as well. Great to have so much UK talent, by the way. Such depth in the UK player pool, and nice to have someone repping. For the Brits out there. Jeff Madsen, a legend.
And I think it's fair to say we have a healthy Japanese contingent watching on YouTube today, supporting their guy, Masato Yokosawa.
Yeah, I played a lot with Masato. I mean, he's really unafraid. He plays all the buy-in levels, plays high rollers, mains, side events, really loves the game, always sort of surrounded by a group of guys vlogging, but plays very, very well. I mean, in general, the guys that come over from Japan, you have a sort of profile of reg. If you make all the effort to come over from Japan to Europe, you're normally a pretty good card player.
Yeah, and very confident too, which is really important, attribute to have, especially playing at these stakes. And you know what? There he is, gets the walk with the 10-5 off.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like, look at that energy. I mean, it's just infectious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now new strategy, like when you are short stack and big blind, just dancing. newpokercoaching.com. Like, okay, dancing big blind.
You do the
By the way,
floss.
I mean, you see what I mean?
You
It's,
do the floss.
wow,
That's
Jeff
the one to
Madsen
do.
breaking out the
Not
dad,
exactly.
dad moves as
Yeah,
well.
he's a cartoon character. It's lovely. It's like out of an anime. It's amazing.
All the lucky dances revealed in one book.
And 5 of the final table about to begin. Still 60 minutes on the clock at the current blind level. Masato Yokosawa still the short stack with 10 big blinds. Nick Marchington, healthy chip leader with close to 100 big blinds.
Yeah, and Nick is a very strong player. I don't know whether he plays more cash or tournaments these days.
More cash. He basically spends half the year in Vegas playing cash games.
I can imagine that. I can imagine that.
Played really well yesterday. He was real tough.
Yeah, just yeah, he's aggro the few times I've played with him. Yeah.
So he's raised it here with ace-6.
Supposed to, but I don't.
And Jeff Madsen has folded the big blinds.
Wearing a shirt as well. Look at this.
Yeah.
He's been to Marks and Spencer's this morning before the tournament started. He's like, I'm not going to appear on a PokerStars broadcast without wearing, you know, a lovely shirt. Either that or he has an office job, which he had to be there in the morning.
I definitely not the latter.
He wasn't selling insurance this morning to people.
Do you remember my Marks and Spencer story from Malta? I'll remind you after. It's funny.
No, you had to go and get a shirt for.
Yeah. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, Marchington might use the ace again. Obviously, this is something we know about. You know, look at this, forcing out a hand like pocket sixes.
Yeah.
Something we just know about final tables, that blockers, you know, just having that powerful card that, you know, the ace generates so many of the 3-bet bluffs, so many of the rejams that, you know, and you get defended by the big blind way less. Well, here we go. Not in this instance, though.
Austin B watching on YouTube wants to know, is there an M&S in Las Vegas?
There should be. Maybe they're not as classy as we are.
So we have got the re-raise from Mika in the big blind with kings.
That just looked very, I don't know whether it's because obviously you could see the cards, but that looked like a very confident re-raise to me. I would be pretty scared. Marchington just going to make an assessment, and you know, you always want to, there is a little bit of live psychology, of course. You don't want to release necessarily too quickly. Some people do, but why not take an assessment of your opponent? Especially if this spot might come up again, if they look less confident another time, and you could pick up a read. Tell me a little bit about Joel Mika, because it's not someone I'm familiar with. Should I be?
JM Prodigy on Stars back.
JM Prodigy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Famous for that fold against Mizrahi in the PCA.
Yeah.
Yeah, went on to make the final table of the PCA main event that year, 2013, finished second to Dimitar Danchev. Obviously got a 7-figure score for that second place finish, and has basically been traveling the world ever since playing poker. I love this line. Claims he's never had a real job in his life.
Yeah.
I also make that claim.
Yeah, I mean, whatever a real job is, playing Counter-Strike is the opposite. That's pretty much the dictionary, in the dictionary of antonyms. Yeah, and Madsen got to be a little bit careful here. Obviously, 50. How many bigs he got? 52. Yeah.
Look at that. Mika not allowing Marchington the obvious move, which is a big old 4.5x over the limp, and just folds the queen deuce suited.
Oh, Jeff folded as well. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think we need something a bit more substantial to take on the chip leader.
Yeah.
Because the chip leader can defend and will defend super wide. So now the blocker isn't as useful. You need that playability.
Yeah.
You need to make strong hands, flushes, and straights and the like. And
I feel like you wouldn't be able to resist the queen deuce suited though. You just flick it in.
Oh, queen deuce suited.
Yeah, you just open folded the small.
I would. How many bigs has he got?
He's got 53 big second and chips.
I would limit that. I think so.
But do you limit call 4.5 blinds with queen deuce suited?
No.
No. So you're just paying the extra.
It's okay. You have to have some limp folds otherwise.
Yeah.
So we've got a min open here from Masato Yokosawa, the table shorty. King 8 of diamonds. Jeff Madsen with King 10.
What do you think? A little ropey here at the King 8? But I guess it's into Kurt's big blind.
Yeah, really, I would imagine we want something like King Jack off or something like that, which is not quite good enough to shove. This is a little bit, you know, just the one blocker. But it's very intimidating when someone's so polarized here. Presumably, Masato will have some shoves. So really, he's repping
very, very, very thin. Yeah,
he's repping strong hands
queens
and
plus
some raise folded. So what is fives? Fives, you're either going to run into aces, you know, queens or whatever.
But Marchington might just 3-bet get this in and hope that Yokosawa has exactly what he has, right? Something like a king-jack off that's raise folding, and that's exactly what he appears to be doing.
Yeah.
I don't buy it, Masato, and I can afford it. That's basically what Marchington is saying.
Yeah, I can afford to get this wrong. Inverted commas wrong.
Have a go, Kohlberg. Come on, Kurt.
Masato quickly folds.
Yeah, and to be honest, I know Masato a little bit. He won't mind me saying. I think to me this is a little bit of a mistake.
That's why.
It's very costly to. You really want to just
Very big life total.
conserve every big blind you have.
Yeah.
You've got to be very careful with the raise folds, and you know, really, it's going to put him on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the few criticisms I had about Masato's game yesterday was just a little bit of wanting to play too many hands in spots where it's like they're pretty and he wants to go with aggression. And, you know, I commented on a 3-bet he made with 8-7 suited against Matt Affleck in early position that I didn't think was, I mean, he goes for it, which is...
I mean, the main... by the way, I think one of the reasons he did it is because Marchington's in the small blind and therefore will VPIP the least he's going to play.
Yeah.
And it's not rather than the Marchington's button or big blind. But at the same time, it's... you've got a chip leader who is going to come after you.
Exactly, yeah.
I think if it was a weaker player, I would like it a bit more. Anyway,
it's good to watch. I mean, I like that he's pushing edges and trying these things. It's just, you know, the stakes are high here.
Obviously, Marchington has now moved over the 10 million mark, and it's the first time this happened in this tournament. Starts with 100 bigs in this hand and has opened the button with ace-9. And Johnson deciding whether to defend with 9-7 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Nope, that's a go.
Yeah, and that's an effect of his of Masato having such a short stack. You know, doesn't want to have to hear a cool down.
And you think the sizing there a little relevant? 2.25x instead of the min, maybe flick in just the 100, but you know the fact that it was 225.
Yes, I mean you definitely should be sensitive to that kind of thing.
So Masato now playing 8 big blinds, and two of those are going to have to be posted now.
They're in the middle.
No walk?
Even though your dance is magical.
Magical dancing.
Masato dancing for luck.
I will say the one last comment about that King-8 open is that he did fold out 2 better hands. He folded out a King-10. He folded out the 5s. You know, he just had to get through, I think, one more.
One more fold?
Yeah. I mean, he's unlucky Nick picks up a hand, but still.
Yeah.
Chance of walk.
Masato has done his big blind dance. Is he going to get a walk? Is he going to get a walk?
Walk equity.
Not 2 in a row. I don't buy it.
Action is on Marco Johnson with King-6.
Yeah, and King-High might well be good enough.
Yeah.
These two directly competing as the bottom 2 stacks. And obviously for Masato, this is who you'd like to double through the most, actually. You'd literally flip-flop with them.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, this has got to be a Queen-9 plus spot, you think?
Yeah. And Masato's it's a big decision, so he's taking his time. But, I mean, I think he will come to the decision to call here, just because he dominates the suited queens, suited jacks, and even some offsuit combos.
Yeah, I think Queen-5's in here.
But let's see what he comes up with. Obviously, he feels it's a little bit close. I mean, Johnson's really hoping for a fold here, by the way. I mean, he knows that very rarely is he in bad shape. It probably is a hand like Jack-10 or 10-8 suited or something of this ilk.
Queen-9, Queen-10.
But don't get me wrong. No! Wow. I'm very surprised at that. Obviously, he was behind. He was behind. And Johnson delighted to pick up the pot uncontested.
I mean, you have a quarter of your stack in there with the blinds and antes, and you're going to be up against worse queens and jacks. I think you got a call there.
Like the viewers say like chatting like, oh, Masato, just call, but they don't know the flop, so.
They don't know the flop.
Yeah.
And you see that? We didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't know the flop.
Yeah, like,
I'm king 5.
yeah, maybe king 5 or whatever. Like,
Johnson has chipped up to 20 bigs.
Even if I
Masato
have,
left with 6 bigs.
Yeah, big swing, by the way,
you know.
because if Johnson had been all in there
only wanna get it in
and
when
lost by
they're
something, they would have pulled level.
yeah, my guess was the
Instead,
same, like,
sort of
king 5 suited. King 5 suited.
Yeah, huge
increases
separation.
the gap.
And I
Here we
lost.
go. Here's my guy.
Kurt Kohlberg rating with ace queen of strawberries.
He's got a sort of gentlemanly vibe as well about the way he does it. I'm just loving everything about Kurt Kohlberg. Johnson's going to waste a little bit of time. Yeah, into the muck with the 9-6.
And round to Jeff Madsen in the big blind, who has king 5 off.
Yeah, and this is a hand you probably either want to fold or occasionally 3-bet. That's cool. I mean, I tell you what, actually, he doesn't need to fold. He's covering Kurt. It's reasonable to flick in.
And it is a pair of 5s for Jeff Madsen. It is 2 overs in the flush draw for Kurt Kohlberg. It's a post-flop flip.
Yeah, ace-queen suited going to feel very powerful on this flop. Obviously, not many 2 pairs in your opponent's range means this is a very, very favorable board for the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah.
With all the power of the jacks plus intact. Even ace-king, pretty strong here.
Yeah, and I just think part of the utility of calling here, I think in Madsen's head, is based off Kurt Kohlberg's stack, I would say play style. Going to play pretty honestly in this spot. I think, you know, obviously you're a bit too high up in your range here with the 5. You can't just be going folding right away here. But, you know, does Kohlberg even, you know, barrel here on the 8 of clubs, or maybe does he give Madsen a free card? Well, not that one.
Wow.
There we go. Kohlberg makes his flush. Madsen drawing dead. Jobs are good.
Yeah, and Madsen does have a mini flush draw to go with this pair. It's also a low card. I think Madsen's,
And a straight draw.
yeah, going to be in a tough spot here. Love to see Kurt downsize a bit. Having the ace-queen flush draw rather than, say, the ace-3.
Check.
In fact, checks back. Looking to put Madsen in the hurt locker. And that 5 gets a little bit stronger on the 10. We imagine all the ace-kings, ace-queens, etc. that are bricked. It's a very, you know, we know our opponent probably doesn't have a 10. Very interesting that he elects to check again. Worried about 9s, 8s, 7s, and such like, perhaps. We also have a very nutty kick, nutty 5.
So roughly half pot from Kohlberg, 500,000 is Madsen. Gonna hero with a pair of 5s.
It's very interesting that he checked here. You know, gonna use, I believe, some sort of live techers to kind of navigate his way through. We obviously have a perfectly good bluff catcher. A hand that we could even perhaps have thought about value, chiseling out a little bit of value with 10 or 20%. Having checked and facing the bet, now we need to really take an assessment of how we think our opponent plays their range. You know, does ace-queen high need to bluff this river, or ace-jack high? Does 8-9 ever check back and then bluff river? I mean, we're just very high in our range. We have a heart as well. Although most, yeah. This would be a very good fold from Jeff Madsen. One imagines, without knowing, as much as I admire Kurt, I don't know so much about his playstyle. One would imagine if he folds here, Griff, it's sort of almost a player-specific fold.
Yeah.
I would be very nervous of facing a river bet from Kurt Kohlberg.
But James Hartigan, you're famously nervous on rivers.
Well documented, Sam. Books have been written about it.
Yeah, and also, wouldn't a bluff go bigger? Look at that fold.
Madsen
That is the way you lose the minimum. I think some players might have even led turn, by the way. Jeff Madsen really, you know, as we say, making those marginal defends, the value of them really, really goes up if you're able to sort of almost playing with a form of clairvoyance there.
Yeah.
Jeff Madsen employing, again, and I don't want to disrespect him, it may be theory-based in some way, but some real old-school skills and, you know, just discipline, by the way. The discipline to potentially look silly on a live stream, something that doesn't affect a pro of 15, 20 years experience. Really, really nice.
Yeah, and kudos to Kurt for sort of mixing things up with the turn check. He really set him up to get paid off on the river, but Jeff just did not take the bait. You know, had Kurt fired a big bet on the turn there, I think maybe Jeff would have made his big fold there and maybe even a little easier.
As hand 12 gets underway, I've got some good news for PokerStars players in North America. For the second day in a row, we are running a free roll alongside our live stream with $1,000 in the prize pool. Now, in order to play this free roll, you need to be either in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Ontario, Canada. $1,000 prize pool in the free roll. Registration is now open, and the password you need for today's free roll, as we see Madsen flop top pair and Mika flop bottom pair, the password is related to the winner of last year's NAPT main event. Do you remember who took it down, Griffin?
I'm blanking on the name, but it was the dealer.
It was Sammy Basherhead.
Sammy Basherhead, yeah.
Sammy is the password. It is spelt S-A-M-I. So it's only 4 characters, all uppercase. S-A-M-I is the password for today's free roll. Available to PokerStars players in New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Ontario, Canada. Mika has bet 100,000. This was unraised pre, right? This is a blind v blind hand.
Yeah, a little bit. Wow.
Check or raise, Madsen.
Check, raise, Madsen.
Wow. They play aggro in America. It's sick.
Yeah, it's an interesting check raise. Very irregular, but also, I mean, when you start thinking about it, it's kind of interesting. You don't really want to be playing a big pot and sort of check calling down the streets. When
Why would you check raise? You can play a bigger pot when you check raise.
Well, I mean, if he just folds out his equity, like, it's just, I don't know, it's just interesting. I'm just, you know, being complimentary.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I said, it's not normal, but
Yeah,
it's just, Jeff wants to say, like, I have the best hand here. I don't think you're going to mess around. Let's just get to the next hand.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
Sure.
So for those of you in the rest of the US where you can't play the free roll, don't forget we do have Vegas Infinite, free-to-play poker, and casino games. It is an incredible virtual experience, and as we highlighted yesterday, you don't have to have a Meta Quest. You can play it on PC without a headset.
Vegas Infinite, loving that. I feel like I just entered the future there with that announcement, James. What is this Lawnmower Man? Lawnmower Man 3 that I entered?
This was the relaunched PokerStars VR 12.
I played it yesterday, by the way.
It became Vegas Infinite.
But I didn't know it had such a cool and sexy name.
We see Kohlberg opening here with Ace-Queen again. Not suited on this occasion.
Wow. A king with his duck.
Well, Ace-Queen high, still ahead. Marchington defended the big blind with King Deuce of Diamonds.
Yeah, look at this. More Marchington's board.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, Kohlberg is opening under the gun, so pretty strong range, but going to have a lot of hands like this that are going to have difficulty across the streets. I mean, Kurt is going to lean more, I think, snug. So
here's my question to you guys. The lead from Marchington here, unusual?
Well, I think if it's 8-6-5, you get to lead, and he's just, no, Kurtz. Oof. Yeah, I think if it's 8-6-5, it's almost standard because you just have. But with 10-6-5, with no flop straight.
But if you think your opponent's going to fold ace-queen,
Nick's just expanding a concept.
Yes.
To its absolute nth degree, feeling like his. And I would love to have matched. I think Ace Queen with the Ace of Hearts matches well with the times you have Ace Queen of Hearts, Aces and Queens, and you just raise the flop there, and if he shoves, you fold. Like it's just a nice raise.
Or you just, I mean, he could even just, I mean, call. You turn an ace or a queen or another heart, but fold. I think we both agree the third worst option. And getting a little exploited there is Kurt, but you know he's trying to.
I mean,
now
it's
in fourth place.
nice for Marchington, and the other reason you can expand it to the nth degree is, you know, sometimes we get caught up, I get caught up in the action. And it's a product of Masato. It's a product of Masato being so short.
Yeah.
And so you build your opens around ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack suited, and when they all miss, Nick's going to have a little pop at you and, you know, make you fight for it. So nice play from Marchington, and I understand why.
Yeah, it turns the 9 of clubs and he overbets, and you're just like, why did I burn that 180? You know, it's like, that's kind of I think the perspective.
Interesting. Marchington coming with limp.
Heads up to the flop.
Yeah, perhaps not wanting to be too overt. Wow.
Top 2 for Kohlberg. Marchington has flopped second pair, but has less than 1% equity. And Marchington bets out.
Yeah, Marchington using that chip lead to play his hands.
400.
Ooh. Yeah.
Takes the aggressive line here.
Yeah. Nice from Kurt, but I think maybe our hand's strong enough to just call.
So Kohlberg wins that part. Now, Masato Yokosawa remains the shortest stack at the final table, but we know he's got the determination to take this down.
Like that. Hold it like that. There you go. Let's give it a shutter. Close
Okay. There we go. I'm Masato Yokosawa. I'm a YouTuber. Maybe some people know about that. When I played poker like first time, I thought I'm genius of playing poker. This is not joking. It was my first ever tournament in my life when I was 21 years old, and I won the main event. So I was born to play poker, I guess. Yeah. I'm trying to be the best poker personality still. Yeah. The tournament in Las Vegas by PokerStars means like kind of best for me. So I'm gonna play day 5 as a short stack. So my strategy is gonna be like, be lucky. I gotta win this.
I love that. My strategy, be lucky.
Yeah, I mean, we're so lucky in poker to have so many great personalities. You know, we've already highlighted a few. You know, and personality comes in all forms.
So just quickly, sorry to cut you off, but Kohlberg getting aggressive with the 4x 3-bet over the cutoff open from Joel Mika with the ace-7. Let's go, Kurt.
Yeah, I love that.
Down.
Yeah, he's not
Didn't work last time.
afraid, by the way. He's
Maybe
got his own
singing.
way of navigating work. But when it's all on the line, Kurt can come with some action. But yeah, he's just, you know, there's so many great people on the tour. And yeah, certainly a delight to have Masato playing.
Speaking of Masato, you think he's going to wish he had that queen-jack back now that he has a third of his stack in the middle here?
Yeah, and I think also there's some final tables where really laddering and like giving people an opportunity to do something stupid is good. This didn't feel like a table where someone's going to get in 33 bigs with pocket fours and, you know, like lose a stupid flip.
Ah, game.
It's probably an any 2 spot for the small blind. 6-4, not ideal, but
I mean, it's going to end up costing you, you know, a third of your stack almost if you lose here with the 6-4 and you shove. So it's not the guy. You know, you want to be Jeff Madsen.
Has he got
Joel
4
Mika.
behind the big blind? Has he got 5?
Yeah, and plus the anti-6 total. Well, you know, the 6th one is sort of out there, but 5 including the big blind.
It's going to limp.
It worked.
Oh, it works. Nice bronze. I don't look my hand. Okay.
Oh.
No. I don't look. Okay.
Wow, yeah, then dominated.
Yeah.
You want aces?
Yeah, 5's tricky.
No,
You're going to show your aces on the stream, right?
No way aces.
So Masato, we heard that, won a WPT title, had that deep run in the World Series of Poker main event last year, aided and abetted by Joe Stapleton's chips. They shared a table on day 1C of the main event, and by Joe's own admission, Masato ate his lunch. And Joe still likes the guy. That's how likable he is.
Yeah, very likable kid. JM Prodigy, you must have played with him a bit.
This definitely sounds familiar, yeah.
Because there's JW as well, the great Jordan Westmoreland as well. Kurt getting another ace-queen. I think potentially we can just play this as a 3-bet fold. Yeah, I think this goes for a bigger sizing, interestingly. And I think it's quite nice to recognize that you don't want to play this as a flat here.
Explain that to the viewers, Sam.
Yeah, you just don't want to play flatting ranges. Again, you're just V-pipping such a narrow range of hands that you can just, when you're just playing strong hands, you can sort of keep those hands together all in one range. Do you know what I mean? And just play them all as a 3-bet. And also your opponent, for a number of reasons, is very disincentivized to call because
Make
bluff
a move,
catching.
yeah, like he's not going to just click back to 1-6 there.
Well,
5 to,
he actually should play
That means,
play 4 bets. He basically shouldn't play many calls.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
you just bump it up there and let your opponent go for, find some 4-bet bluffs. It's quite hard to do, as you point out. Nice little orbit for Kurt, actually.
How many 4-bet bluffs did you think you made on this trip? Pre-flop.
Well, I only played the 10K, so I know that I didn't make any. Yeah. But, I mean, as you get deeper into the tournament, you become more pre-flop oriented.
Yeah.
When you're playing like 150 bigs deep.
Yeah, there's not a lot of...
Even the bluffs are sort of, yeah.
Wow.
18 big blinds in the middle from Johnson here at the cutoff. Would hate to get coolered by the blinds. But, in a way, he's effectively sort of on the button here. Doesn't want to min-raise and get shoved by pocket threes from Mika and the big.
Yeah.
Something to that effect.
Counterpoint, is there any shot you ever get called here by a hand that you're beating?
No, absolutely not. But it's just sort of blocker effect. You don't get... 9-8 suited can't call one big blind.
Yeah.
Is the basic thing. You're just using the blockers. As Griff said, it's basically versus 2 players.
Yeah, and it feels too strong to have a raise fold, so what's the point of minning, You may as well just shove it in.
Yeah. Especially the offsuit version. I mean, as we saw with Kurt, you get a defend, and now they lead into you on 8-6-5 or whatever, and you're not a lot of hurt.
Swimming without a paddle.
It's a good point, though, James. I mean, it's very nuanced, because a lot of the times, you see amateurs make a mistake, or less people come to you and say, what do you think here? And you say, well, don't shove because you can only get called by better. Sort of one of the first rules that you learn.
Yeah. Jacks for Johnson. Starting the hand now with 20 big blinds. A reminder that Masato Yokosawa is still in the danger zone with just 6 bigs.
Danger zone! Yeah, and he's keeping everyone in line. I would hate to see Johnson shove this one. This one, obviously, plays much better versus a 9-8 suited defend.
Yeah.
Plays much better versus an ace-4 jam.
Johnson and Johnson for Johnson? Is that something?
I see what you're saying.
I'll allow it, Griffin. For you, that's not bad. So one-time bunk card deployed. And
does effectively shove.
Yeah, this is the virtual all-in from Johnson. 1.5 million across the line. Pocket threes for Jeff Madsen. They go in the muck. Joel Mika in the small blind. Passes. And Nick Marchington in the big blind will fold queen 3.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to the nice potential of the min raise. Getting a call from Marchington with the queen 3, potentially making some money post. You have position. You don't have to play too aggressively to potentially be put all in by Nick by the river.
Yeah, I mean, the queen 3 is kind of okay to fold out. It's the 10-3 suited that he would have defended. That's the real miss.
In there, yeah.
Which I do believe Marchington would call with as well.
Despite getting that walk, Blinds are coming for our Japanese short stack. Just 6 big blinds.
Yeah, as we reach hand 20 of the final table. Action folded to Masato.
There we go.
He's got ace-jack.
He's such a performer. I love it.
Yeah.
Such an entertainer.
Shoves for 635,000.
The kid loves the camera.
First, right? Then the show.
We got 635.
Madsen folds the 9-7.
Worth noting, an ace was folded.
Round to Nick Marchington, queen 10 in the small blind. He's out.
You call in the queen 10 in the big blind here if you're Marchington for 6 bigs.
No, because it's also nice to keep him
in.
short.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
And Kohlberg has passed, so the shove gets through. That'll see Masato Yokosawa chip up to 8 big blinds.
You hung a lot with Madsen. Is he one of your boys? A little bit?
No, I spent some time with him probably better part of 10 years ago. Hung out with him a couple times. I think maybe went to a party that he might have been hosting.
When you're number 1 in Pocket Fives, you get invited to Jeff Madsen parties.
Exactly, yes.
And now you're just
I had
washed
some
up.
nice chats with him. I like Jeff. I'm sure I still have him in my phone.
He gets it in.
Let's have a peek.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
He's probably changed his number. He's probably blocked. Is there an out when you look up
no
at
Jeff
WhatsApp? Can
Madsen.
you see his picture?
No Jeff Madsen anymore.
And as we speak about the great man, obviously World Series of Poker Player of the Year at an incredibly young age. Queen Jack of Diamonds, going to be good enough to come in for a raise.
Yeah, for those unfamiliar, I mean, Jeff Madsen was kind of the definition of a phenom when he was quite young.
I just can't believe that was 18 years ago. That's frightening.
insane.
That's insane.
And you look at this. This is very nice from Marchington, not overvaluing the pocket tens. Would likely 3-bet worse hands than this. The ace, some ace X low and such like, maybe even some king X. But pocket tens just wants to keep in the hands he has dominated. Doesn't want to 3-bet call and run into top of range.
Yeah, more discipline from Johnson. We saw the 7-9 suited fold against the min open, and now with, you know, at least some 2 pretty strong ranges, gets away from the 7-6 suited and saves another 100 grand.
If I had 10s, I'd be pretty happy here.
Yeah, and this is a problem here for Jeff because Marchington will call a bunch of suited connectors. Madsen maybe opens some 9x, but it very much favors Marchington. Marchington going to have all the pairs, as we see, maybe up to jacks in the flatting range, maybe up to queens, who knows? But it's definitely not a great board for Jeff Satchel holding. No backdoor flush draw.
You know what's actually an interesting angle of this hand, Sam, and tell me what you think about this is, you know, obviously Marchington is going to have some assumptions about what Madsen's limp range also looks like, and maybe the limp range would include more 9s than the raise range would.
Yeah, and pocket 4s, etc. So, yeah, and I wouldn't blame Jeff if he let it go here. I think we actually, if we think about it, we're now at close to bottom of range, and it's frustrating because, of course, Marchington going to sometimes just be betting 10-8 of clubs there, taking us off our hand, but, you know, nice fold.
Imagine if you guys lost me.
Nick Marchington now playing 10.75 million, 107 bigs.
Very, very
The 7th in the World Series main event in 2019.
Yeah, that was a big
in live earnings.
Big breakout for
Maybe
Nick.
try dancing again.
Like similar to a few other guys, and this is actually what Nick is like at the table.
By raise, we can have a dance off.
Very serious in hands and very intimidating, but you know, this is what I always like at the table. Someone that can be serious when they're playing, and then has a light touch, even as chip leader. You know, when there's a moment for levity.
Yeah, and has proposed a dance off to Masato if they end up heads up here.
We've got about 27 minutes left on this level before the blinds go up.
Kurt.
And here comes Kurt the Hut. Kohlberg 3-betting from the button with ace-4 offsuit.
Wow. You see?
This is out of line, and I love it.
Yeah, and Marchington, it'll be interesting when he sees this, because we've seen some aggression from Kurt. Actually has had it a bunch of times. It's probably true that, I mean, you could consider doing something here. I don't think he will, but if he begins to suspect Kurt's playing like this in the future, you have to stick up for your raises with some jams here. Maybe even with some suited kings, I don't know. But Kurt getting it done. Obviously very nice to be using the ace, but when Marchington sees that, he'll be making some recalibrations, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I'm making some recalibrations over here. I mean, there was a fold Kurt made yesterday that I thought was really indicative of someone that was playing way over tight. He open folded the small blind with 8 big blinds with Jack 10 off. Would have gotten a fold from the shove when he was quite short. And, you know, I made some judgments and assumptions about, you know, the tightness of his game. The fact that he's coming here on this final table and showing us why he's been playing for the better part of 40 years and has these moves. I mean, it's fun to watch.
And it can't be 40 years. The guy's only, it's my age, Kurt. Maybe 20 years.
Is it?
It's a legend.
So Jolmik has opened with 5s. Johnson's on the button with ace-jack.
Yeah, and we do actually get some 3-bet bluffs off this stack, but Johnson respecting Mika.
Which means it's round to Jeff Madsen in the big blind with 4 deuce of diamonds.
I mean, he's 66. He can be playing for 40 years.
I was just joking, mate, but...
Oh, okay. Oh, my God. I'd be looking up the age to feel like...
You need to put him on blast there. What are you talking about? His girlfriend thinks he's 38. So please don't put him... Don't dox people live on air, mate. If I want to say the guy's 45, he's 45. Just chill out. And we see a board where everyone has many, many unders. Probably is actually just a range bet for the opener. We'll see if Mika thinks of it that way. Doesn't, holding the 5s. And actually, Madsen turning the baby flush draw. It's a little bit weird because it is a card that should be very good for Mika's check back range. On the other hand, 4 deuce suited doesn't make a good check call. So maybe we do want to put it into lead. We're the one that's, you know, on check, we're the player that has the straights.
Yeah, I mean, you can also sort of set the price. You can fold out some hands like 5s, maybe an ace 6 suited, something of that ilk does get it done. It's a nice bet and a large one. It is nice when, you know, you create capped ranges based off action there. I mean, your opponent is really never going to have much better than King X there. So even a hand like Ace Queen going to have a real tough time with a pot-sized bet like that.
Yeah.
So we've established that Nick Marchington is the youngest player at the table at the age of 26.
He's been the youngest player at the table for 7 years now.
Kurt Kohlberg, the oldest at 66, and Kurt Kohlberg is someone who started playing poker before most of us were born. Started playing in the 1970s, when of course it was draw and stud games. No one played Hold'em in the 1970s.
Mate, we're really... Kurt, I just want it on record. I had your back here. I told him that you were 45, but the cat's really out of the bag now. Yeah, he's a legend. Plays with a great spirit. I mean, one of the really nice things about poker in America is there are so many long-standing regulars, both of the amateur and professional variety. You know, every table that I sat at, you know, there's 2 or 3 or 4 people that all know each other. Makes for a very convivial atmosphere. Something Kurt's often at the center of. He's got a Hendon mob from the 70s. Is that true?
I'm not sure that results track back that far.
Oh, I'm looking it up.
He's prehistoric. Before, there's just oral records of the times Kurt Kohlberg was playing. It was him, Amarillo Slim.
Many of the paperwork's been lost over the years.
Sure. Well, they were chiseling it in stone, no? Like in those days.
Wow, this is interesting. Look, I just look him up, and this player was not found on Hendon mob.
No, he's there somewhere, mate.
So we've got Jack 10 for Jeff Madsen on the button, and looks like he's still going with the limp-in strategy.
Yeah, this one makes a bit more sense.
Punish him.
Yeah.
550.
Look at this.
600. Nice. Marchington.
Yeah. And, yeah, it's just nice for Marchington. It's so easy to just check this back. I mean, I'm not saying it's the correct play or whatever. Maybe we want to choose something with a bit less playability, but I think he's imagining that he can fold out some 9x. Like the hands that would be really great to clear out is like 9-10 off or Jack-9 off.
Oh, wow. And Jeff seeing the forest through the trees here.
Wow. I mean, is this believable?
I mean, not really, but does, you know, Nick have another click?
Yeah, no, he
oh, nice.
Wow.
Wow.
Jeff Madsen.
The line a lot.
Check raise Madsen.
Still
Limp raise.
Limp raise
sitting
Madsen.
second in chips, and the stacks are pretty much where they were at the start of the final table. Marchington down to 9.8 million, Madsen 5.5 million, 5.4 million.
You know, what's so interesting about that hand, too, is that the limping allows the 4-bet strategy to be not that expensive. I mean, if he raises to 200, the 3-bets to 800, 900, you're going to have to go closer to 2 million. Instead, you just put, you know, 13.5 blinds out there and get away with it. I mean, and technically it does give more room for Marchington to potentially put in a 5th bet, but
no, but the 3-bets are only going to be to 7 big blinds, and then you could click it to 13 anyway.
Sato Yokosawa,
it's just so polarized.
It'll be more than 7.
Is all in here with Ace Queen.
Oh, well,
as we see the action folded to Nick Marchington in the small blind, King 10.
Yeah, it had Queen 10 in the similar spot a moment ago and folded. We'll fold the King 10 also.
And Kurt Kohlberg in the big blind. Calls with Ace Queen. There is a very good chance this will end in a chop.
He's a favorite. By,
Sam, you don't have to sing if you don't want. I feel like you intentionally are off beat.
Oh, Prav dominated. Yeah, that's true.
He's got.
Are you going to take it seriously?
Yeah, and
whatever the door card is.
Yokosawa, of course, a little disappointed. Definitely could have got, maybe not a snap call. Does speak of a strong holding.
Whatever the door card is for.
Nobody has hearts.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Wait for it.
Oh, sorry, but we know it's going to be a chop.
Wait for it.
Sorry, I thought that was...
Sam.
I thought that was...
This is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Ding, 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 ding. Oh my God! I mean, I thought we did it once we knew it was a chop. I loved it on the flop. Like,
there is an established routine. Do not deviate from the routine.
Sorry, premature.
When I
premature song.
That increased your likelihood that.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
All right.
Like
I got it.
Yeah.
These two should have a podcast.
Seems like flip.
There's that smile.
All right. Maybe. Yeah. Like snap call means like ace jack. I don't know, king queen. Ace 10.
So, you know, we sort of suggested maybe the Queen Jack should have been a call, but Masato surviving still here, 2 orbits later. Still pinned back with 7 big blinds. Will certainly be painful if he passes through the blinds here.
Marchington with 6s on the button, raises to 225. 5 deuce for Johnson in the big.
Yeah. Johnson. Yeah, we've seen him fold a lot stronger than this.
Now, Luke Thomas, it is not Chat Pro Saturday, so this comment could well be challenged by our panel of experts. Luke says Mika is playing way too tight.
No, I don't think that. I mean, the 5s was pretty loose opened the King 9 suited and was 3-bet. Just don't think he's had hands. And look at the position. Opening into Marchington. I think, you know, making adjustments based on, you know, if he was sat after Marchington, he could open into 3 shorter stacks. And I'm sure he would adjust his range is upwards. But I think he's playing pretty well. Waiting for Masato to bust, and then we'll open up potentially.
Do you have a pink chip?
Madsen first to act here with pocket 5s.
Interesting to limp here.
It's a Gibbons, an under the gun limp.
With Sato and his 6 big blinds.
Yeah, I think
maybe even a 2.5x, 3x here to dissuade the complete. Instead, a free flop potentially for Sato.
Okay.
Come on, mate. Like this is I love this. This is like Bellagio Cup style poker. Like just like we're gonna go 4 way. No.
Does Johnson have the 50K in him?
No, that's good fault, I think.
I really want to take the flop. Finally, my first flop in this tournament.
Yeah, it's just a real nice one to see, especially with the hand distribution.
Wow.
Well, it's ace, queen, deuce. It's a pair of queens for Masato Yokosawa.
Tell you what, just check shove this.
Well, I mean, Madsen, I think, has to get after it on this board here. If I were him, I'd be starting off with it. I think he'll certainly start off with a C-bet. He's just got the stronger range. Let's, you know, Kohlberg going to be in there with some 10-9s, 9-8s and that. And I would, it's pretty hard to treble barrel someone who began the hand with 5 big blinds. And but the ace is, I mean, Yokosawa never has an ace, basically. Very, very occasionally some sort of ace-3 off or ace-2 off. Even that, I think he potentially shoves.
Makes the call. And he's going to have 380K behind. There's 710K in the pot.
3 of clubs shove. Oof, great card for Yokosawa. If you didn't believe him on the flop.
And I would love, I was going to say, I think Madsen has to bluff, but on the ace, it gets a lot harder to run a bluff. The queen and even the 2 get stronger. We beat, of course, flush draws, so we beat a hand like, you know, 9-4 of clubs. And I wonder if Yokosawa can go for value here. I think the queen is strong enough to value bet. If we, I mean, not just 5s, but if we imagine Madsen just had jacks or 10s here.
Or even like 9-10 of hearts that's now, you know, going to be beating a hand like 8-6 of clubs.
Masato.
He's checked it.
I might trick Madsen thinking, can I go for value against 2x? He is thinking that, by the way. Don't do it, Jeff.
Too thin, Jeffrey.
Yeah, he'll just check.
What you see the flop with queen 6 off or something?
Whoa, close. Close.
I guess you might have defended that.
No.
No?
No, maybe not.
Maybe. You would have.
Yeah, probably.
And that is as good as a double up for Masato Yokosawa. He's back to 10 big blinds.
Yeah, really nice. Only thing he could have done, I think just using a time bank on the river, maybe considering a river bet. You know, we do end up there. Maybe we just put in flush draws on the flop. I don't know. Maybe if we have 3-6 of clubs,
might fold out 5s.
Yeah, we're just all in on the flop. So maybe queen 6. I don't know.
So we are still 6-handed with 13 minutes until the first break of the day. And then on the other side of the break, the blinds will go up. Not good news for Masato Yokosawa or Marco Johnson for that matter.
Yeah, maybe we just, the bluff is like Jack 10, something like that. If we check called.
John Micker playing a hand, opening with ace jack.
Yeah, he heard the guy in chat saying he's playing too tight.
Yeah.
He took someone, relayed it to him on the floor. There's a guy in the PokerStars chat who says you're playing too loose. And again, Marchington, you see what I was talking about. He's the one player who is able to play a wide range of flats as the covering stack. Just a brick wall that you got to get through to get at the blinds.
The flop is 8-5 deuce, all spades. We have a set of 5s versus the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and I presume Mika supposed to play very, very heavy check here versus Marchington, and will do so. It's Marchington that just has the more check. I'm very surprised at that. Obviously, Mika was going to go nowhere, so the 4 flush doesn't matter too much. And Mika now going to come out.
Huge favorite here.
Betting.
Having turned the nut flush, plus Griffin, street fash potential.
You're right.
And Marchington, obviously, with one of the hands that can continue, delighted to get this price.
We'll need the board to pair on the river.
Yeah, a board pair would be very interesting. The 5 certainly somewhat disguised.
The board does not pair.
Yeah, and Mika, I mean, this definitely removes some bluffs, by the way. But Mika just going to think about what size he wants to go for value. I think we do want to be kind of polarized here. Probably just going to think about, wow. Wow.
Strange check.
Marchington made that. Lost the minimum. By
How did Marchington flop a set and only lose 4 big blinds?
Yeah, that's remarkable.
Less.
No, third. You're right.
3.7 big
Yeah,
blinds. Amazing. Dodging bullets.
Yeah, Mika feeling like
Third effectiveness.
any flush is going to value bet itself. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if that's even true though. With Mika betting the turn, right?
I think the thing is sometimes he has sixes of spades, and sevens of spades. And
that I think some of those might check back in the case of Marchington because of facing a bet on the turn, you know.
Yeah, and you don't always get the money from the check raise anyway or whatever. Anyway, interesting hands. Certainly, the check back on the flop. Again, I don't know. It wouldn't be something I would do myself, but save Marchington some money.
Yeah.
Might have even got check raised on the flop on occasion.
Folded around to the blinds. Jeff Madsen in the small. 9 deuce. Ugh.
Madsen's thoughts exactly.
And it's a walk to Joel Mika.
It's pretty
Raise that 3-bet.
pretty amazing how many guys we see on the circuit now that do have 15 years, 20 years under the belt playing professional poker, you know? Really, really remarkable. Yeah.
Open fold or 3-bet.
A walk for Nick Marchington. 2 walks in a row. If we get a third, fireworks.
Yeah, and, you know, of course it's partly to do with the hand matchups. We haven't seen any kings against queens or the like. But the big stack, you know, acting after the 2 middle stacks, sort of keeping them in line in terms of the opens. The extreme short stack, meaning collision between either of these 40 big blind stacks, is a disaster. It's just meant that it's been kind of controlled final for the last hour or so, right, Griff?
Yeah.
Just everyone playing reasonably, I wouldn't say straightforwardly, obviously Madsen mixing it up a little bit, but nothing too out of line taking place. Madsen this time elected to come in with a raise. I guess he's limping Marchington's big blind and raising Kohlberg's would make some sense. And Kurt has taken hands like this and 3-bet before. This time will fold.
He'll 3-bet the ace-3 off.
He's randomized. Yeah. It's advanced strategy, bro. Don't mess with my guy Kurt. He knows the sims, and he knows you pull 30% there with ace-4. So he rolled and he's folding. Boston's finest.
There is the main event trophy that will be lifted by one of these 6 players at the end of play today when we have our champion. We'll receive that first prize of $765,000. Carl is saying the free roll doesn't show up on PokerStars. Carl, which version of PokerStars are you playing on? Remember, free roll for the NAPT is exclusive to PokerStars players in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, and Ontario, Canada.
This is a decent candidate.
800.
I think this is quite nice. We always see the sort of blocker, unblocker effects. You know, fold, especially targeting the offsuit portion of your opponent's range. Just by blocker, unblocker, of course, I mean the ace blocking the strongest hands and the deuce unblocking, you know, the jack tens, queen jacks, queen tens, all the hands you're automatically going to get a fold from. And we see the efficacy of the 3-bet. And it's a tool Kohlberg's really used to his advantage.
Great.
I want to do
Guns
that.
out. Well, the guns out.
Just look at that.
Showing the guns.
I mean, he's 3-bet more than anyone on this table.
Yeah.
He's done it about 5 or 6 times.
The Kurt Locker.
Yeah.
Okay, my big Brian.
Yeah, it's true.
It's
like,
nothing. It's a
they don't
day at the
have
office.
guns, so
He's stuffing them into the Kurt locker.
that's the way of this samurai.
It's just
like a common bully.
16th century imperial.
Like 8
hand,
behind?
That's what changed everything.
800 behind?
Gunpowder.
40, yeah.
Yeah.
he's dropping history knowledge. We should have him
Wait,
mic'd up.
When the barbarians sailed, they brought guns.
Go. He's getting a little history lesson there. This is sort of caliber of chat we can expect from Kohlberg.
You know me, guys. I love a hashtag fun fact.
Go on, hit me.
No, I'm just saying I love hashtag fun
Oh, I see.
Kurt wouldn't dare.
I don't know, the bringing of imperialism and gunpowder to the new world, it's less fun fact, more, you know.
I mean, sometimes the word fun is in inverted commas.
Sure, yes.
So going to be interesting for Masato here, facing the 2.4x, as he's created a cute little tower.
Yeah, and it's nice for Marchington, again, an adjustment to sort of deny equity, commit more of his opponent's stack so that his opponent really doesn't have fold equity going to the post flop.
Yeah.
Masato Yokosawa is playing my favorite type of poker, Griffin. Do you know what that is?
Sneaky short stack.
I have a name for it. It's called cockroach poker.
Yes.
It's about survival.
Nice. I like that.
I mean, it is actually already a trademark. Cockroach poker was a startup in the boom years of poker. I don't know why it didn't catch up. You know, you had party poker, PokerStars, cockroach poker. It just didn't catch on in the same way. Their marketing team was a little bit off.
It was going to be PokerStars or cockroach poker, and PokerStars.
It was a toss-up.
Yeah,
it was a toss-up.
Flip.
The red cockroach.
Cool.
Imagine if we had that on all our hoodies.
Kurt now with the snowmans. Yum yum.
We still don't have an official mascot. I do think the PokerStars cockroach could catch on.
Sure. You know, like Umberto Brenes used to have the shark is hungry. You just open up a box of, ooh. Did you just say raise?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Just a call.
Oh,
just
a
a
call.
defend from Jeff
Okay, that's
Madsen with
okay.
a 7-6.
Oh, he went 2.75.
That
Nice.
should have been a fold from Jeff, probably.
And now he's in a weird spot where he's paired his 7, but I guess he could be able to push Kohlberg off 8s on that board.
Yeah, interesting flop. And Kohlberg obviously going to at least intuit that he strengthened Madsen's range. And I think with 8s, wow, we can go either way, but potentially want to just range bet this board. Especially the thought of knocking out 2 overs. And Madsen's equity bumped up to 30%. A little bit strange, but certainly he's the player with all the flushes. Do we ever want to sort of go after this board now and try and target hands like 10s, kings, queens, Jack-9 suited?
Yeah, I mean, why not? At this stage, you know, you would expect Kohlberg to have c-bet.
We're not even
ace.
we're not even supposed to have defended too many offsuit hands. And Kohlberg on such a dynamic board likely would have bet a set. Oh,
So
he's just going for a
he's done
block.
the price set to get to this turn. I mean, it might even work against this hand.
Come on, Kurt, don't fold me.
Kurt's going to be concerned that he's just up against, you know, a Jack-9 with the 9 of clubs and just be drawing pretty much dead, and that's why we see a fold.
Fold, and then slides the cards forward.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Madsen, his strategies are working out well for him.
Yeah.
So we have 2 minutes left on the clock. We're heading towards the first break. I think earlier on, Griffin, you referenced the year that Joel Mika had that deep run in the PCA, and he had that big fold against Grinder. We're going to go back in time during the break. We're going to relive PCA 2013 and see the hand that Joel played against Michael Mizrachi.
Nice.
That's cool. I think it might be my first PCA, 2013.
It might have been mine, too.
No way.
Yeah.
Was it the one Ronaldo played?
No, you know what? I think
2015.
Oh, okay. I didn't come to 2015 then. Yeah. that
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense.
I think
I knew you would have
cashed
been
my
there.
first
You were
one.
the online legend, so you would have
cashed in my first one in 2012 or 13.
Oh, look at this. Stainless brags. I'm sorry. Sorry, Hagen. I opened the door for that. The trip down memory lane.
Yokosawa, let's go, buddy. 8 big blinds, exactly what he needs last hand before the break. And going to be potentially getting some action here if there's something like an ace-8 for 8 big blinds. This is like, you know, probably too good to fold.
Yeah, you got a call here,
Yeah.
I think. Obviously, we can see he's in bad shape. But I think Madsen...
Going to be up against the worst aces, the king jacks, the king tens, and the like.
8-9 suited, you know.
Yep, Jeff's made the call.
have a
Joel
strong
Mika
one.
folds the big blind, and here we go. It's a domination situation. Masato Yokosawa, big favorite here to double up through Jeff Madsen.
Refused to be eliminated with the queen jack, making a very tight fold, and now has it in good.
Deuce 4-6 all club, please.
Just deuce 4-6 all clubs.
You know what? You know what Hagen always says. You don't call for cards when you're ahead. That's
Correct.
so much
Bad form.
8-8 deuce.
Come on.
Ace, ace.
Ace. Okay. Yeah. I take that.
Here we go.
Well, Yokosawa's hand hold. Well, that's a very good start. Top pair, 1 club. Madsen with less than
I don't know how I'm gonna play this
1%
one.
equity.
Wow.
Bag and tag it.
How do you flop
7-9.
dead, by the way?
Yeah.
That's
7-9.
hard to do.
Prepay.
Less than 1% for Madsen.
And then
He's
eight.
doing the
Surrender?
prepay.
It's too ridiculous to win this.
I give you 100 back.
That's fine.
Surrender.
And the turn card is a 4. So Madsen now drawing dead. Yokosawa will double up, and we are going to hit the first break of the day, and we are still 6-handed at the final table.
Yeah, very consequential double up for our Japanese superstar there. He'll be delighted to take 18 bigs into the break, pulling level with Marco.
Well, of course, the blinds are going up. So Johnson and Yokosawa will actually be around 14 big blinds when we come back at the new blind level. In fact, everyone other than Nick Marchington is going to be playing fewer than 40 big blinds once we go to 61-20. The final table's got a whole lot shallower.
Yeah, there's going to be some eliminations and some action when we come back from the break.
Here's how they stack up. Marchington's still way out ahead, roughly where he started the day, just shy of 10 million chips. Jeff Madsen's dropped a bit, bunched up with Kurt Kohlberg and Joel Mika. And then we have the 2 short stacks, Masato Yokosawa and Marco Johnson. Blinds going to 61-20 when we return with more action from the NAPT Las Vegas main event.
George Clyde Smith has ace-queen under the gun.
G to the CS with another big ace.
Raises, and then raised to 6,000. Joel Mika has 8-7 off.
Looks like those chips he just won off Grinder might be burning a hole in his pocket.
He will re-raise. It's a 3-bet to 16,200.
His 3-bet is looser than Grinder's pants.
Grinder has jacks on the button.
Oh, hello. And this is a perfect hand to just call with on the button. Strong enough to cold call and play comfortably in position, but not strong enough to 4-bet get it in for this many chips.
He does call. Anyone else coming along for the ride? That'll be a no.
Clyde Smith probably isn't as worried about Grinder as he is about Mika. 3-betting and under the gun razors repping pretty strong.
He gives up the ace-queen.
He would have been out of position to both of them.
So we're going heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack 8-8, trips for Mika, a full house for Mizrachi.
OMG, grossest flop ever. I haven't seen a deck this cold since EPT Hoff.
Mika checks, Mizrachi checks behind. Who's trapping who here?
Who's gonna slow play it the hardest?
Mika now bets the turn, 25,500.
He loses the game of reverse chicken. Grinder might be thinking about a raise, and this is where him barreling with complete nonsense a lot of the time is gonna get him paid like he's passing go.
That is a raise. 55,500 total.
Really bad spot for Mika.
55.
Oh, just 55? Okay, I guess.
51 total. No, 55.5, right?
Mika's little confusion game might sometimes work. Unfortunately, Grinder so doesn't care. Mika likely thinks Grinder's trying to rep his hand.
So Mika calls, 157,000 in the middle. The river, the deuce of spades, does complete a potential flush. Mika checks.
UNLV, University of Nevada, looking for value, and Grinder's going to be this year's valedictorian.
160.
He overbets the pot, 160,000. What's Channing Tatum over there going to do now?
I think Magic Mika called the turn, pretty sure he was trapping, maybe sensing there's a chance he's behind. This is not a good river card, and Grinder just bombed it, so this is a real decision.
That's 160.
I think most players are going to unhappily call here. We've seen Grinder just fire and fire and fire with air or near air, and Mika knows it. So in the long run, you can't fold hands as strong against Grinder. In the short run, it's possible he makes some kind of soul read. Wants to see how much he'll be left with if he makes this call, and the answer is not much. The problem is we know that Grinder is so capable of making this bluff.
That's so sick.
Agreed. Sicker than I was after the open bar at the kickoff party. It would be absolutely amazing if he can get away from this, but I think more often than not, he's going to have to white knuckle it and just call.
I can't believe I'm folding this.
He lays it down!
Wow, I can't believe it either. Somebody just unlocked the tight laydown badge on Poker Square.
What?
Yeah, this is definitely a conference hand.
What do you think I have?
Queen's king.
Jack 8, 10, 2, that's what I got. Jack 7, 8 off.
What? Oh my god.
That's so sick. What do I...
Oh my god.
What do you do?
I don't know.
The rail, wounded.
Yo, pipe down over there. Thanks. Whether you had it or didn't. You'll never believe what I folded there.
I had 3-4 clubs.
Burn.
I had the winning hand then.
Jack's full.
I don't. That's both are complete lies. Pretty sick flop if you really had that.
I swear Jack's full.
Witness.
He said, "I'll bet you." I said, "He's like, I had Jack's full." So, either he's just completely lying,
Or you just made one of the most insane folds ever.
So taking the title bracelet and $10 million first prize was Jonathan Tamayo from Humboldt, Texas. We're delighted he's able to join us on this week's podcast. Jonathan, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
And congratulations, $10 million. Joe, you get to ask the question.
What are you going to spend the money on?
I'll tell you. First big purchase. Let's see if I can find it in here.
Oh, nobody ever has an answer for this. Thank God. I knew you were going to because you seem like such a dude. You're just like a regular dude.
10 pounds of Jelly Belly jelly beans.
Dude, those are not cheap jelly beans. I remember that from when I was a kid.
10-pound bulk box. I had to find a place to put it.
What's in what flavors are in there? That's what I need to know now.
Only lemon.
Only lemon?
Yeah, if you buy them in 10-pound boxes, it's one flavor.
Oh wow! And you like lemon jelly bellies that much? Geez, this is something that
It'll last me about a year or something. I saw the expiration date on the box. It says November 2025, so we're okay.
Jonathan, I'm interested to know your background, your life story. Can you give us the elevator pitch of how Jonathan Tomeo found his way into poker and how you came to this point in your poker career?
So I was a decent golfer in high school, and then one summer, hurt my wrist on a tree root. Started playing poker home games. This was around, yeah, it was the Moneymaker summer.
Wow.
So that on the TV, and the cash game I was playing was, I believe, a $20 minimum buy-in, but it was ante only. But the cash game had one of those dumb things where they raised the ante every hour or so, and if it got too hot, they said, then get out.
I love this. This is a weird home game rules where they're just like, yeah, okay, the blinds are going up in a cash game. Fantastic.
And if it got too hot, you can cash out. I don't care. Don't have to play. To where I think at the end of the night, it was like a $2 ante. And I remember the first time I had two aces. I don't think I put a single dollar in the pot pre-flop because you're allowed to check because I didn't know what I was doing. Okay, this is nice. Played something post-flop, made some money. I forget, but I was just like, what am I supposed to do pre-flop? I have no idea. And then that year, those years were great online. So if you had half of a brain at that time, you could make money.
Yeah.
Eventually. And then it kind of carried on to college because for about 5 years after that, it was kind of the same thing. The population didn't really start getting better until after 08, 09, 2010, everyone started getting a lot better.
I mentioned that this was another record-breaking field in the World Series of Poker main event, and obviously when you've got more than 10,000 entries, no one on day one or day two is thinking, I'm going to win this. I'm interested, at what point did you think I could win this? At what point did you realize there is the potential for me to win an extraordinary amount of money in this tournament?
There's some weird saying that I don't know if I came up with it or one of my friends came up with it that told me that the tournament doesn't get real until 100 left.
Right.
But then you start thinking about it. It's like, wait a second. I have a 1% shot. No big deal. Even at the final table, on that day off, just going through expectations, you don't get them too high. And Don Jay told me, just don't be too disappointed. Your expectations like 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th a lot. And if you die in 6th, and 7th, 8th, 9th, then so be it. You did what you could, because I had 4.5% of the chips in play at 17 blinds.
Wow.
So that's one hand. One regem spot, and then you can be gone. So it's like, okay. Didn't really get real until 3 left, because you had time. You have time to go eat. Like, wait a second, we're all even. 3 left in the main. It's a shot now. I ended up looking. Somebody sent me one of those crypto sportsbook that put up odds before the final table. I was 25 to 1 to win. So wow. those are vague. So what are my true chances? Okay, 4.5% of the chips in play. I'm not the best player at the table. I'm probably somewhere between number 4 and number 6 as far as skill. I'm not better than Brian Kim. I'm not better than Astet. I'm not going to outplay those guys. They play high rollers. That's not my scene. I'm not studied like that. I know my limitations. You're just going to have to. You got to have to out sun run them.
Yeah, of course, and fortunately for all of us, there is variance in poker, especially in tournaments. The weird thing is I was following this in real time because I was in Vegas and I actually had the pleasure of watching the live stream on the big screens in the Horseshoe while playing the closer. But it also means you get to hear every single pro at the table dissect every single bet on every single street. And don't get me started on the analysis of Kristen Foxen's exit that I had to hear from everyone. I guess when you're playing, you can just shut out that noise. You're oblivious to the fact that all this is going on, right?
Yeah, you don't know what's going on. You have no idea. Nobody can get within 15 feet of you. So I remember saying in my media interview that it's a lot more peaceful on the TV table for me. A lot of people freak out, but it's better for me because there's no distractions. The worst thing I remember day five, I was near the rail, and one guy had his 2 or 3 buddies just right there, they're almost right on top of me. So I got to look at my cards like this.
Yeah.
And just you got to protect your hand. And meanwhile, between every hand, his buddies are telling him, giving advice and stuff like that, hearing all of that. They clearly can see every action. So he's getting, 301 coaching, and I'm just saying, okay, but the advantage is I can listen to what they're saying, unless they went into the corner and whispered.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, you get a glimpse of the adjustments, which, by the way, little piece of advice on break, on tournament breaks, especially when the tournament's deep, be aware who's around you when you're talking.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, day 7 to 8, or during one of the final table breaks, Joe King would be talking to me, or Dong would be talking to me. I go, hold on a second, look around, look up. Okay, go ahead, talk.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions 2024 in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Vanessa knows her own reputation, so she knows Prahlad could be 3-betting her light, thinking she's raising light, which she is. And if that's the case, she could get into some real trouble here.
4-bet to 13,200 with the jack high.
So typically a Vanessa Selbst 4-bet is going to start to get some credibility, which means if Prahlad thinks she's got some kind of hand, he'll easily put in a 5th bet. Another thing to consider, if Prahlad wants to continue to have Vanessa think he's bluffing, he's more likely to raise again than he is to just call.
It is 5 bets to 35,000.
30? 35.
All right, well, this looks like a pretty easy fold for Vanessa.
But she hasn't dumped her cards yet. Joe, what in the world could she be thinking about here?
Well, she might be a little steamy from that last hand still, and is probably leveling herself with thoughts that Prahlad is just messing with her.
Now it looks like she wants to see how many chips Prahlad has left.
If she levels herself into thinking Prahlad is messing with her, this is going to be a disaster. She should be folding any second now.
Pot.
She puts in 6 bets with jack high.
Oh boy.
106.2.
$106,200 is now the bet.
This is an absolute punt. Let's count the hang time.
All right, I'm all in.
Prahlad is all in.
It is a mistake. I call.
Vanessa calls.
I can't.
Aces for Prahlad.
No.
He's got aces.
Yeah, I know.
I'll bet you he's got aces.
How many do you want to run it?
He has aces.
It's like 100%.
Of course. She has ace, king, or kings.
Nope, I have nothing. Twice?
Whatever you want.
Let's do 3 times.
Sure.
Nice hand.
He has live cards. Oh boy.
How much do you have?
He's got you covered, I think.
170.
So they're going to run it 3 times.
Almost spoke to it and couldn't do it.
How many times do you guys say you're running?
3.
3 times.
Nice hand. I'm gonna leave if I don't.
I think I speak for Vanessa when I say, Even worse, some of Vanessa's outs have been folded, so she's a bigger dog than she thinks.
First to 3 runs coming up. Winner will get a third of the pot. King 4-5.
That's not good.
She'll need runner, runner.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds.
Don't
is
waste
the
it.
card you need. 6 of diamonds would that be the best card?
6 of diamonds would give her straight and flush draws.
God.
To the turn. 9 of hearts.
All right. Put a deuce of clubs. Oh, ace of clubs is good.
I think Prahlad knows the time for speeches is over.
River 10 of hearts, and Prahlad has locked up a third of the pot worth over 113K.
I'm such a. Why do I do this to myself? Every time. Not every time. I usually don't do this to myself anymore. What are you laughing at?
I'm not laughing. I'm just, you know.
Pretty sure he was laughing.
Here comes the second of 3 runs. 8 King 5 2 diamonds flush draw for Vanessa.
It's already a diamond over there.
There it is. That's the spirit. Show the other diamonds. That you, how
6
hard
of
it is.
diamonds would definitely be more useful here than it was in the last one.
Vanessa only needs 1 more diamond.
Turn 5 of hearts.
Wow, Prahlad is strong. How did he dodge it there?
Missing the flush draw would be devastating. She's not likely to flop this good again.
To the river. No diamond, 3 of clubs.
What a brick.
Break ball.
Super brick.
Bricktastic.
So Prahlad is 2/3 of the way to scooping the biggest pot ever won on the big game.
What an absolute gift from Vanessa.
No jacks and 7s.
Run number 3. 4 6 King 3 more bricks. This is getting hard to watch.
Not even a sweat.
Vanessa's dead to 2 pair trips or a straight, all of them runner, runner, or else Prahlad's gonna need a wheelbarrow to bring all his money home.
To the turn. Deuce of spades.
Nice hand.
And Prahlad's gonna win a pot worth over $340,000.
Wow, Prahlad did it. That's sick.
All right, I'm out of here.
Nice playing with you, Vanessa.
Nice playing with you.
Good playing with you, Vanessa.
Why not win one of them?
Vanessa's gonna hit the rail, and with that, Prahlad Freeman has the biggest scoop in the history of the big game.
Enjoy.
Good playing with you, Vanessa.
Why did I do this? You understand? You have any idea why I did this?
Honestly, I don't know why you did that. I mean...
14 years on, nobody knows. Here we are in Las Vegas with the PokerStars North American Poker Tour. It's the main event final table. We still have 6 players here at Resorts World competing for a first prize of $765,000. But not all were created equally. We have Nick Marchington playing a big stack, 9.9 million, 82 big blinds. Nobody else at the table has a 40 big blind stack. Madsen and Kohlberg pretty much tied in second. Joel Mika hovering around 35 big blinds, and then 2 short stacks. Masato Yokosawa and Marco Johnson, 14 big blinds each as we go to the 60-120 blind level and 60,000, 120,000 with a 120K big blind ante. All 6 players guaranteed 155K, the usual jumps with every single elimination. Nearly $500,000 for the runner-up, more than $750,000 for the winner, and this year's NAPT main event trophy. It's James Hartigan alongside Maria Ho.
Hello.
And we are rejoined by Samuel Grafton.
Hey everyone, hey Maria.
I cannot tell you how excited, how enthralled Sam was rewatching that Vanessa Prahlad.
Oh, I love it.
From the original big game.
I mean, Vanessa just such star quality. I mean, there's been so many great moments in the big game, but like that is one of my favorites. You think Vanessa ever tunes in, Maria? You think, you know, somewhere in New York, she takes time, she's unwinding at the hedge fund, she's got a 15-minute break. Instead of reading the Wall Street Journal, she just tunes into us. Is that a dream?
I mean, whether or not she's watching, I'm sure she's had that clip burned into her brain.
Sure. But yeah, we got a Brit at the top of the pot. Brits out the patriot in me, seeing that British flag up there on top of all the American flags. Nick Marchington in the pole position here as we continue 6-handed.
You mean the catbird seat?
The catbird seat, indeed.
Thank you.
You know, I didn't know whether our American viewers are familiar with nautical terms in the way, of course, British viewers are, you know.
Hasn't stopped you before. A7 suited for Marco Johnson.
Yeah, this does seem like a candidate for raise folding. You've got to be very careful in the hands that we choose. Yeah, Johnson playing on the tighter side, and I think, you know, made some jams earlier with jacks and ace queen, and if you're only playing a jamming strategy, it's hard to get too many raise folds through.
Chip leader.
A lot of, we were saying, like, so many American players, Maria, that have now got 15 years under the belt, 20 years of poker. You know, there's such familiarity at the table. We've got, you know, Jeff, sort of, I think James was saying 18 years since he was Player of the Year, you know, or you know, JM Prodigy or Kurt Kohlberg, or like there's, yeah, it's such a long-standing poker community. Of course, people do break through, but there's a lot of people, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility to have 3 or 4 people at your table you've played together for 10, 15 years.
Yeah, no doubt. It's, you know, these days we know how much harder it is to kind of stay up with the game and be competitive. And so to see someone like Jeff, you know, still battle, make it deep, you know, it's really nice to see these people be able to have some staying power.
Yeah, old money. Old money Madsen.
Well, it's been folded to Joel Micker, the aforementioned JM Prodigy, on the button with Jack 10. And during the break, as well as revisiting classic moments from the big game, we also saw Joel Micker making that deep run in PCA 2013, making an inspired fold to the grinder.
Yeah, I love this from Marchington Hammer Time.
Comes over the top of Micker's open.
These suited Broadway hands, so powerful. Can fold out hands like King Jack off, King Jack, King Queen, and such like. No need to mess around and 3-bet and open the door for like rejams, like 4-bet jams. And the impressive thing about Nick, as I say, you know, I've known him for a long time, but don't know his sort of daily routine, is he seems very competent. I mean, way more than competent, in fact, very accomplished as a tournament player. Obviously, that's how he made his name with that World Series run. But if he is primarily playing cash, definitely seems to have a grasp of the nuances of final table play that are that like, more specific to this type.
I don't think you were here at the start of the first level, Sam, when I got to share my favorite hashtag fun fact, that Nick Marchington is aiming for his 2nd trophy of 2024. He has already claimed a tournament title this year in Coventry.
Oh, there we go.
You've got to do the double, Maria. Coventry and Vegas. Those are the titles that everyone in poker wants.
I think they're twinned, actually. You know, I grew up in Leamington Spa, only a few miles from Coventry. I think as you go into Coventry, it says twinned with Las Vegas.
It's like a new triple crown he's going for.
Yeah. Actually, I'm lying. It's twinned with Dresden because both of them were obliterated in the Second World War. Hashtag fun fact. But
again, fun in inverted commas.
Yes.
So, just very quickly, going back to Nick Marchington, I got some time to talk to Nick at the start of play today, first time we've met. And bless him, he's very complimentary. You have to realise...
Wow, what a fold with the ace in the big blind, by the way. Showing for the cameras. Yeah, go on, James.
So it's a very weird experience for me because obviously I've been doing this job for as long as Jeff Madsen's been playing poker, like near enough 20 years now. And so there is a generation that has grown up watching our TV shows. So Nick first discovered poker watching the EPT on Channel 4 late at night. So his entire poker life, I've been there in the background. And it's just a really weird thing to hear from players.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy, yeah.
You're his Mr. Rogers.
So this is hand 40 of the final table. And interestingly, a little bit of separation, tiny bit of separation now between Yokosawa and Johnson. Marco now being the shortest stack at the final table.
C9, ready, 240. C2, fold.
So with deuces, Marchington's made it 240K. It is Yokosawa's big blind.
Yeah, and for the first time, he's got a tiny bit of maneuverability. Got some fold equity if he reshoves. He does do that with the jacks.
Not just any jacks. It's the James and Joe, the JS and the JH.
Yeah, and a little bit of heat for Yokosawa. Got a double, Maria, just before, I don't know whether you were watching, just before before we went on break. Gets the kings through, gets a rejam. pushed up to 19 big blinds. Me and Griff were just not
Everybody should be very unhappy.
a tad critical. He folded Queen Jack off to a blind on blind shove. Was actually behind to King High of I think 6 big blinds. But patience has been very much rewarded for the YouTuber.
Yeah, just strange how the poker butterfly effect can be sometimes. You know, if he did call it off there with Queen Jack against the King X, then maybe he would be out. But now, you know, he's spun it up quite nicely. And, you know, for a while, everybody was, you know, having to play a certain way, especially because of how short he is. But now he's really kind of out of that spot and can do a little more with his stack.
Yeah. But even shootout, we have ICM problem on the final game. Yeah, kind of big.
Yeah, Yokosawa now hovering around 20 bigs.
Make everything spinning.
Yeah.
And we're not doing
like
guns.
winner takes out?
No guns.
Winner takes
We're Shogun warriors. No guns are involved.
Folded around to the button. Marco Johnson, who is now the low man at the table.
You know, just over the last couple of days where I have, you know, watched Johnson at the side feature yesterday and now obviously at the final table, he really hasn't had many spots, you know, especially with his chip stack with ICM, you know, has been quite handcuffed. But a very accomplished player, and I'm not sure all of the viewers out there knows, but, you know, Marco played online, you know, played on Stars, multiple Coop titles, 2 WSOP bracelets.
Sick.
Been playing in Bobby's room, actually, Sam, since he was 25 years old.
That's crazy. What was his Stars name?
Nora Flum.
Maybe
a little bit before your time, but
yeah, that's super cool. It's super cool. Yeah, I mean, it's just the case. There's so many really top players out there who've, you know, it's not easy to make your career for, I mean, you and me both know, to do it for so long. You know, especially, I mean, we're lucky we have little ancillary benefits of doing commentary and stuff like this and sponsorships or whatever it might be. But to just make your money through the cards, it's not easy in the long run, and credit to him and all these guys. Yokosawa deciding how to play the A7 suited here, whether he wants to elevate or not.
I notice he's been banged by Wolfgang.
And comes with 3-bet.
3-bet energy from the button. Yokosawa re-raises to 680,000. Madsen in the small blind folds ace-3. Mika in the big blind has passed, so it's back on Kohlberg.
Yeah, and traditionally, versus this 3-bet, you would tend to play just shove or fold, particularly since he's gone on the bigger sizing. I wonder if that's how Kohlberg affects it. Obviously, it's a hand that plays very well, but you don't normally get to see flops in this sort of exact constellation of stacks. What will Kurt decide? Does he suspect foul play? And yeah, I think that was always the most likely outcome, probably the best one. No, we can see Yokosawa would have folded to further action.
Yeah, what a great start to this level from Masato Yokosawa. Now up to nearly 25 bigs. That's worthy of a dance.
Yeah, and we could see that that Yokosawa knows what he's doing, you know, and he's gonna, you know, finding a subtle 3-bet there. You know, I think back in the day, I mean, not even that long ago, a few years ago, people would either go for a sort of crude rejam or even sometimes a flat. Actually, a 3-bet's very effective. Can go a small size, maybe even smaller than that, and sort of leverage your opponent's whole stack. Or force them to commit against you or fold.
Yeah, and I do think it's a bit of a response to how active he's seen Kurt be today, because quite honestly, yesterday, Kurt was playing very, very snug, and I don't necessarily think he would have taken that spot against Kurt's opens specifically. But, you know, Kurt has a bit of an adjusted strategy coming into today, which some people might have picked up on by now.
So Madsen raises the button with Kojak. Back when Madsen was making his bones in Hold'em, that's what they called this hand, Kojak. Marchington defends with Jack 6.
Whole generation of poker players that have grown up listening to you and have never seen Kojak, probably.
There was a reboot with Ving Rhames, and ironically, probably more of our viewership is aware of that Kojak than the Who Loves Your Baby Telly Savalas version.
Yeah, and we get a little hand-over-hand situation for one of the first times at this final. The King-Jack, very powerful on this board. Even though Marchington defends wide, not going to have 7-2 off, Jack-2 off, etc. King-Jack, very, very strong. Ace-Jack often does something, or at least occasionally does something pre-flop. So Madsen going to be aware of the strength of this holding. If we get a brick turn.
205K apiece. A 6 on the turn. That is not a brick. That is domination rotation in the chip leader's favor.
Yeah, and Marchington playing in flow. No straights come in, so no need to lead, even though a lower card comes. And Madsen can picture 10-9, 10-8, 9-8, all the hands we want to fold out. 7x of diamonds, 2x of diamonds. There's all sorts of hands. Jack-10, that he can get value for. He checks back.
Wow.
How's he check back? Really remarkable. Versus the chip leader, feels like he can't go for 3 streets. Really surprised at that check back. And now Marchington.
Will go for value on the river. Gets snap called.
How much did he go for that?
345.
Oh, and he didn't even consider raising the block bet. I mean, I might have even thought about raising for value there against that sizing. Really losing the minimum.
So Marchington's just moved over 11 million for the first time. He now has near enough a 3-to-1 chip advantage on Jeff Madsen, who, even though he's still second in chips, has dropped down to 32 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big reversal of fortune there on that 6th turn. I mean, Jeff, losing the absolute minimum, by the way, with that conservative check.
What? Oh, you're Jack 5?
But the dynamic at this table just changed dramatically, Maria, because now you've got one monster stack, and everyone else is pretty shallow, if not short.
So maybe not.
Yeah, and I think that, Marchington just really hasn't let up at all. Nobody's really been able to challenge his position, and even less so at this point.
But it's okay to misread your hand on the final table, right? Like,
yeah, at least your mental state's degrading.
Is Marchington saying he misread his hand? That he thought he had Jack 5? No, they were talking about something else. Maybe.
So it's rounds the blinds. Marchington in the small with 9-4 of hearts. And let's see what Kurt Kohlberg has in the big.
Yeah, I think this is nice to raise. Doesn't work well as... And 3.7. Yeah, it can go for 3-bet call. Can play it flat. I think Kurt will elect to 3-bet here and force out Marchington's weaker holdings and live cards. If you get jammed on, there's going to be some bluffs like that. No, we'll call. This is another way to go. We don't do insanely well versus the 4-bet jams. And we just keep in all the combos we dominate. Our opponent will attack our board, and this is the downside.
On. Flop better, Nick. Top pair, flush draw.
Yeah.
Give Kohlberg a chance.
Yeah, and on this board, there's not many 3s or deuces in your opponent's range, so you can just go small and think makes sense. Yeah, 240. Just imagine your opponent's King 7 of clubs and Queen 5 of spades. Kohlberg happy to call that price. Knows he can be ahead sometimes. A heart would be very interesting. And I wonder whether Marchington hedges again. Who does the king favor? I believe favoring Kohlberg, but there's also some backdoor diamonds which Kohlberg will float. Yeah, I like this. As chip leader, we just get to put in a bit more money. We're in such a controlling position as chip leader. We get to sort of put in as much as we want with our hands. You know, and Kohlberg. Wow, what a good fold. I mean, I would have probably called there, I've got to say.
Yeah, the sizing was definitely on the smaller side, I think, for a hand as strong as ace-queen against, you know, Marchington, who could easily just double barrel with a wide variety of hands in that spot.
Good thing you misread hand, I guess. Yeah.
The way that you were turning over your hand, I was like...
As the cliche goes, the rich get richer. Nick Marchington closing in on the 12 million mark, back to nearly 100 big blinds, as Kurt Kohlberg drops down to 25 big blinds.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. I mean, it's also tough when, you know, Nick is a super accomplished player, but when you're running well, you get the top pair with the flush draw, you're dominated in a bad spot, and you turn the two pair.
I didn't even think about that equity, yeah. If I somehow read that situation. Looks like he misread his hand, I could tell.
Yeah, I think they are saying that Marchington thought he had Jack-5. I don't know, talked over that combo a little bit. And now Marchington with the real hand on the button.
So tough when a good player with all the chips is running this hot. Opens with the ace-queen, makes it 275,000. Ace-8 for Kohlberg in the small.
Wow, and dodges a bullet there. He's taking that spot nearly every time. I think an 8 is a particularly bad card to have, but does show the discipline. Very nice from Kurt.
Tobias Rankenmeier,
with what?
There was a famous hand of Tobias Rankenmeier where he's on the river with a hand which can never be good.
Oh, yeah.
He knows that the guy knocks his hand because he's bluffing.
Queen high. He had queen high, the other guy had king high.
Yeah.
Against Roland DeWolf, I think that was.
It was Roland DeWolf.
He was good.
Against Roland DeWolf.
He just knew that the other guy like knocked his hand.
Yeah.
So he calls.
It's against Roland DeWolf.
Like the
I remember that. Yeah.
Sickest thing ever.
Well, he was bluff catching, but he happened to, he happened to have the worst hand. And he was bluffing. Yeah.
Who knows, Jeff Madsen could have been at the table for that hand.
Oh, I guess you were still a poker player then.
And then,
Around, like, forever.
And then there was another one where they both had jack high on the river. It was like bet, raise, and the guy called with jack high, and the other guy mucked, and he showed jack high.
EPC Barcelona, 2010.
That was an EPT.
Memory man.
It was an absurd hand. Bet call river with jack high.
Jeff and I have been around a while. We've seen some weird things.
Sure. And that's just in the Vegas nightlife.
That is an incredible accomplishment.
I think I could say, but Madsen was a famous partier back in the day. I don't know what that was, just the rumors that percolated down. At my low level, you know, we would see guys like Jeff Madsen pass us in the hallway and be like, wow, he's really living the life.
I mean, Jeff bought a house in Vegas after he won his first bracelet, and him and Cantu lived either right next to each other or on the same street. And so it was basically a block party situation at that point.
Well, welcome to the neighborhood. House prices declined or whatever. Or went up, who knows? Maybe.
Well, when the cops get called like for the third time, prices might go down. But
Jeff Madsen, Project X.
Good timing on the birthday.
That's funny, yeah. I never got invited to those parties, unfortunately, but I heard about them.
I don't think anyone's ever
Marchington opening with ace deuce.
Someone broke the youngest bracelet winner next year, 21 in 1 week. But player of the year, that's you just have to get lucky and have a June or maybe a July birthday and then win 6 tournaments in July.
Jan Matakis was quite young when he won it, right? I think he's like...
Yeah, he's 23 or 24.
24,
yeah,
something like that.
Might be the second youngest.
Yeah, but there's no shot because to win it now, you need to be, like, unless you go on the sickest hold'em run ever, you need to be playing all of the 10K mix game events.
You have to play, you for sure have to play mix.
I don't think there's any 21-year-olds who are playing those events.
Very few.
So when Marchington made the final table of the World Series main in 2019, he was 21 years old, and he could have actually beat Joe Carter's record had he won. He would have eclipsed Carter as the youngest ever main event winner.
Some mixed games, but he had a really good run in like the hold'em and the PLO events and the online.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're sort of chatting about the same thing in tandem. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, ironically, that year it was the other generation that won, right? It was the Hussein Ensan year.
Yeah, and Kurt folding Jack 10 suited there is kind of notable, sort of tightening up as a response to it being Nick's big blind. A little on the tight side for a man of my taste, but...
Nick, by the way, has now crossed the 12 million mark. Closing in on 13 million. I mean, he's just accruing chips at a lightning speed.
Oh, it wasn't Nick's big blind. Yeah, that was a strange fold there. Maybe I'm even doubting I saw that from Kurt. Jack 10 of hearts, wow.
So Queen 3 versus King 4. 2 pair for Jeffrey Madsen. While we're highlighting Marchington on the ascent, I will also highlight that Marco Johnson has dropped below the 10 big blind mark.
Seat 6, that's 140, 155. Seat 8 falls.
Yeah, Marco, whether it's distribution or decision making, sort of played on the more conservative side. A lot to do with the fact that Masato was so short.
You
But
mean like
it
an in-it,
hasn't picked up a hand. And Masato going on that tear.
People choose me for their team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
No, I don't. I haven't.
It's left him in a vulnerable position.
Pick the players and stuff.
Now, with the caveat
Never
that
have
there
my own team.
haven't
Looks fun,
actually
though.
been that many NAPTs over the years. The
No.
tour ran for 2 seasons in 2010 and 2011 and then returned last year.
I picked Jason
Nick
Mercier, and I
Marchington
think
is
he had just had
also
his
the
baby
first
and
player
wasn't
who's
here.
made
I didn't
both
know.
World Series
I
of
filled in
Poker
last minute, so-
and NAPT main event
So
finals.
I messed up on that pick. So.
And Coventry, sorry. Please.
I picked
The
Mercier.
trifecta.
Yeah, I filled in.
The hat trick.
But it was her team.
Shout out to Coventry.
So I might have blundered on that pick. But I think he's still in
The Rico.
tournaments. But
I swear I first met Feraldo. You know, it was my first UKPT Coventry.
Yeah.
I got like 60, blasting off. Like literally playing some of the most absurd poker you can see.
I would, by the way, I would love to drag Maria around the UK IPT. I would love to have experienced the card rooms of Coventry, Blackpool, Newcastle.
Yeah. No, Newcastle's class. Newcastle was one of my favourite ever UKPTs. Like the nightlife in Newcastle is different gravy. Covs. I mean, I'm from that world, so I can't speak too badly of it. But we could go to the Belgrade Theatre. There's a lot going on in Cov, a little bit of cultural life.
So Mika limped, or completed rather, with the A7, gets raised by Marchington with 7-4 and folds the Spraggy.
Wow.
And what have we got on the wrist today, Joel? Oh, that is a very nice two-tone Rolex GMT Master 2. Oh, it's not. It's a Sea Dweller, isn't it?
yeah, it was in the last couple
That's
of
on
years.
the GMT.
The team I was on
If you like two-tone watches, by the way,
way,
shameless self-promotion alert.
on her team.
There's a shot of the root beer
Get a
in
good
my
year.
latest vlog filmed here at NAPT Las Vegas, taking you behind the scenes on the filming of the big game on tour. You can check that out on my YouTube
He
channel.
looked like a Knicks game guy.
Kind of. Yeah.
I'm loving this content creator era of yours.
He's going to give Masato a run for his money. Big in Japan, James Hartigan. The downloads coming out of the Osaka region.
I mean, I play everything, right?
Yeah.
But not that.
I mean, it is nice to see behind the scene. I mean, a lot of star power on display across the course of those 3 days. We missed you, Maria.
I missed you guys too. But I heard you guys had a lot of fun. So
Yeah. Besides, it's a softer game with Griff there rather than you, man.
Like cheaper though, is
I like limit. Yeah.
Seat 8.
For the record,
It's the gateway.
I love the
Then
way
it
you play
becomes
Griffin.
one
It's
of the
my
more boring
favourite
ones.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to be kept in his place. He needs the proverbial slap across the back of the head from time to time.
Yeah, Kohlberg, again, with a strong hand in the big blind.
Seat 2 falls.
These two similar stacks. It's going to have, supposed to play a little bit cooperatively. King Queen, of course, you know, sort of famously a hand which you sort of call way more than you shove, just keeping in the dominated portion of your opponent's range. And this might prove tricky as it comes Ace King 9,
2, check.
a board which does very much favor the pre-flop raiser. Mika will begin with a continuation bet. Kohlberg pleased to have Queen of Hearts in hand. Some nice turn cards. Of course, does have the best holding. License to barrel,
Yeah,
Maria?
I think so. I mean, I do feel like there's going to be some turns where it would be a lot easier for Kohlberg to find a continue, but if he faces another barrel here with Mika having that turn backdoor flush draw, I do think that it's going to become really, really hard for Kohlberg to continue out of position.
Yeah, I mean, we pick up 9x of diamonds, king x of diamonds to continue. We have ace x ourselves. But I think just the actual... Yeah, Kohlberg a little concerned. He knows he can be getting bluffed on occasion here. And will make a disciplined fold. Yeah, and you can see, not happy with it. Makes that barrel all the nicer when you turn the flush draw.
Yeah, if the turn, you know, paired the ace or something, obviously I think that Mika's going to think twice maybe about firing again, but just kind of the perfect turn card for him to continue.
Hobbies, golf and basketball. No, no joke, Sherlock. Like, AKA, he's a poker player. Guess what? He likes sports betting as well. Sports betting, watches, golf. Yeah, it's like unusual hobbies. Chess, maybe. Not the American players necessarily. Here's Nick Marchington. He also likes sport.
I feel like your hobbies are more diverse than the average poker player.
Sure. Yeah.
In a good way. No, in a good way.
But it leaves me out when they start chatting about basketball betting lines, and I don't actually, I nod along when I'm like, yeah, you know.
Same.
But it's sad that I can't keep up with the American football chat. Also, you got to play golf these days. That's where you get all the, it's where all the swaps and the action and the stock tips go down. You got to be golfing. Probably back in Jeff's day, it was the strip club. You had to be at Rhinos to get the good info. But like now, it's very much the golf course.
Yeah, and there's a lot of whaling going around at the golf course too, in terms of bets on the course.
Yes, yes. You golf, Maria?
I do, but I'm not good enough to get involved in that way.
So we have reached hand 52 of the final table. At the start of the day, if you'd asked me, will we get to 50 hands, still six-handed, I would have said, no, of course not, but somehow here we are.
Yeah, and that's why the stacks have got so squeezed.
Yeah.
Marchington with sixes, deciding how he wants to proceed. A little bit of a less exciting call the shorter the stacks get, but because it's going to sort of force Mika to play very honestly versus the flat, it does become profitable as chip leader. Mika really having a tough time with Nick on his left.
Queen, Jack, 4. It is top pair for Joel Mika.
Seat 8, that's 300. Seat 9 folds.
Yeah, no messing around. C-bet and win.
Few people still chasing that all-important free roll password. We're posting it in the live chat on Twitch and YouTube from time to time in honor of the winner of last year's NAPT Las Vegas main event, who was Sammy Besherhead. The password is Sammy, which is S-A-M-I. So 4 characters, all uppercase, S-A-M-I. Remember, the free roll is exclusive to PokerStars players in North America. So that's people who play on New Jersey, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, or Ontario, Canada. 3 separate free rolls, $1,000 in the prize pool of each.
Seat 8, fold.
Yeah, Marchington, relentless. These small pairs normally going down in value at finals, but Marchington just feeling like, with the stack distribution as it is, Marco being so short, just wants to VPIP as many hands as he can to see Madison release this. But yeah, that's nice from Jeff. Suited properties are obviously powerful. 8 deuce, not good enough.
Smiling.
Yeah.
Marchington now playing 13 million chips.
He's very British, Marchington. He doesn't want to seem smug and having 95 big blinds. You don't want to seem too pleased with yourself.
Right. But in his mind, he's like getting closer to locking it up.
Yeah, of course. Inside, he's incredibly smug and arrogant, as are all British people. Me and James, you know, it's the same. We pretend to be deferential to Americans, but in fact, the feeling of superiority is hardwired into us.
I own my smugness and arrogance.
Sure.
Marchington opening with Queen 5 of spades.
There we go, a smug open. He can't it's exuding from him.
Kings for Johnson.
Finally! Manna from heaven. Marco Johnson.
875.
There we go.
3 raises, 875.
And that is an actual all-in from Johnson. All 875,000 chips.
Seat 8, fold.
And Marchington feels priced in, makes the call.
Yeah, and Johnson going to be happy to see there's no ace. Quite tough to crack kings with Queen 5 suited. The statistics say not impossible, though. That's how this game works. 16% pre-flop, not fun, though.
No, definitely not. And
it's hard,
Johnson, yeah, but Johnson's still kind of sweating it, as he should.
Oh,
goodness.
wow. The flop is Queen high, and that means Marchington has outs.
Yeah, we can see so many gut shots and straight draw turns.
I think 8 or 4.
Johnson would love to see a 7 or 6 or a king.
No, okay. It wasn't a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, that's still pretty good. 11% equity.
Yeah, Johnson has to fade a queen or a 5 on the river. Boom.
875.
Top set, double up for Marco Johnson.
Yeah, and patience rewarded there for Marco Johnson. Definitely been on the wrong end of the distribution thus far at the final. Finally finding a spot to get his money in. Extremely, extremely good against the chip leader. This is the downside to opening so much, but Marchington still with 100 big blinds.
Maria, have you kept this from us? Are you in a brand new TV show?
No.
So there's a show that everyone is urging me to watch right now. I think Amado Nucci involved in it. The franchise?
Yeah, there's like a cameo of me, but nothing that I knew about. So they're watching poker, and it's me playing a cash game.
Yeah,
wow.
Jess says, Maria was watching an episode of the franchise last week. Did not expect to see you playing poker in one of the scenes. Was cool.
Did you get your union money for this?
No, you know, nobody asked for permission to use it. I don't know.
Jen Tilly was telling me she's about to be on Housewives of Beverly Hills, Beverly Hills Housewives. So I thought maybe you'd been roped into that, Maria. Or is no, not.
I'm not quite housewife status yet.
Yeah, Jen's a friend, though. You know, maybe you could be on the scene.
It's true. We could meet up for coffee or something.
Yeah, exactly. And
I told you before, Maria, the objective is I need you to be kind of like an extra character in either selling Sunset or selling the OC.
Yeah, it's like Seidel won at an auction to be an extra in
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Yeah, what a cool thing. And Yokosawa coming in with the raise with the suited ace.
Did they at least show a hand where you won?
I think I did. I did win. I haven't seen it yet. Someone sent me a couple screenshots, so it looked like I won.
Because poor old Seidel got shoved into rounders, and of course it's the hand where he basically bluffs it off against Johnny Chan, and for like...
Forgot about that, yeah. Poor old Seidel. Yeah, he was here doing the NAPT thing. Nice to have a little bit of extra star power. Certainly wasn't missing in the 5K and 10K.
I mean, a lot of big names showed up for this year's series. I mean, we've said it a few times. I think it's worth reiterating. Having kind of dipped our toe back into the water with the series last year, NAPT 2024, having the 5K main event, the 25K super high roller, still with the 250s and the 550 cup to balance it, has just brought out so many more players and has been a much more popular festival.
Yeah. And Johnson here with 17 big blinds. We've seen him mainly employ shove, not too many raises. Maybe he'll come in. Yeah. And this strategy keeps things simple, doesn't allow for any unwanted collisions with pocket threes or pocket fours and such like. Do you think that just sort of limit our ability to get steals through, or, you know, get shoved on by worse? We will still get called by ace-queen, you would occasionally, but I mean, it doesn't feel like you can do that with ace-jack or ace-10, so it's a little bit limiting strategically, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
But gets the job done with no fuss, keeps Johnson afloat, who she is closing the gap on Kohlberg, who, you know, really has been on the wrong end.
Yeah.
Making second pairs, not connecting with ace-queen highs.
And Kohlberg, yeah, pretty much tied at the bottom now with Marco Johnson. Has dropped below the 20 big blind mark. Masato Yokosawa hovering around 20 bigs.
Yeah.
Look, it's other than Nick Marchington, everyone's pretty short right now.
Yeah, and Yokosawa, wow, folding the ace-10, interestingly.
ICM handcuffing is becoming a thing.
Cuffing season here at the NAPT.
Yeah, and certainly in the absence of some of like the pre-flop coolers, we're just going to kind of see, you know, Marchington continue to get away with a lot of his, you know, wide opens and his 3-bets getting through. And then, you know, these players are really going to have to wake up with something to contend with.
Raise. 730.
Madsen's open has been 3-bet by Joel Micker with King-Jack offsuit.
Yeah, and he's picked a good moment to attack. General, this is not a hand you want to use too much, I wouldn't have imagined, but Madsen really at sort of bottom of opening range. You never know if someone picks up something in the timings or the flow, or just, you know, not with Marchington on his left. Going after Madsen is something you want to strategically try and do. Nice pickup from JM Prodigy, who, let's not forget, likes golf and sports. Golf and likes gambling.
And is American, so wasn't modest about his screen name at all. She's like, I'm a prodigy, like self-proclaimed.
Traveling the world, not working for a living.
Sure.
Good on you, buddy. Living the dream.
Don't like working, like sports. If that's you, boy, have we got the career for you. You should consider a lifetime of cards. Like staying up late watching American football? Yeah. What a dream. What a dream.
Nines for the chip leader, Nick Marchington. Starts this hand with 12 million chips, 100 big blinds, and he opens to 240K.
Yeah, it's just a great spot.
Masato Yokosawa is in the big blind with ace-5 suited.
Yeah, and may feel obligated to do something. Could even consider jamming here. Wow, I'm very surprised at this.
Just calls.
Really oh, it's in the big blind. I thought it was small blind there for a moment. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense from the big blind. Also could have considered shove. Obviously wouldn't have got through, so.
And well, has flop bottom pair, but it's top set for Marchington. Who checks it back.
Snap check back.
Let's see a turn card. Queen of clubs on the turn. Yokosawa now drawing dead.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Marchington, he's going to be sort of perceived to have some king queens, queen jacks, ace queens in the check back range. He's sort of hoping that this queen has hit his opponent. So probably now will want to put in money. Of course, there's so many draws and gut shots out there. you know, we can imagine 7, 8s, 5, 6 and the like that we want to get value from. And Yokosawa now with bottom pair.
Yeah, and that is kind of the downside of checking back is, yes, you know, you just cover so much of the board when you flop top set there, but then a turn card could come off. That's just an action killer, whereas, you know, you're just really hoping for a brick that maybe gets Yokosawa interested.
Yeah, nice hand from Nick, though. Yokosawa doing the minimum. I've been tempted to jam there, by the way, I gotta say. It's like, I don't know whether that's correct, but it seems like a nice spot to just jam the low suited aces and fold out ace 8, ace 9, even ace 10.
Johnson on the button.
Poor old Marco. You got your kings, mate. Back to normal services resumed. Here you go.
So folded to the blinds, Masato Yokosawa, who is tied at the bottom with Johnson, has 17 bigs, is in the small with King 5, and gives Jeff Madsen a walk.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye for now, bye-bye.
Aces.
Aces.
That is going to bring us to hand number 60 of the NAPT Las Vegas final table, and we are still six-handed.
Yeah, you do feel something will crack soon. I mean, definitely in terms of putting in his last chips, Kurt, on the more conservative side, we've seen Marco be very patient. Marchington not yet employing any big shoves, so we will need still some kind of hand over hand.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a cat.
But there are some potential, you know, once we get to button, small blind, and the like, the money can go in a little bit more easily at these stack depths.
I blame Stapes for having his girlfriend in town, so he hasn't cranked it.
They're having fun nights out. He hasn't got time to go anywhere near the cooler machine. As we see action folded to Jeff Madsen, who is going to give Joel Mika a walk. And Mika had ace jack in the big blind.
Whole show. I'm about to go walk over there.
This might be the best final table ever. We've got a cat on the rail.
That's amazing.
This is Kansas City Chiefs fan Ghost Pepper, who apparently is also now a poker fan. And I'm calling it best poker tournament ever.
Wow, that's amazing. Cavatar.
The World Series has laptops on the rail. We have cats.
Do we know which poker player at the table that cat is associated with, so we can root for them all the harder?
Now nobody cares about our playing poker.
No.
Like,
I don't think the cameras are even on the table.
I think just generally a fan of the game, Sam.
Love that. Love that. And Kohlberg with a suited ace will look to start things off. As we've mentioned, he's now the shortest stack, and nothing really gone his way.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't really care about this hand. Can we see the cat again? you know, yesterday, all of the Japanese viewers were saying we just want a camera on Masato the whole time, regardless whether he's in a hand or not. I've now lost interest in the poker. I just want to see the cat.
Yeah, you want a cat cam.
Yeah, I do. So we have confirmed that Ghost Pepper is rating Nick Marchington.
Nick Marchington.
Do you know why? Because cats like winners. If Nick loses the chip league, Ghost Pepper will change allegiance because cats are also fickle.
It sounds like a children's book, Marchington's Cat. You know, it's something something Beatrix Potter would have written. And look at this. And this is immediately a board that... And look at, he's so sneaky, by the way, Marchington, because this is a board that you can lead for sure. Because he's nailed it, he elects to check it over and may do so again, as it's a card that really favors the pre-flop raiser. Does he want to try and get a check raise in? Does he want to start betting himself. Maybe just go big and pressurize ace-king.
Seat 9, bet 425,000.
Yeah, and Marchington really hoping that Kurtz got an ace-king or king-queen, and Kohlberg will let it go.
So Marchington continues to chip up. And right now we're going to hear from PokerStars ambassador Kerry Jane Craigie, who is on hand to follow the women's event here at NAPT Las Vegas.
Women's event this year at the NAPT Las Vegas was almost double the field that they had last year. 182 entries. It was a great atmosphere, great structure. We'd really worked hard to make sure that we provided the environment that women wanted to play in.
I'm pressured to act now. The cameras are here. I don't think this is TV. Oh, I don't know what it is, but I'm for the loose cannons of the women's event. For real.
Sheila Simpson, our winner, not only takes home the bragging rights and the trophy, but also over $11,000 and that package to London's Winter Festival.
Yes, congratulations to Gina Simpson taking down that tournament, and we'll be seeing her at the Women's Winter Festival at the Hippodrome in London later this month. We are expecting there to be a live stream of that event on the PokerStars Twitch channel. Details to be confirmed.
Yeah, that's super cool. Event they're doing in London.
Did I see that she actually called in sick from work to play the ladies event and ended up winning? I just hope, you know, her boss doesn't read, you know, Poker News or...
she took a risk. I'm going to hand things over to Joe.
Joe Stapleton. Here he is. Showrunner, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Looking forward to seeing you on the Hollywood Reporter Roundtable later in the month.
I think we should just change my name to Showbiz right now.
Showbiz Staples.
Showbiz Stapes. People, I was listening to the commentary in my room. You guys are out of this world. This is a really good show. I don't know if you've ever listened to it. It's great.
Wow, there we go. That's a little boost from...
You're coming in hot. Like,
you guys
on
are
multiple
awesome.
levels
No, I'm
right
like
now.
sitting in my room being like, how can I even live up to what I'm listening to right now? And how can anyone live up to Nick Marchington right now?
You can give us anecdotes about you and Jeff Madsen in the early 2000s. So that's...
Jeff texted me last night. I told one anecdote about how I partied so much with Jeff, and he was like such a known quantity in the party scene in Vegas that we would get into a taxi cab after a night out, and he would just point, and the cab driver would know where to take him home. He didn't have to say a word. He also was incapable of saying a word.
Kohlberg considering a jam here versus Marchington, and I think it does make some sense.
1 million.
Yeah, goes for the demi shove. And Marchington, you know, going to be playing huge quantity of hands from the button here. Just having the suited ace, if we do run into it for backup. Nice pickup from Kohlberg.
And most of the people out there are cheering for Kurt Kohlberg, the underdog story here.
I mean, he's a legend.
He is a legend.
Got more time banks than chips, so.
Look at that $1 million smile. No, but although, as you say, people in the nightlife economy might be cheering for Madsen. You know?
That's right. Yeah, no, the bottle service people are rubbing their hands together.
Taking it back to the glory years.
He has like every VIP host in the city like already messaging him like, where do you want to go tonight?
At the bit.
Legends. What legends.
Jeff under the gun this hand. Jack 5 suited, not going to be the one for him. Joel is out. Nick. What fresh hell will it be now? It's actually Jack's.
Wow. And
Also very smartly dressed. You have to give him that. Like, showed up, gave this final table a little respect.
He was here at like 9 o'clock this morning, too. Like, he was prepared. He was ready.
He'd done his homework. Yeah.
Marco Johnson with 17 big blinds, facing a raise from a very active chip leader, does get away from the A7.
Yeah, let's see whether Masato has a defendable hand here in the big blind.
Oh, that is not just
Wow.
defendable. That is an all-in from Yokosawa.
One-time jack.
Snap called from Marchington.
No jack.
Very unfortunate situation. Tens, a super, super strong hand versus Marchington's opening range. And of course can even get called by worse pairs. Pipped in this instance.
Tens typically way ahead of any two cards.
Yes.
Just not these two.
Yeah, and
With
Yokosawa,
1.9
who's
1.9
fought
something.
back from being an extreme shorty an hour ago. Can he make a 10?
No help whatsoever on this flop.
Yeah, no straight draws, no flush draws.
A 10,
A
I'm
10
gonna win this tournament.
required.
You could.
I can.
Yokosawa has 2 shots to hit 1 of 2 tens. Misses the turn. Needs to hit the river or will be out in 6th place. First elimination of the day, several hours in.
Oh, close.
No 10.
GG. Yeah.
Sayonara, Yokosawa.
Yeah, Hello, guys.
Yeah, great
We just lost Japan.
Go again.
run from Masato, the YouTuber. Such a great personality to have at the tables and on the tour.
Genuinely love this dude. Out in
That's so
6
fine.
for $155,000. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but he's been staying at Circus
Yeah, next month,
Circus all week to save a buck. I feel like he should at least upgrade to the clown suite
Who's going to be the dancing?
after cashing for 155 grand. Nick Marchington, by the way.
You were
What a final table.
Yeah, over half the chips in play, 121 big blinds. Will continue doing what he's doing, chopping away, sort of chisel down these medium stacks into almost short stacks. Obviously, Joel still with a very respectable 38 big blinds, but out of position to a player with 3 times as many chips, very much handcuffed. And it's really Marchington's tournament to lose.
Playing well, running well, very difficult to contend with.
Yes, and be relief to Johnson and Kohlberg to have a player eliminated. You know, often we get people get a ladder early in the day, and it's always a sort of, okay, well, at least I made some money here on day 6 or 7, whatever it might be.
Pocket 9s for Mika. Gets, finally won't be facing Marchington, but Kurt Kohlberg with big slick.
Yeah, and it's...
And we're going to have a big flip.
Well, when it folds back to Joel, I do believe he'll consider his options. I don't know whether he can read. It's not slam dunk, I don't think, against Kurt.
Apologies, not a slam dunk. You're right, Kurt on the tighter side.
We just try and imagine, okay, is this eights? Is this ace-8? No, he is going to call. He is going to call, you're right.
Does end up being a big flip.
Yeah. Nines, he feels too strong. And obviously there are so many ace-king, ace-queen combinations that you flip against.
9s versus ace-king.
Like Circus versus Motel 6. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yeah, I would love to see the Kurt Locker hanging around.
That's a pretty good flop for 9s.
Yeah, there is an ace of hearts that lingers. Let's keep it live, at least to the river. Kohlberg checking it, and it bricks.
9 still holding, however.
Ace or king required. We will lose immediately another player and be four-handed.
And that river, whiff.
Brick City.
Kohlberg eliminated.
Jeff, nice playing with you.
Back-to-back hand.
Yeah, one of my...
Yokosawa, Kohlberg. Done and done.
Yeah, a true gentleman of the game, Kurt Kohlberg. Someone that's, you know, been there, done it all in the game. Just a delight to be around. He'll be very proud of this run and the score. I'm sure he would have loved to have taken it down. And just like that, we're four-handed out of nowhere.
Four-handed, 202,000 going to Kurt Kohlberg.
Like 4 of them, but yeah, just
Everyone
it's pretty good.
now guaranteed More than $250,000. Joel Mika, maybe with a stack now that can contend with Marchington.
Yeah, he'd be very pleased. I mean, it's a big swing for him, either down to 20 big blinds, sub 20 big blinds, and really, you know, in the pack, just is going to pull away and allow himself some breathing room. It's also so much harder to pressurize a 57 big blind stack. You can't just go barreling off as Nick Marchington when you would trade paces with your opponent quite so freely as you can with shorter stacks.
Now, it's not all about
the table.
the $250,000 everyone's guaranteed. There's also a free roll running for mere mortals. Password is Sammy, S-A-M-I, as in last year's winner. Sammy Beshahead. Late registration is open for about 50 minutes. $1,000 in the prize pool. New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ontario. Pocket deuces for Marchington.
It's on you, the clock's
It's on me. I'm sorry. Things are moving so much quicker now.
They're about to fall.
Yeah, it is rapacious when you get four-handed all of a sudden, playing the cut off the button, having to battle.
What does rapacious mean? Oh, yeah.
I'm Googling it.
You don't know it either? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
It's a type of dinosaur, Joe.
The one you didn't even know was there.
What a guy handing out money
Great
to everybody.
word, Sam,
Really?
as usual.
Wow, what a guy.
Please don't ever retire from playing poker, because I am effed if you become a full-time commentator. I am just completely out of a job.
I'm still there, hanging around.
I really do appreciate you coming in on these final tables.
I love
it's more important than ever to have Maria, you two, to have this analysis.
Yeah,
that,
it's
you know,
so much fun to work with you guys, of course. And also, I like obviously it's fun to commentate every day, but the final tables are something else, the culmination of everyone's hard work. And, you know, it's very exciting to see these guys execute.
And speaking of culmination, Maria, I'm sure you bigged up Marco Johnson.
Yeah.
Let everyone know that he kind of flies under the radar being
For
a cash
sure.
game player.
Yeah, and especially now, you know, he's pretty much a stay-at-home dad, so, you know, just doesn't get to travel as much, which is why I think some of the audience might not be as familiar. He's not really like an EPT reg or anything like that, but it certainly makes...
The radar just doesn't pick up those stay-at-home dads.
There's also not a lot of live recording in Bobby's room.
The Marco Johnsons, the John Monets, you know, but you see them out at the WSOP,
Right.
you know, and they're just killing it still after all these years.
There's no Hendon mob for the nosebleed stakes.
No.
That's great.
I got to play in the 10K with Seaver. Came and sat down.
Oh, it's so good
It's
to
just
see
such a
Scotty.
delight.
Yeah.
So fun to play with him.
Is he still good?
He's hilarious. He could not, any card game, he will always be good. He's just doing his own thing, and you're like, wow, that's cool. Or, you know, he's amazing.
Genius.
Yeah, big genius.
So a raise and take it there for Johnson. Johnson.
Scott Seaver knows what rapacious means, for sure.
Absolutely. Pocket tens for Joel Mika. Marchington has folded.
The Masato Yokosawa Memorial hands, pocket tens.
Too soon.
Oh, look at this. Marchington got banged as well by...
Did Wolfgang just come in and slap stickers on people?
I think it's like one of those that if you eliminate. Oh.
This escalated quickly. Johnson ships it with ace-4 from the big blind and runs into the 2-10s. Is going to be way behind.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, I think this seems loose, but it's reasonably acceptable play. We can imagine a lot of holdings that get folded here. Just using the ace blocker. Does have the one over.
Whoa, my goodness. A flop for the ages. Top and bottom for Johnson, but that set of 10s is going to be tough to run down.
Yeah, it actually looks like he's got a lot of outs, but it's actually just 2. Is that correct? Because a 4 would be no good. Johnson actually saying that a heart is best for him, and that is the case.
No heart on the turn.
Going to need one of 2 remaining aces to make a bigger full house.
Once again, once again, our player at risk. Down to only 2 outs. Doesn't connect. And we have just lost 3 players in 5 hands. And if Joel Mika
Good game. Nice win.
had a shot to contend with Marchington before, he's got an even better one now.
Yeah, and played the short
really
stack
well the last
extremely well. Takes a lot of mental strength and discipline when you're a card dead to just keep making the right decision, absolutely maximizing his EV at this final table, getting the 2 ladders, and then making a play, just running into sort of top of buttons, opening range. Be very pleased with 4th place and $250,000.
No, Maria, I heard what you said earlier. My girlfriend and I were in my room. We were cranking it together.
Okay, so that's why.
The cooler machine, it made it to Vegas. I was so busy all week, didn't get a chance to use it. Y'all were in here doing commentary. I was able to head up to my room and just crank it.
All right, aces.
Should we feel awkward that you were listening to us while cranking it?
Well, no, the cooler machine doesn't affect y'all, I don't think, but...
Sure. Everyone needs, sometimes you need to, if you're cranking it...
Look at this forearm, look at this. Look how ripped I am in this one right forearm from cranking it. Wait, is this the same hand again? What's happening?
Don't deal anyone ace-4, otherwise it's all over again.
And like that, by the way, we're threads up. We're 3-handed. Everyone now guaranteed $341,000.
Yeah, and that does release the ICM pressure somewhat. Once you're sort of taking directly from your opponents and there's no sort of people on the rail or people out of the hand who are gaining a benefit from you being all in, can be that bit more aggressive and confrontational with big stacks.
Madsen's going to defend Jack Trey of hearts. King 8-6, 2 spades. 1 heart.
Yeah, not too bad a flop for the 10s with just a 1 over card. And it's a lot of straight draws, gut shots and the like. So Mika probably going to want to come with a decent sized bet. Do you think this makes sense?
A couple little stacks of salmon.
Don't want to go too small on a board that's connected in this manner.
Yeah, and it would just be a little bit too ambitious for Madsen to continue there, even with some backdoor possibilities.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to fold.
Madsen on 22 big blinds. Mika with 77. Marchington with 121.
Yeah, and even though Jeff's the short stack, he'll be very pleased with this outcome of the eliminations.
Sure.
As the short stack 3-handed.
I mean, he just made a couple of $100,000 in 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Some fancy footwork there.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty interesting, these Marchington, Joel Mika confrontations, depending on what Jeff does in the small blind.
It's not such smooth sailing right now. Like Marchington had total control when it's 6-handed, and now all of a sudden you got to adapt to this.
Yeah, they're 70 big blinds deep, blind on blind, button versus big blind. It's not, something you encounter that much as a final table. Like, it's hard to do, as much as people studying 70 big blinds, 3-handed poker with a short stack. Has anyone done that much work? You've got to kind of feel it out for yourself, and that's when, there's still a lot of room for just old-fashioned card sense on these finals, if you know what I mean.
Ian JP on Twitch asks, who is the guest commentator? I'm Joe Stapleton.
I am Sam Grafton.
And I'm Maria Ho.
There we go. I don't know who the guest is here. We're all pretty much regs.
3-handed. You want to take Jeff's opens, you do Joel's, and I'll handle Marchington.
We like a 1-to-1 commentator to player ratio, if not better. Marchington.
Is that a sticker? Has he folded ace-8 there?
Yep. I inherited it from myself.
That's really...
Oh.
I mean, correct, but it's pretty interesting. I don't know whether we can fold ace-8 there, 3-handed.
I've seen so many folds like that over the course of this final table between yesterday and today. People getting away from hands they normally wouldn't and are up against better hands.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. As second versus first, we have to tread carefully, but, we still need to defend some decent portion of our range, particularly as we probably don't play any raises. I don't know. Maybe if we don't play any raises, it's less bad to fold, but Seems tight to me. But who am I to quibble when you're up against the dominating ace-jack?
You do have to adapt for the American currency.
Sure. Slightly.
A little bit different.
For Marchington's playing in pounds. He's playing in dollars.
That's right.
You know. But it's everything's cheaper in Bitcoin. So I think for these guys, let me guess. I mean, if you're into sports, golfing, and poker, there's some chance you're into the, the fourth pillar of wisdom and the poker circuit, which is anyway.
Man, I can remember when I was told not to mention Bitcoin on stream.
Really?
Way back in the day. Yeah.
Interesting.
Wow.
King 7.
But that was under Democrat, Democrat presidency. You don't mention it. Now it's Republicans.
Great again.
We can promote it.
And that was also like gatekeeping, right? Because we didn't really want people to know because we could foresee Bitcoin being.
We wanted to buy it all up cheap. You know what I was thinking the other day is there's probably a guy out there whose last name is MAGA. What a rough couple of years it must be for that fella, no matter which way he's leaning. King 7 versus King 7. Large chance of chop if we get to showdown.
Yeah, and I think with Marchington in this kind of mood, we may not do. Madsen does have diamond in hand, and it is a pretty small c-bet. We need to defend a lot on 2-2-4. Where do we pull from? I think if it was King of Diamonds, he'd always continue. I think we're probably supposed to call with this hand. We shall see. Gonna do something fruity. No, it's gonna raise.
Fruity.
So this was Marchington raise. Is that correct? No, he's called. He's called. Yeah. I don't think we play many raises on deuce, deuce, 4. And now Marchington just has to decide at what frequency he wants to barrel. I think King of Hearts is a pretty bad card to hold. Firstly, we're kind of high in our range. And also, the hand we really target is the backdoor hearts, which has sort of auto folds on the turn. And so Marchington will come with check. And now how does Madsen feel about the King 7? Again, when we're going to be bluffing 5-6 highs and 7-8 of hearts, do we want to bluff with King High? We shall see. It's just sort of a game of chicken almost. Marchington forcing some folds on the flop. Now Madsen trying to force some folds on the turn.
Successfully forcing a fold on the turn. Madsen chipping up slightly there. Up over 25 big blinds now.
Yeah, and that's sort of harbinger of things to come there. That sort of tussle of wills blind on blind. So many hands three-handed, nobody has anything. And, it's a case of who's willing to be stubborn, who's willing to be aggressive.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying to play three-handed in this situation.
Yeah, and I want to say, between late last night and today when we, reached kind of the final 2 tables and, the final table, Jeff was the only player that was kind of trying to play post against Marchington and not just allowing him to get away with, open after open. He even called him in a few pots 3-bets pre where he was out of position and he was just willing to get in there. Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, and it's sort of weird because Jeff, at the beginning of the day, I would have said Jeff's out of position to Nick. But now he's sort of in position to Nick because it's his button, Marchington's big blind, his big blind, Marchington's small blind. So for 2 of the hands, he's going to be sort of the roadblock in the way of this Marchington crushing machine.
Just a quick message out there for Tenshi, who's trying to sign up for a real money account to play the free roll. It says only in New Jersey. They're in North Carolina. Here's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to open up frontierairlines.com. Book yourself a flight to New Jersey, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Get back to me then. We'll await further instructions.
Yeah, exactly. We'll give you some advice on how to rent a property. Send us your water bill.
I just happen to have an Airbnb available in each of those states.
Frontier because Spirit doesn't fly to those fine.
I mean, look, I want to troll the guy, but I don't want to ruin his life by giving him Spirit Airlines.
I have a Spirit Airlines flight tonight.
You do?
Yeah.
You?
But I'm trying to.
Did you buy a whole row?
No, but it's the last flight out to LA from Vegas.
Yeah,
in
Southwest doesn't go that
anticipation,
late.
right,
Yeah.
of this final table. But hopefully I can take an earlier flight. I mean,
Ace Jack for Mecca. Yes, we are. Oh boy.
Now
a slight cooler situation developing here. Marchington with Ace King.
Yeah.
And what about Jeff Madsen?
Jeff's just taking a moment to think here. Certainly.
Nah.
Marching.
Definitely nah.
Yeah, and Mika going to have to tread carefully here. He's on 74 big blinds, so we imagine that it's too many to want to get in. With position, seems like flat would perhaps be the most orthodox play. We'll see what Joel fancies.
Oh boy.
Is he going to click it?
It looks like it. Looks like we're going to see a 4-bet.
Wow, and this
a
is pretty
re-raise.
Pretty interesting. And well, let's not anticipate. Comes with 4-bet, and Marchington here with the hand, with the offsuit ace king, maybe the hand that wants to jam. We are pretty, 4-bet to 2.7 million. Ace king, you know, I think Nick will feel if he's beat, he's beat, and just put it in. There's gonna be plenty of 4-bet bluffs, as we can see in Joel's range.
Yeah, I don't have the analysis chops of Maria and Sam, but most of us could see this one coming.
Yes, and really
It's
interesting
over.
from Joel.
Yeah.
Because to my mind, Maria, this is like too strong a hand to want to bluff with button versus small blind.
1,000%. I mean, I feel like, you know, you're really going to be in a spot where you get to play post in position against Marchington, and you're keeping in all of his
King
worst.
Jack, ace 4, etc.
Exactly. So
and also the bluffs sort of come from Queen Jack, King Jack, etc. To my mind, it's a slight misstep, but let's give him credit. I mean, actually, he was always going to lose some money. He 4-bet, and
it kind of worked out well, regardless of whether it's by the book.
It could have come ace high, and he loses way more than that. So,
As played.
As played.
As played, yeah. As played, I would fold to the 5-bet. I mean, this is very commanding chip lead, 143 big blinds. As we say, doesn't mean that you can run over a 50 big blind stack exactly, but it is significant. The first big confrontation between these two.
Well, here we go again. Marchington starting off with crab people. Queen deuce deuce.
Yeah, not much of a flop. Very nice for the pre-flop raiser. Sort of deuce is almost irrelevant.
When you guys have poker dreams, is it Nicholas Marchington in real life right now? Like,
do you dream of Nick Marchington? Yes or no, Maria? Just tell us honestly.
I mean, you guys are putting me on the spot, but
not of him specifically, but living this.
An Englishman
in this situation.
An Englishman in a button-down collar. I mean, there's not crispy whites. Look at that. That's every
well groomed.
That's every girl from Maryland's
He
dream.
knows it too. Look at that. He's thinking of Vegas and the bleeping Mirage.
Yeah. I thought what you're going to refer to is, I love Americans who Joel just fold. It doesn't even wait. No need to mess around. I can fold.
I used to think that there weren't that many cultural differences, but really there are. Like, it plays so different here.
Yeah, American poker's is, I think also because there is such a camaraderie. As we talk about, so many people play together. Really nice atmosphere at the tables in America.
It's fun. Poker in Vegas is fun.
I think it also helps that you guys have a common lingo of sort of sports, etc., etc. Because obviously when we play the EPT, we're all European, but there is a difference between someone from Moscow and someone from Paris or whatever.
This dude does not miss.
Yeah.
Bottom 2 for Marchington.
Yeah, and Madsen, it's kind of typical to just c-bet here on the ace-high board.
Oh, Jeffrey.
And Marchington with bottom 2, it's a hand that quite often wants to fast play. It's just so strong right now that we don't want to allow our opponents to check back or weird cards to come off. We should see, though.
Here come some pinks.
Yeah, and Jeff, a little bit unexpected.
Cacao, 520,000.
And this is very difficult spot when you've got middle pair, no real backups. Feels very weak to fold. But you're not going to have much visibility. I don't think Jeff will fold here, and nor should he, in my opinion.
Especially just in the presence of so many different, you know, gut shots, straight draw, flush draw,
We can
combo
imagine
draws.
5-3s, 5-8s, etc.
What we used to call a wet board. Okay, Jeff is in. Jack on the turn.
Yeah.
Puts another flush draw out there.
Yeah, and Marchington can go a lot of different ways here. He could even jam here if we imagine 6-8 of spades kind of matching up with sort of combo draws. He can come with block, but we shall see what the great man decides.
And the great man is deciding to fire an entire stack of those salmon chips.
Is he just sort of half stacking? Yeah.
720,000.
Yeah, it comes with half pot for the times he's got. Now, this works well for the times as well that we've got sort of 6-8 where we don't want to go all in, but we want to continue to pressurize. And Madsen, I mean, we just don't have much visibility on the river. It's a hard hand to bluff catch with. I mean, the good thing about the queen is we unblock all the draws, right? We don't interfere with any 5-6s, 8-5s, spade draws, combo draws, 4-5s, etc. So it does feel like a good thing, but on half the deck, a flush comes in. On another portion of the deck, a straight comes in. Are we going to just hero call on a deuce of clubs?
Well, and you wonder, you know, how many ace-X's he gives Marchington, considering, you know, Madsen limped this hand on the button and Marchington checked his option from the big blind. And against Madsen's effective stack size pre, I do think that he's calling into question some of the value hands he has. But again, you know, when you limp in from the button, you do allow these hands to be in there.
Yeah.
5-3?
Yeah. No, add it.
Thank you, Curling Master, for buying a copy of my comic book. I'm actually not logged into Twitch right now, so if someone else can give him the spanking, I would appreciate it. Ya banned.
Yeah, nice pickup for Marchington as, I mean, we should say good fold from Jeff there. No ego in play. Knows that he's getting bluffed on occasion, but much better to sort of cool down with the ace.
When you give a wry smile like that, you get the moral victory. Right? You get a little something. You don't get any chips, but, you know a little wink, wink. You can hedge with a saucy look. Mika first to act here. 9-8 of spades. The mini Grafton.
Grafton Jr.
Grafton Jr. And Jeff with 7-6.
Yeah, half a hand. Probably do need to defend. I mean, again, you know, I think we have obviously a very educated audience, but playing with the big blind ante, you know, means that there's as much in the pot as if we were playing 6-9-handed. You do have to defend against the minimum raise. Very, very wide. As we say, not as much ICM pressure.
King Jack 6, pair of sixes for Madsen.
Yeah, and it's so tough getting a little piece every time.
Not a lot of visibility.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. I love it.
I learn one term per year.
Sure. To that tiny little mind of his. Right.
And then the rest you have to write on
No, you did become an author this year, a published author. So you are growing, Joe.
I have other skill sets.
Yeah, exactly. Showrunner slash author, Joe Stapleton.
Madsen facing a bet of 215,000. By the way, Sam referencing the big game on tour, which we did shoot this week. 15 brand new episodes. Sam will be appearing in 5 of them.
Wow.
Madsen gives up the best hand.
What a treat.
Understandably.
What a treat for...
It's going to be awesome. I'm very, very excited again.
Yeah, it's really going to be good.
And for football fans.
Sure.
Your table.
Playing with Mr. Gerard Piqué, the Barcelona legend. flew in specially, just in town for less than 48 hours to film and run.
And I don't think he went to bed for any of it.
Sure. Yeah. He said he had lunch the next day in Paris and then was in Barcelona 8 hours after that.
What a life.
Yeah. Living the Maria Ho lifestyle, basically.
No,
Except he didn't fly Spirit Air.
right, exactly. He didn't have to pay for water.
Maria, by the way, I would do anything to get you into like one of those viral fist fights that happen at Spirit Airlines. Like I would give up an organ, like a kidney.
Like someone's trying to kick the back of my chair when I'm trying
Yeah,
to
and you just turn around
recline
and world star somebody right in the face. Please, I promise, I will owe you forever.
Yeah, and Marchington growing his stack. We saw actually there, Joel with a very tight fold, Jack 5 suited versus the button open. Again, to my mind, a sliver too tight, three-handed. But, you know, sort of feels that's the adjustment he's got to make with Jeff at the extreme short stack. And Jeff will give up the 9-4.
One of the producers reminded me that Sam will appear in all 5 episodes if he doesn't go broke in episode 1. And all I'm
no
gonna say is
spoilers.
that
Stapleton.
Sam has a limitless bankroll.
Sure.
Endless trunks of money.
Exactly. I was willing to do 1.5 million. I was capped out. I didn't tell you guys, but if it went really bad
Los Angeles.
and I lost 30 buy-ins,
Close, Santa
He had
Monica.
$1 million chip in his bag.
Cede my seat to Wardrobe Dave.
Wardrobe Dave, oh my gosh.
Some theatrics going on.
I'll say this, no spoilers, but Dave was in the building.
We saw him in the green room.
And he seemingly had no problem with my commentary.
This one.
What a legend.
Definitely a legend.
And here we go with Jam.
What does it feel like?
Is that right?
Marchington
Medium one?
shoving
Nice.
on Madsen.
Very sexy hand.
60? Oh, it is indeed.
Dinner for 2.
6-9.
That is a sexy hand.
Yeah.
This is a show for adults. It's okay.
Oh, it's
We'll allow it.
inference only.
Yeah,
You got to allow plausible deniability.
6-9 offsuit.
I just heard other people say it. I don't know.
Not as fun as it looks. Madsen down to 12 big blinds, by the way. Does the danger zone shift when we're three-handed? Is it still the same, 12 big blind? Is that?
Yeah, he's in dangerous territory. I mean, he's got to play button shoves and he's got to cool off, kind of light blind on blind. So yeah, it's certainly dangerous for Madsen right now.
But the good news for him is that he just has a little bit more freedom because it's not like someone else has a similar stack size to
And this
him.
is a very loose shove, by the way.
Reversal.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I think the deuce off, we just
Is it real?
don't
It's real.
go
one's really
for it,
past the
maybe.
line.
I don't know.
What do I know? I can see all the
I mean,
both cards.
I would prefer it if he was closing the action as
Yeah,
well
maybe.
versus having the big blind.
But yeah, I mean, he's just
Tired of your shit.
I mean, ace high's winning for sure a lot versus the button open. So
Jeffrey Mad Dog Madsen. He was the weather boy on my first poker podcast. And we used to play like a puppy sound effect. And now the weather with 2-time bracelet winner Jeff Mad Dog Madsen. Yep, 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 yep.
well, didn't he win 3 that year? Am I imagining that? Is that too crazy?
I think it's 2. I think it was 2 his first year out, but maybe not. He did text me to let me know, by the way, that his Player of the Year was the first year they stopped giving away cars.
Wow, yeah, that's tough.
But he'll always have the banner.
Will he? There's a new there's new management. Who knows? Who knows? It might just be pictures
some of the
Daniel
banners
Cano
It'll be like
everywhere.
Pocket Fives. They're going to incinerate all past records. They're going to go to the car park, build a big bonfire, and just throw the records onto the fire. No one will ever know. The new Reich is in power. All banners will be destroyed. Just a giant poster of Brian Kim hanging across the freeway. I don't know. Did I get too political? Maybe I didn't.
Nah, dude. I teed you up for that. That's exactly what I wanted.
Oh, dear.
Next gonna...
Not Brian Kim. What's his name? Anyway,
Michael Kim.
Michael Kim. Sorry, Brian.
Next gonna
I would love a big fan of Brian Kim.
I was going to
That would
say,
be a great.
I
That would
wasn't
just be
sure
a great
where the-
advert for poker. Brian Kim, very sexy individual.
Lived pot here, Marchington, Madsen.
Yeah, you're right. He did just get 2 the first year.
Pair of 9s for Madsen. Very strong on this board.
Yeah, and Marchington delaying. I wonder if Madsen's going to know the 9 is good here pretty often, but I do like this check back. You know, how do we make money with 9-5? Is it by betting and getting fold, or is it by checking and getting worse to bet? And Marchington doesn't bite as the 9-5 becomes even stronger on the flush draw turn. Can he find check again? I guess maybe, yeah, it does. And Marchington with essentially the nut low.
Yeah, pretty bad. And here it comes. Jeffrey, no hesitation. Show it down.
The 5-3.
Scoop it up.
Supposed to overbet like you did the first time. A few days ago.
The board's not scary enough.
Yeah, it's true.
I do like how fearless Jeff is here.
So many times. Yeah.
He seems very comfortable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think
I just wanted you to fold 10 high.
imagine playing that level of poker at such a young age. I do feel like it's like you get sort of forged in the fire.
You ever wonder what James Hardigan does on his break? He's on the rail chasing
popular hand on YouTube.
a cat.
Yeah. You call him 10 high.
Landed Tice.
You overbet shove, I call.
Rail regular. I don't think anyone's won over $500,000 without Landed Tice on the rail in Las Vegas over the last 4 years.
I would very much like to meet that kitty.
Well, you have a break coming up. It's your turn.
Is that how you're referring to Hardigan now, as Kitty? Or?
We have many pet names for each other.
I bet you do. Marchington, 153 bigs.
Madsen, first to act here. Nay, says Madsen. Onto the blinds.
Yeah, and Joel been having a tough time of it here as the second in chips. Folded a lot, and now getting raised when he does limp. And with the suited properties, will call.
And away we go to the flop. Jack, 9, deuce. Pair of deuces for Mika.
Yeah, Marchington got to be careful. I mean, this is a board that's going to hit Mika pretty well. But we've just, again, the actual nut low will, what's the harm in firing? Could fold out some ace-4, ace-3, etc. And Mika, with the pair, will continue. Would love to have some backup to go with it, but doesn't have any of the flush draws.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
And now Marchington has to decide how to calibrate his barreling frequency. Supposed to be very polarized in position and will fire again.
Yeah, just going to make it incredibly hard
Jeepers.
for bottom pair to continue.
Get out of my pot.
Wow. And having
Just for the, you want to know the exact amount.
gone for the sort of subtle approach.
I folded already. I don't need to know the amount.
Having gone for such a subtle approach with the 5-3, delaying and delaying, and then going small, they're just applying the pressure to the second in chips. And we see, by the way, why Joel's had played so cautiously. You know, I mentioned the sort of tighter folds that he's made, but we see how difficult it is to navigate versus the big stack as we approach the break.
And am I right in saying, like, Marchington kind of likes that this is three-handed right now, that he can?
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he can't pressure Jeff because Jeff's sort of short stack. He doesn't want to, you know, if Jeff has a hand to cool down, he can just cool down. He knows that for Joel, it's very, very costly to be sort of making a marginal bluff catch down the streets.
Right.
You know, sort of Joel's trying to get to heads up with as much of his stack intact as possible.
That's why it's just hard to continue there with bottom pair without backup because you're not really going to find many spots where you're going to get Marchington to shut down against you. If you're trying to get to showdown cheaply, it's probably not going to happen very often with Marchington in position.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a bold barrel, by the way, because you would think the 7, would imagine
baby.
Jack 8s, Jack 9s, and such like. Anyway.
And Jack 6s.
Yeah, and so Mika going to know that Ace-X very discounted from Madsen's range. So it's a very sort of, it's almost like they only really dealt one card. It's like they just dealt a jack, basically. Either he has a jack or he doesn't have anything. So it's very nice to just put out this real small C-bet and get a fold from live cards.
To be clear, he has the jack.
Yes, but we, the viewers at home, know he does have it. So what does Madsen do here? Do we just play cool to protect our sort of queen highs and things such like, yeah, I guess so. Or do we only play check raise?
Mika shut it down after whiffing the turn. Madsen now with a flush draw to go with trip jacks.
Yeah, and probably gets even stronger on that turn card. And now Mika has to decide, does seem a bit funny to be bluffing king high here. Like, are we protecting? What are we doing if we bet again? I mean, do we bet an ace again, etc., etc.? We shall see what Joel thinks and does. Check back. And now Madsen, what's our sizing for value on the river? I think that maybe when we've just got a jack or a miss, we just go all in. I don't know whether that'll be Madsen's style. I wouldn't be surprised if he came with a round pot or a bit. He's going for block here. Like, I mean, by the way, if you knew your opponent had king high, this is a pretty good bet, by the way.
Jeff Madsen, it's a pretty good poker player.
It seems a little bit...
Gets a call.
Strange to me. Yeah, and does chisel out some value.
Nice sizing there from Madsen. Allows himself to pick up a few more chips as these players head to break. Jeff, who had been down to 12 big blinds moments ago, is now, well, after the level shift, will be coming back into the next level with 18 big blinds, which is a huge difference. Has added just about 50% to his stack over the last few hands. Madsen with 2.8 million, good for 19 bigs. Joel Mika with just over 4 million, 27 big blinds. And Nicholas Marchington continues his Marchington to the trophy. Facing very little adversity today. Everyone now guaranteed $341,000. So far today, we've lost Masato, Kurt, and Marco. Everyone still in contention, these three players at least, for the $765,200 reserved for the winner. We are headed to a break. More from NAPT Las Vegas when we return.
Tony raises to 2,000 with a legit hand. The cannon, 10-9, calls.
I'm known as the tightest player.
You are.
The tightest player in the world has joined me and made his presence felt.
Daniel with ace-queen,
I'm raising.
He's out of position, but he knows Tony's likely to call light.
7,000 more.
To 9,000.
I saw your VPIP.
Can I fold now?
You may. You may as well.
Put that in the pot. That 800 I straddled off, I just donated there.
Tony's in, Elizabeth's out.
Good luck.
What is it? Did I put 9? I'm gonna bet 12 in the dock.
Oh, we're getting blind bets on the
Are you calling in the dark? Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
7, 6, 10 on the flop. Tony hits a set of perfect tens.
I should have raised in the dark on that flop. Now I feel silly. You been in dark again, Daniel?
No, not with that board.
Daniel has no idea how much he hates this board.
Top pair for Daniel.
Worst card ever for Daniel.
What did I bet on the flop? 12?
12.
He thinks he's good, but he's crushed.
Daniel fires 28,000.
Tony's just taking a second to daydream about what he's going to do with Daniel's money.
He just calls.
Tony's got his fish on the hook.
The river. The 5 of hearts.
It's really too bad for Daniel because this hand would be so good against Tony in so many other spots.
Daniel bets 60,000. Tony puts Daniel all in, raising to 275 grand.
The river may have saved Daniel a little bit, even though he's frustrated. Straight and flush draws both just got there.
Not that easy with the G.
What's the G?
It's not that easy.
No, I mean,
Put a lot of pressure
You're running
on.
good on me today.
Running good. I run good too.
I've been running good this last couple hours.
Daniel frustrated. Let's see if he figures it out.
I didn't even see that it was a heart, to be honest with you. I really didn't see it was a heart. I might have checked the heart.
That 4-3 of hearts is...
Oh, that was stupid to check a heart. I mean,
Tony's known to have a lot of heart.
And commitment.
Heart and commitment.
Both Daniel and Tony's reps would suggest Daniel will stack off here.
He doesn't.
Good lay down.
thank you. Nice river.
The river didn't help me, it hurt me.
Oh, you had me already?
I had you on the flop.
Nice turn then. I had ace queen.
Yeah, you were drawing dead.
Yeah. It's always nice.
Flop top set.
Barry Greenstein straddles, so action on Antonio with pocket aces.
Always nice to wake up with 2 pieces of ace.
Raised to 2,400. Chow folds. 9 high for Rick Rahim. On the button, folds.
I'm amazed.
Not my kind of hands, just my kind of game.
8-7 offsuit. The loose cannon's out. Queen, queen, uh-oh.
Viffer could get in some real trouble here.
Just calls, and Barry folds.
Does anyone else feel it getting cold in here?
The flop. Queen, deuce, 9. Viffer flops a set.
This was going to be a cold deck either way, but this is just ice cold.
And he slow plays it. Checks over to Esfandiari.
Antonio's in a very tough spot. Impossible to know he's beat right now.
Bets 3,400.
Viffer's in a great spot. He's got the nuts right now.
Comes over the top to 10 grand.
Very difficult to get away from this hand. There just aren't a lot of ways to be beaten, and there are a lot of draws out there that Viffer could be betting. Since Antonio has the ace of hearts, he knows Viffer isn't on the nut flush draw. That may help him a little, but even still, it's tough to get away from a hand like this, especially against an aggressive player like Viffer.
Antonio re-raises to $28,000.
It's pretty understandable to not be able to fold there, but by raising, you're only giving your opponent 2 options, fold or shove on you. If you're ahead, you don't want him to fold, and if you're behind, you don't want him to shove.
Viffer shoves.
Oh, it's so sick.
Antonio probably has a pretty good idea he's beat now. It's been over 90,000 put in on this flop when there was only 7K to begin with. Pretty tough to imagine now that 1 pair would be good, but Antonio may feel as if he's pot committed.
This would be for the rest of Antonio's stack.
This. Probably got me, you know? But I'm pretty tilted and steamed.
Antonio calls.
Want to run it twice?
Whatever you want.
We'll run it twice.
Good deal.
I have 3 queens.
God, you just own me this. You really do.
Looks like the magician's about to get the rabbit pulled out of his hat.
So they've agreed to run it 2 times. We will see the turn and the river twice, each time playing for half the pot.
Antonio's apparently agreed with himself to not show his aces to the table.
Jack on the turn.
Chow folded an ace, so you can see Antonio's got 1 out singular.
The first river card. 3 of clubs. Viffer wins half the pot.
Oh, I think I'm gonna quit. Oh. It's not your day, it's not your day. Right, Chow Chow?
Yeah. Me and you and
It's not your
Sambo.
day, it's not my day. I think it's time for me to go.
Me and you, Sambo. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Do you have outs?
I definitely have outs.
Run number 2, 10 of hearts.
It's a very good card for me.
Antonio can hit hearts now.
Looking for outs, that can't be too bad.
Do you have flush?
It's a very good card.
The river. Antonio is saved.
Ship it.
But he's still here.
Oh my God.
I don't want you to leave here.
Oh my God, I'm staying. I was about to quit.
Raises to 2,000. Ike on the button. Out of here. Pocket pair for Jason Mercier, who's been awfully quiet so far.
It's just a baby pair, but he's ahead of Tony's cutoff range.
And calls. Oh, pocket kings for Phil.
Raise pot.
Raises to 8,600.
Now Helmut's got a real hand. Let's see if his giving action will get him some.
Not from Tony.
Tony G folds to another Helmut 3-bet. Can somebody please call for cocktails? Jason's got good implied odds to try to flop a 3, and he doesn't know this, but Russ folded a king.
You had a couple of hundred on, and I'll play every time pre-flop. Why don't you add some more money on, Phil? I'll give you a flip every time then. See what sort of a genius you are then.
Tony would rather flip a coin for $500,000 instead of a measly 100K.
Jason calls. So Phil does get some action.
Jason's a big dog here.
9 queen tray. Mercier flops a set and checks to Helmuth, who has a flush draw.
Mercier boo-coo. Phil probably doesn't even think he needs to hit the club.
Phil checks.
Trying to control this pot.
Queen on the turn, giving Mercier a full house. He checks.
Such a good card for Jason. Phil's clubs are now dead too.
Phil bets 7,000.
Yum, yum. Jason's probably thrilled that Phil's finally put some money in this pot. He missed a check raise on the flop, but he's getting a second chance at it now.
Jason raises to 20,700.
This is a tough decision for Phil. The board doesn't look too bad for 2 kings. Jason's known for running some pretty sick bluffs, and Phil knows, Jason knows, Phil could be making his bet on the turn with nothing but ace high. You with me, Rose?
I'm with you. The question is Phil following?
Oh, you got 9s full?
Close.
I got a bad feeling about this. I got a bad feeling about this. Have you ever seen like the Star Wars movies where the guy, Harrison Ford, always says, I have a bad feeling about this?
I think he says it in Indiana Jones as well, and Jason Molara Mercier over there is about to pluck your heart out.
Phil calls and hits a flush on the river.
Jason's got Phil in really bad shape right now. It's just a matter of how big a value bet he wants to make.
Come on.
Mercier all in.
Come on. What in the heck is going on here? This is ridiculous. This is what happens to me when I play in these frickin' cash games.
Now you're back to yourself. That's better.
I couldn't hold it in.
I was worried I lost you.
God, this is so brutal.
Jason's betting big here, having a pretty good idea Phil's got a premium hand.
How much is it?
67.9.
Jason could have maybe bet a little bit less, but in a pot this size, there's not much difference between 40,000 and 67,000. If Phil had 2 aces with the ace of clubs, he'd almost assuredly make this call.
But Phil folds.
That's a fucking gotta show.
Phil gets away from it and saves himself almost 70 grand.
Donnie with pocket kings.
Speaking of straddling, Cowboys.
A raise to 3,000. Prahlad. Folds.
Right? It's like, I don't want to play that high. 5 out of the 6 times.
Action over to Phil. Queen. Oh boy, queen.
Get the bleeper ready.
9,000.
A re-raise to 9,000.
Donnie's in a spot where he could make a 4-bet, but he doesn't want to chase Hellmuth out if he's getting out of line. We know Phil's got queens, though, and he'll call just about anything.
Call.
See, that's already a big game. Look at that. He just put in $9,000.
That's because there's a straddle on it, Phil. We're not asking for a double straddle, just the one.
Both the straddle and the cooler hand are to blame for the size of this pot.
A juicy pot pre-flop, which comes out Jack 8 King. A set for Stern.
All Donnie needed was for Phil to not flop a set.
Phil checks.
Donnie's in position, so if he bets here, it will look like a continuation bet.
11,000. Phil calls.
I was going to suggest that the king might bother Phil, but it doesn't appear so.
Jack of hearts on the turn as Stern fills up.
Phil's now drawing dead to someone pulling the fire alarm.
Hellmuth checks.
Phil put Donnie on a jack. Maybe the second one hitting will save him some money. Donnie's trying to figure out how to get max value.
He bets 30,000.
These guys both have their hands in their mouths, which, when unintentional, is a sign of weakness.
Phil calls.
In Donnie's case, it might actually be a reverse tell. Phil just called 30,000, drawing stone dead.
The river. The 10 of diamonds. Phil checks.
I can't really tell how many that is, the yellows.
About 60.
You have about 60 left?
There's 100K in the pot, and Phil's only got 60K behind. It would probably look stronger if Donnie didn't put Phil all in.
I'm on.
There goes Donnie putting Phil all in.
At this point, all Phil Hellmuth has is a bluff catcher, and I think he knows it. There's no way Donnie would be value betting any hand worse than a pair of queens in this spot, so Phil's either crushed or Donnie's bluffing in his eyes.
Why is it just funny to watch him in anguish? I don't know.
Six is the sickest stuff. I mean, why do I even come here? I mean, it's just ridiculous. This guy probably has ace jack and just hit some miracle jack like it was nothing. Maybe he's just bluffing it all off. I mean,
Phil's trying very hard to convince himself he can call. See you, Daniel. He knows this could be a while.
Here's my thinking, okay? Can't be shit 35,000 when he wanted to call. I think this time he's not bluffing at all. I think it doesn't look like he's bluffing to me. I think he's betting because he thinks Phil is just sick and annoyed and he's going to call.
52.
But I don't think Danny's ever bluffing here.
Do you think he's bluffing?
No. Come on in. Huddle up. for Oh, 100%. Everyone here.
Phil and Donnie have had some history this week, maybe clouding Phil's judgment.
No, you might be bluffing here.
I don't think there's any chance he's bluffing here.
almost
like zero chance.
Close to zero.
He wouldn't have even bothered betting the turn. I think Helmuth has ace king. You think he has ace king? He could have ace king. He thinks he has queens.
He might have queens.
Wait, he did raise less. Actually, he has queens because he made it 9,000 before the flop. Yeah. He has queens because he only made it 9. He always reaches pot.
I think he's bluffing.
Is that the Brat Pack over there?
Boys, he might be bluffing here, boys. You might be bluffing here.
He wants to be a hero right here for sure.
Wow, I have a feeling he's bluffing. I don't know if I can call it though.
Oh, if he's bluffing and he calls, he'll feel like he'll feel like Superman.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
He's supposed to have me beat. I mean,
I don't think Phil has a feeling he's bluffing. I think Phil wants him to be bluffing.
I just also the way that Danny asked how many he's got was so natural and so comfortable. It's like this. It's like, just see what you got. He's like, I'm all in. It's like, so come on, give me a break. You have it for sure.
Should I offer Phil insurance? No.
you bluffing, Donnie? Wow, I just feel like you're bluffing.
He wants to win today. He wants to win some good money. So like, this is his opportunity to be a hero.
$68,000.
Here we go. This is the call before the storm. I want to see it when it happens. I want to get back.
Go back?
Yeah.
Based on pot odds, Phil's not getting nearly the right odds for how often Donnie would be bluffing here. But I don't think this decision is about pot odds for Phil. All right, well, now that everyone's back and Phil's sure the cameras are back on him, we should get a decision soon.
Wow. The last time I made a decision like this, I was wrong. I looked pretty bad. Wow. It's like my hand won't let me fold here. It's so weird.
Once someone picks up their cards like that, they usually fold.
Just queens, boys. That's all I have. Pocket queens. God, I hate to give this one up. Just hate to give it up. My read has not been perfect lately, though. That's the problem. You just can't wait to flip over that queen 10 or those two deuces or whatever.
Phil folds.
My contacts are drying out.
Unreal. I tried to play two big pots against this kid. He snapped off top two and queens.
Welcome back to Las Vegas and the PokerStars North American Poker Tour, and a reminder that we have filmed a new season of the Big Game on Tour here at Resorts World Las Vegas. You'll be able to see those shows in early 2025. Right now we're streaming the final table of the NAPT main event, where we are three-handed. Nick Marchington has never surrendered the chip lead today. In fact, he's doubled his stack from the start of the day, playing close to 20 million. More than 130 big blinds. Joel Micker, a sub-30 big blind stack. Jeff Madsen, sub-20 big blinds. Those guys have got some work to do as we start the 100K, 150K blind level. Level 31 of the main event. Of course, now we are three-handed. Those blind levels reduce to 45 minutes. 341K locked up. Nearly $500,000 will go to the runner-up, and more than $750,000 will go to the winner, plus the NAPT main event trophy. Top prize this year, $765 grand. It's James Harsken, rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Hey, everyone.
And making his final table debut today, Nick Walsh.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
Three-handed action, playing 25 bigs effective. You're loving it.
It's a spin and go. It's a spin and go. At the end of the day, every tournament becomes a spin and go at some stage.
Yeah, and it's worth saying, I mean, Nick Marchington, what a performance so far on the final table. Obviously, we speak about the chip lead so often, and, you know, we can sometimes be dismissive as if it's super easy to play the chip lead, you just solo raise and take it. But actually, you can mess it up pretty easily. You've got to play a lot of hands, but also know when to bow out gracefully. And he's got the mix right between aggression and conceding when he's had the worst of it. Obviously, run good, but 200 big blinds nearly. It's 132 big blinds. It's a big advantage at this stage of the tournament.
Just very quickly, Sam, having just mentioned that we filmed more big game shows, a lot of people watching on Twitch and YouTube seemingly unaware that we did the same last year. Yes, the original big game was back in 2010, 2011, but last year we filmed the first season of the big game on tour. There were 10 new shows. Sam, you featured in 5 of those shows, and you can watch them right now on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
Yeah, and it's, even if I do so myself, great poker footage. Maria Ho, Phil Locke, some new names, some old names. It's just, yeah, a super fun format. And I was very proud to be involved in that show. And as you say, more episodes out next year.
Absolutely. With more Grafton.
Get the Grafton.
Yeah, me and Jen Tilly. Wow. And they said I'd never make it. So Jeff coming in for a raise with Queen Jack on the button. He's actually, you know, not really changed his stack too much, but things haven't really gone Joel's way. They're a close competition between the two as Mika picking up the very powerful ace queen.
I think it's a pretty straightforward shove. There it is. Yep, that's the all-in.
And a wry smile from Madsen.
Madsen, the shortest stack at the table, playing 16 big blinds. 2 of them will be posted on the next hand. He has to account for both the big blind and the big blind ante. Nicholas Carballo watching on YouTube says, I was playing 5-10 with Marchington in Vegas a couple of months back. Good for him. As we've established, Nick spends a lot of his time here in Vegas, roughly half the year, mostly playing cash. When he's back in the UK, he's playing online, he's playing tournaments. He won a title in Coventry earlier this year.
Yeah, very talented poker player, Nick Marchington. Very sincere and smart individual.
Joel Mika opening the button with 6s. Jeff Madsen in the big blind with Jack-7. Folds. And yeah, Marchington was at the final table of the World Series of Poker main event back in 2019, the year that Hussein Ensan won.
He finished 9th or 8th?
7th, I believe.
There's a lot of Brits in that sort of region of, you know, Aikenheads, Sam Holdens, you know, Dean, Toby. I mean, they went a bit deeper. Obviously, John Eames got 3rd. We never had that winner. That's a guy who got 2nd back long time ago.
I thought there had been a British winner of the main event.
No, there's an Irish, Noel Furlong. But
I'm gonna say there was one.
Julian Gardner was the guy who got 2nd.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All in.
6 races all in.
Pretty similar situation to what we saw just now, Sam. Just the 3-bet jam from the small blind.
Yeah, obviously great to pick up ace-king in that situation.
Yeah, not quite deep enough to do anything else. I think we just take the jam.
1990, Mansour Matloubi, British Iranian, had British.
Welsh.
Yes.
Welsh winner, yeah.
Welsh winner.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. Wow.
Wow. James Hardigan, everyone.
Mansour Matloubi. I wonder what happened to him. If I were him, I'd still be bragging about it. I'd be showing up in Coventry parading, wearing the bracelet with a. I'd be wearing a vest top and parading that bracelet around. Take that, Roberto Romanello. You ever won? I'd be saying as I played GKBT Cardiff.
Well, Mansour is currently living in London.
Mansour, if you're ever in Islington, give me a shout, mate. I'd love to grab a coffee.
And I can tell you that just a couple of weeks ago...
Oh, he cashed in Coventry.
He was playing in Manila on the APPT.
Oh, I love that.
And cashed the APPT Championship in 40th place.
Oh, that means we just missed him on our maiden remote commentary, James. commentary from Coventry.
What an absolute legend. I feel like I've disrespected. I've learned a valuable lesson here. I will not be disrespecting the legacy of Mansour ever again. In fact, I'm absolutely keen to meet this guy.
Don't call it a comeback. You never left, Sam.
Yeah, incredible. Going to Manila to hunt the value as well. So, shout out to Stephen Chu, saw him out there. A lot of Aussie regs.
So we have Marchington in the small blind with ace, jack of hearts, raising.
Yeah, and let's hope for the sake of Jeff that he doesn't wake up with half a hand. Marchington's going to be raising a lot here, and that is in the defendable range with jack 8. Wow, I'm shocked at that. Really tight fold, but a very good one, given the hand that he was up against. I think we need to be calling that in general, but Marchington had him absolutely crushed.
Started to see a little bit of a pull away here, Sam. Joel Mika, 30 big blinds, Madsen 16, so kind of just sliding away.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff needs to just sort of find some hands.
Yep.
You know, make a top pair, etc., etc. I mean, 10-4, not what you want to see. And by the way, I mean, we're actually getting an insane price. Maybe we do actually have to limp a lot there. Something I feel like once a commentary, but I always like to remind people how long these guys have been playing for.
Oh, yeah.
Especially for myself, I sort of come in fresh and, you know, you sort of say, oh, why is he doing this? It's incredibly demanding to play so many days in poker, and it just gets more and more intense. The final table, obviously so intense, and then short-handed. Yeah, what you were going to say, James?
I was going to say, Sam, that, you know, this is now playing with an EPT structure. It's basically a replication of an EPT main event, a 5K with the same format. Now, the expectation was that we'd have hopefully 600 entries, maybe best case scenario 700. We exceeded those expectations massively, close to 900 entries. Problem, this was only spaced out over 5 days. So instead of playing 5 levels a day on days 2 and 3, they played 7 levels.
Wow.
So suddenly, instead of playing for 10 hours, you're playing for like 12, 13 hours. So yeah, to echo your point about the fact that this has been a grueling slog, they played very long days, with the exception of yesterday where we had the early finish.
Yeah.
And by early, I mean 10 p.m.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, the reason we sort of love main events and people are so proud of their main event titles, as Marchington comes with shove, is because to win an EPT, to win an NAPT, something in that, you know, the skill element involved in playing for so many days, it's why it's sort of the jewel in the crown of so many people's careers.
Yeah.
And sort of, if you are lucky enough to win one, or even for some people to, you know, make a final table, is the sort of highlight of their career because of exactly what it takes.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to assume, based on the success of this year's festival, and again, I have no insider knowledge, this is merely me guessing what will happen. I think the NAPT will be back in Vegas next year, and I think we're going to have to, A, be more optimistic or aggressive with the guarantee, fully expect a field of close to 1,000 entries, and probably have to add a day to the main event, in which case it's going to become pretty much on parity with an EPT.
Yeah, of course, because, you know, paramount for everyone at Stars is the poker playing experience, and we don't want people to be sort of tapped out by day 4 and playing on fumes.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's the point of having a luxury structure if you feel like you got to cram it into fewer days?
Yeah, and Marchington's run good continues. A board which, you know, we'd want to see bet with range perhaps anyway, but top pair, top kicker, so powerful. You know, not really experienced any bumps in the road for this final table. I'm sure he faced adversity across the course of the 5 days, but almost everything gone his way. Had to make one crying call priced in with Queen 5 suited, but apart from that, you know, had the best hand in the all-in confrontations, held, made some strong holdings.
As we see Marchington cross the 20 million mark.
Yeah, and Jeff here will decide whether to shove, raise. He's also employed a limp on occasion. This time we'll just go for shove. Knows that worse can call. And doesn't want Marchington to realize equity by defending in the big blind. And Joel with a decision in the small.
Ghost Pepper.
Decides to fold the Spraggy. Speaking of Spraggy, thank you very much for the raid, Spraggy. I see you there, buddy. Hope your stream went well. And welcome everybody from Spraggy's stream.
So I just noticed we have got two Davids on the rail, Lappin and Doherty watching the action, but who cares about them when we've got Ghost Pepper the cat? I don't even mind that Ghost Pepper is wearing a Kansas City Chiefs jersey.
Yeah.
As a 49ers fan, I don't like the Chiefs.
And actually, you think that that's Landon Tice on the rail, but it's Landon Tice in a suit. He's perched on Berkey's shoulders. It's actually a Halloween costume. He's actually 5'2", and he's just perched atop the shoulders of another poker players in a trench coat. So don't be scared by that. Don't fall for that old Halloween trick if he does come and knock on your door and ask for candy.
Is the cat actually called Ghost Pepper?
Yes.
Wow. That's just awesome. Oh, cat's not loving it.
This cat is now a huge poker fan, Nick.
I'm a huge fan of this cat.
Madsen. That was a rejam, reshove.
Mika opened to 300K. Madsen did indeed jam, and Joel Mika folded. More cats in poker, please. More cats is better.
I like cats, James. I think we should have way more cats in poker. What's a good name for a cat, poker themed?
Are we sure it's a real cat, or is it a puppet? Is Landon Tice got his hand up the posterior of a puppet there, and he's merely using a cat puppet to gain attention from females and men on the rail? Is he using that to lure Hartigan out of the box and onto the floor, only to be disappointed when he discovers?
I can
he does it ventriloquist style. He makes the cat talk.
I can confirm, having fussed Ghost Pepper, that the cat is real. Meanwhile, ROP Cheetah has an idea for a cat name, poker name, Barry.
Oh, excellent. Nice work.
A reference to Barry Greenstein, Ace on the River. Also, a great name for a cat. This is my cat, Barry.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not much chat three-handed, which is understandable. It's so intense, having to VPIP so many hands. Madsen taking a second glance before releasing. And this has proved a sort of problem area for Joel thus far, blind on blind. Here we'll limp with the ace-10. And Marchington checks back.
King, Queen, 6. Tough to know who's ahead here with only seeing one of Nick Marchington's hole cards.
Yeah, we can see a jack would be a disaster, or at least a problem for Marchington. Mika sensing that the ace can be good here. We'll just bet for protection. And Marchington will call. Could there be another club in that mystery card? It would make some sense. If this was a Jack-8 suited or Jack-9 suited, would play this way very often. And Mika with no need to bluff. Marchington now having to decide, does he want to turn? Obviously, it could be Jack-6 off. It's not impossible. Probably would have raised turn at least some of the time. Checks down an ace-10, picks up the pot.
Hello to Parker watching on YouTube. Barker, sorry, who says, my cat's actual name is Chips. That's poker relevant.
I was trying to figure out if we could do like cats are fluffy and something that is bluffy. I don't know if there's something we can do with that.
Just stop. This is Griffin Benja territory.
I'm just, chat, I will give you $5 if you come up with the best cat-themed, poker-themed name. Go.
Don't start trying to offer cash prizes. It'll be a nightmare trying to figure it out. It's probably not compliant, so...
This is just me. This is me. This has nothing to do with PokerStars. It's personal now.
Yeah, Madsen checking back.
And we've got a 10-10-4 flop. Marchington.
Marchington with heart in hand. Doesn't mind folding out just 2 live cards. Madsen not going to go anywhere at all here with queen high. Can be the best hand, as indeed we see it is. And can back his way into something stronger. Madsen, I think, considering raising, I don't know. I think wouldn't want to do that. But we have seen him take an aggressive approach to Marchington on occasion. And now Marchington needs to decide. And in this sort of situation before, we've seen Madsen try and take the pot away from Marchington. I actually don't mind a check back here with the gut shot and the queen high. We don't get many better hands to fold. I think that's nice. Now, what does Marchington want to come with? Undeterred. $500,000, almost as if he has an 8.
Right.
Perhaps could even go this size with a 6 somehow.
Just looks so composed out there, doesn't he, Marchington? Doesn't give anything away. He's got a great poker presence.
Yeah. Is it a believable story to Jeff Madsen? What hand does he get here with that's better than this?
Madsen can get sticky, but is not prepared to make the queen high hero call.
Awesome.
Folds to Marchington, who chips up.
Yeah, we need Davide Katai out there to get the queen high call.
Yeah. I'm not going to wade through some of these terrible suggestions for poker-themed cat names. I am going to highlight that we do have a member of our production team who has 2 tabbies called Monty and Carlo.
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
I'm pretty sure...
Uncle Monty.
I'm pretty sure Leo Worthington Lease named his puppy Monty after coming, was it 3rd?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, James. Hellmeowth is an excellent name.
Okay, that's not bad.
You got to give that to them.
That's not bad.
It's not bad at all.
Madsen in the small blind, 10-8 of strawberries.
Mr. Continuation Pet is also creative.
Madsen decides to call. Ace-queen for Joel Micker.
Yeah, and Joel will just come with raise, hoping that he gets a limp shove from an inferior ace. But Madsen, with a hand that can continue through call, I believe, will take an assessment of what he thinks of Joel's range here. But seems like we do want to play a beautiful suited hand like this, even if it's for a bit more of a stack than we'd like.
Madsen calls the raise, and we are going to the flop.
Yeah, a lot of money in there now.
The flop is Jack 10-8.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, and this is a big collision board because Mika has a double gut shot here. Depending on whether he elects to check back or continuation bet. I mean, this is a board that I think really hits Jeff's range.
Yeah.
But with the ace of spades and the gut shot, double gut shot equity, he might decide to just bet, knowing he could call off against inferior draws.
All in. Mika's bet of 900,000, check raised by Jeff Madsen. Joel Mika makes the call, and Madsen is a 2-1 favorite here to double up with 2 pair.
Yeah, all sorts going on here. Both players, backdoor flush draws, counterfeits in play. All manner of juicy turn cards.
What a sweaty moment as well, Sam. This is really going to define how this plays out.
Yeah, we would be heads up if Joel gets lucky.
Well, he's looking for kings and nines at this point. 8 cards in the deck that Jeff Madsen has to fade. Turn is a king, and that is going to give Joel Mika the advantage. He is now a 9-1 favorite to eliminate Jeff Madsen, who is going to need a 10 or an 8 on the river. River card. Is an 8.
Wow. Wow.
Madsen rivers a boat. Doubles up and survives.
Madsen magic on the river.
Absolutely drills it, guys.
Jesus Christ. I was like I was manifesting that so hard. I like did like a third eye thing. I was like, whoa.
Revealing his poker secrets after a glass of wine.
Manifestation is important.
So Madsen doubles up to 5.6 million. He's now playing 37 big blinds. Joel Mika down to fewer than 10 bigs now.
Yeah, that's a huge reversal of fortune on the river. Very unlucky for Joel, who had obviously a strong hand on the flop and an absolute lock on the turn. But manifestation paying off for Madsen.
Yeah.
Really remarkable.
I mean, 3-handed Sam as well. That's a cold deck no matter how it's played, right? The chips are going in there pretty much every single time, even if we don't see a continuation bet on the flop. Just brutality and what a run out, and what an exciting way to win the pot as well for Madsen.
Ultimate sickness. Mika takes the lead on the turn. Madsen gets there on the river, and we play on 3-handed.
Yeah, I mean, Joel really in trouble now with 7 big blinds. 2.5 big blinds out there, each and every hand. He's got to play very aggressively now to try and get back in the contest for this NAPTT title.
Handcuffs fully off, though, at least, as we see the shove here.
Small to big, he shoves with king 8, and Nick Marchington folds the 8-6.
So this is another spot, Sam, that some people talk about, the sort of Marchington being a super deep stack, Micah now a relatively short, extremely short stack. It doesn't necessarily benefit Marchington to eliminate Micah at this point, right? I mean, obviously it does benefit him directly in terms of if you find the ladder, but he can apply a lot of pressure to Madsen now that there's this ICM discrepancy.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a bit less ICM 3-handed though. So, I think, you could play some big shoves. Against Jeff specifically.
Right.
But I don't think that'll be Marchington's style.
What about ace-king?
Oh, there we go, coming with him. It's really interesting. And he's actually found a spot where Madsen might elect to raise.
Decides to call.
Oh, sorry, Marchington's came in for a raise. That makes much more sense.
Marchington raised to 525,000. Madsen has called.
Yeah, and Marchington with the dominating hand as we go to a flop.
And he is still dominating. Ace, king high, still ahead. Straight draw for Madsen.
And it's a feeling that I'm sure we're all familiar with. You raise it up with ace, king, absolutely loving life, and get a board where you make no contact whatsoever. And Madsen, I think if he had a bit worse 10, he would elect to start bluffing now. I don't know whether we want to do so with king 10. Look at this. Intuits the kind of hand that Marchington might have. Would be amazing to get ace-king to fold here and now. So hard to continue here without a spade. But Marchington will stick around, playing tough poker.
10 on the turn, domination, rotation. Top pair for Madsen.
Yeah, great outcome for Madsen.
you think you're checking in position here, Sam, with the king 10, just kind of pot controlling this turn? I mean, Marchington definitely can still have some 7x in there once in a while, blind v blind, right?
Yeah, and I guess we probably want to bet a 10 when we got the backup of a queen or a jack.
Okay.
And the 9 comes off. It's interesting because we actually have one of the worst. Very unusual to turn ace-king into a bluff at any point. But we actually do have one of the worst hands that we arrive at the river with. But yeah, Marchington won't go for it. And Jeff now considering whether he can get a little bit of value against 8x and 6x. Fearful if he opens the door, can he ever get check raised?
Yeah, especially with Micah on that 10 big blind stack, probably another thing that's weighing into this equation. Yeah.
Knows he has the best of it, but makes the tight check back.
Yeah, imagine just opening the door, Sam, and just getting slammed on that river. Oh, brutal. Oh, the sickness. I can feel it from here, theoretically.
Okay, so a decent pot for Jeff Madsen, now up to 6.5 million, more than 40 bigs. A slight dent in Nick Marchington's stack, but he's still got 125 big blinds, still monster chip leader, and Joel Micker still in the danger zone.
Yeah, I don't think Nick will be rattled by that outcome. Obviously, a pretty low EV check call on the flop.
Danger zone.
Better late than never. Marchington ace-9 of diamonds.
Sam beat me to it. I couldn't danger zone in time.
You need to bend it. You just talk over everyone else.
Yeah.
Now, the key question is, and I haven't checked the schedule of events today, does the NAPT conclude with a hyper turbo? Is Benja in a position to go back-to-back to defend his title from 2023?
That's right.
He loves the trophy.
Yeah, and he's picturing Card Player magazine and everything.
Incredible, incredible.
I didn't even know Card Player magazine was still a thing until he showed it to me.
He told me last night that he only played that tournament because he got sweet-talked into it by Phil Hellmuth.
Correct.
Hellmuth was overwhelmed him with his charisma and said, hey, Griff, do you want to come play with me? And Griff was, you know, like a...
Like a moth with a flame.
Yeah, like the sirens drawing him in. Queen 6 is all in.
Joel Micker shoving.
10 bigs.
Small to big. 9-8 suited for Nick Marchington.
Yeah, and it looks like it's bottom of the calling range or close to. And Queen high actually in front.
Nick has made the call. This hand goes to showdown and we will run out the board. Joel Micker ahead for now, but at risk.
Yeah, and... you know, it's like one giant step for, you know, one giant step for Joel Micker. Not that important to Marchington, but for Joel, this is a big, big all-in. Would love to hold with the flimsy queen high.
And it is a flip, 50-50.
Wow.
The flop. Ace 4 deuce.
Yeah, not too bad for the queen 6. No straight possibilities, at least for the 9-8.
Five on the turn, and Joel Micker now an 86% favorite to double up. Just has to fade a 9 or an 8 on the river. The river card is a 3, so
no.
A wheel on board, but the 6 in the hand of Joel Micker.
That's almost a chop.
It's almost a chop, he says.
Better straight for Joel Micker, who does get the full double up and is now playing close to 20 big blinds.
Yeah, and that's nice for Joel after that terrible river card. Obviously, we were just sort of taking it in at what an amazing run out came about, but it must have been an absolute gut punch for Joel. And nice to see him get a little bit of luck there in the all-in.
Yeah, now back up to around 18 big blinds, Sam. So definitely back in contention. Can start doing some more damage after that double.
Ghost Pepper's coming out again. Nikki Limo heard there was a cat on the rail, and she's like, I need to see this cat.
14 minutes, really? They cut the level.
Nikki's a big cat person.
Okay, I thought I like blacked out. Like, oh, right, 45 minutes, yeah.
World famous cat coverage.
Beat shit up.
Best final table ever.
World famous feline coverage.
Dinner break for this?
Oh, really?
Yep, 45.
All right, hand number 109. And it is our chip leader on the button. Look at that stack, Sam. Oh,
yeah.
121 big blind. This final table feels fantastic.
Yeah.
Marchington with queens.
With a very legitimate holding. Jeff looks like he's considering doing something.
Marchington has made it 325,000. Madsen, ace-10, has flatted. And now we have Joel Micker in the big blind. He's got ace-3 suited.
Wow. And this is a very tricky spot. I think he just may feel that Madsen, if Madsen just has Broadway and he can get it through, but isn't tempted, just
25 more.
comes with call and dodges a bullet there, as Marchington would have had him in bad trouble. Instead, we go to a rare three-way flop with 3 strong holdings.
And that flop is king 8-6. So Madsen and Micker don't connect. Marchington may not love that king, though.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a strong sense of where Madsen is at. It's going to actually be a lot of king jack, king 10, king queen hands, you would imagine. Obviously, you have the queens interfering with that. And so we'll check back.
Deuce of clubs on the turn makes things spicy because Micker now has the nut flush draw.
Yeah, releases a lot of equity. We'll be really pleased to see a deuce. No one really makes 2 pair, but actually can't know that it's increased the equity that Joel has. If a bet here would also potentially fold out ace-10 and make your ace all the more live. And for that reason, and also just sort of hoping to pick up the pot here and now, Micker will come out with a bet.
A bet of 625,000 into a pot of 1.1 million.
Yeah, and it's possible that he's beat, but Marchington won't relinquish just yet. Calls.
What is Jeff Madsen going to do with his ace-10?
Yeah, I think for Jeff, that's all she wrote. He'll be a bit frustrated and maybe think, oh, maybe I should have shoved. If it does go to showdown, we'll be relieved to see he didn't do that.
Yeah, I think the big line just ends up here, Sam, just with, quite a few sort of semi-bluffs. It's quite a good semi-bluffing opportunity as we see here with the ace-3 of clubs.
Well, the river card, the all-important river card, is a club. That is the nut flush for Micker.
That was Masato's job.
Wow.
I'm good.
So,
and he moves all in on the river for 1.6 million.
yeah, and Marchington just with a bluff catcher. On that river card, can Micker shove all his kings? I don't know whether he can. So maybe a queen of clubs is particularly irrelevant. That said, his opponent's going to have a lot of suited holdings. The bluffs, 7-5 gets there. So the bluff. Yeah. He's thinking back to pre-flop when his opponent used a time bank. What does that mean? Would his opponent use a time bank with 7-9 suited or 10-9 suited?
What do you have, like king 10?
And he's assessing all the possible value holdings. And
says fold.
Great fold.
Nice fold from Marchington.
And Joel Mika is now up to 4 million near enough, 26 big blinds. So Marchington's still the monster stack, still the big chip leader with more than 110 big blinds. But both Madsen and Mika well out the danger zone now.
Danger zone.
Yeah, quite remarkable, actually, because, it almost felt like Joel was eliminated in that all-in confrontation. Left so short, Madsen elated, having a glass of champagne on the rail. It really felt like almost all she wrote for Joel Mika. But now at 25 big blinds, back in the hunt, Marchington, who so much had gone his way, forced to fold the queens on the river. I mean, forced out by the better hand, actually making a really good fold. Still on 112 big blinds, still a firm favorite, but as we expect from, two pros sitting alongside him, no one giving away their chips easily.
You have blue, right?
Yeah, I got 3.
Are they blue?
Blind v blind, Mika calls in the small. Marchington checks his option with 6-3 of spades. And he has flopped a pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, nice flop for 6-3 of spades. No messing around.
Bet, check, bet, fold, and on to the next hand. And where are we at now? That was hand 110 of the final table. Look, we mentioned during the first 50 or 60 hands, we're very surprised that we had played six-handed for that long. We hadn't lost any players. And then they went pretty much 3 in a row.
Yeah.
The hose was unkinked. And now we are playing three-handed. Still the big chip lead for Nick Marchington.
Very demanding to play the chip lead, wanting to be involved in as many pots as possible. Readjusting all the time, not really to your own stack, but to the stacks around you. And limps in.
(10-6) versus 10-5. Domination rotation?
Yeah, and Marchington betting out to protect the two pair. So hard to play these boards where both players have nothing so often.
Does decide just to let it go. Very reasonable. You do imagine probably Sam, floating there with, or sorry, calling there with, high cards quite frequently.
Yeah, but even 6-7 or something is better than 10-6.
Yeah, absolutely. Just feeling like you have some more backdoor equity feels great to try and, maybe outplay your opponent on a later street if you don't indeed improve.
I've only just noticed that now Nick's been banged.
That Wolfgang guy, he gets everywhere.
He gets everywhere. He bangs everyone.
It's good for poker.
It's great for poker. He's had that the whole day, James.
You're a big TikTok guy, Hagen? Is that your thing? Is that coming next? Now you're a YouTube guy?
I'm still trying to get him on Instagram.
I'm on the tube. Don't do the gram. My daughter does the talks, and that's how I know what's happening over there. I always get told when her boyfriend is scrolling through and a random poker hand with my voice comes on, and she's like, no, I do not need to hear my dad coming out of your phone right now.
Does he play?
No, it's just, the random stuff that the algorithm pushes in front of you.
Good to know the algorithm's doing PokerStars work for him, like foisting my voice and your voice on.
Well, first of all, it's not PokerStars. It's people ripping off our content.
That's what happens. Yeah.
And number two, I'd rather it not be pushed in front of people who are 15 years old.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, my goodness, don't say this. That's not happening. Terms and conditions apply. 18 only, please.
21 plus.
21 plus. Sorry, 21 plus. 21 plus. Jeff Madison, who is over 21, and we don't know whether he has a TikTok account, will come in for a raise on the button with King 7 suited. And Nick Marchington, who, it might not look it, but is also over 21, with his fresh, crisp shirt, will defend.
As we established earlier, he was 21 when he made the World Series main event final table. Had he won that year, he would have beaten Joe Carter's record. He would have become the youngest ever main event winner.
And to clarify, had he been 15, he wouldn't have been allowed in the building.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, Madsen here elected to check back with a weak holding. Not sure about this. Might have fired this myself. And Marchington turning a great card for his actual hand. Madsen also making a pair.
600K.
9 bets, 870.
Ooh, even bigger.
Yeah, I think this is sort of matching with almost sort of 2 pair hands. Maybe Jack 10 can do this as well, Jack 9 of clubs, something like that. And it's not much fun for Madsen. As if Joe Stapleton were here, would say not much visibility with this exact holding. You know, half the deck bringing in a flush straight can already be beat. And it feels a little weak, but I actually don't blame him. I had like 7-9 or 8-6, 5-6, vastly superior to the sort of fragile equity, we might want to say, about the 7 there. You can imagine it's brittle, breaks apart on most rivers, very hard to bluff catch. You know, and he was so keen to say visibility that Joe Stapleton might even be joining us soon. He likes to get that. Once we start talking about the streets. He's a man of the streets, Joe Stapleton. He likes flops, but you know, he likes turns even more. That's where he really does. That's really where he, yeah. And Joel coming in for a raise.
Ace 8 suited, he's made it 300,000. Blinds are going to be going up in 3 minutes' time.
Yeah, we haven't seen this too often. Marchington flatting from the small blind. But
King Jack 5, a pair of 5s for the chip leader.
yeah, and Mika a little bit concerned by the composition of Marchington's range. Feels like it's going to include some Jack 10s, Queen Jacks, 9 10s. And for that reason, playing the Ace 8 pretty honestly. And Marchington actually improving on the river. He's going to hope now that Mika has a hand like pocket 10s, Jack 10.
Are we thinking like $1 million here, Sam? Or do we go small?
No, he's going to go pot, I guess. Oh, he went small.
Yeah, that surprised me, Sam. I thought we'd polarize there, but
I guess the flush comes in or whatever. It's
yeah,
interesting.
It's an interesting one for sure.
Marchington back up to 19 million. Nearly 130 big blinds. We've got around 30 bigs for Madsen, around 20 bigs for Mika. And as we established, the blinds are about to go to 100, 200, which will put more pressure on Madsen and Mika. Big disparity in the stacks right now. Pretty much been the case this whole final table. Marchington has just built.
Yeah, played exceptionally good poker, Nick Marchington. I mean, I never doubted his talent. I think everyone knows that he's a very good poker player, but he's really put on a performance today. As we say, things, you know, every poker player needs things to go their way.
Yeah, of course.
He's really maximized the EV of his hands. No missteps, really whatsoever, on the final table thus far.
Well, this is Madsen versus Mika, and Jeff has opened from the small with Queen Jack, made it 475,000. Joel defends with King 8. We are going to see a flop. Our flop is Ace 5-4. King High still ahead.
Yeah, and Madsen going to be the one with more ace-x. Although Queen Jack is a little bit funny because we don't fold out too many worse hands when we bet. Some potential. I think some players would check this. I don't know whether that's Madsen's style. He's got the initiative. He's got the more ace-x, so we'll sort of use the strength of his range to try and sort of clean up equity. But Joel, with the king of hearts in hand, you know, and we see the efficacy of the bet. If Joel had, you know, king of clubs, 8 of diamonds, he'd certainly be folding here.
Yeah.
But with the heart, and spade is also nice. I mean, a bit less relevant, but... Oh.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a little surprised by that.
I am too. I thought we'd see the call there.
Yeah, it just gives us some ability to bluff. The king can, you know, we can just outdraw pocket nines.
We can just have the best hand right then and there quite easily, blind v blind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little conservative from Joel.
Yeah, I mean, having that king of hearts really useful if you want to turn your hand into a bluff and represent the hearts, but obviously also...
Well, it also just allows you to continue
as
well.
Yeah.
So blinds are going up. We are now playing 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. Madsen playing 25 big blinds at this level. Joel Micker down to 12 big blinds. He is almost back in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
And Madsen on the button, 10-8 offsuit.
Yeah, I don't think Madsen necessarily wants to open as low as 10-8 into the big blind. Also, some nice to occasionally have a confrontation here, blind on blind. Don't want to get in the way of an all-in clash.
And it's got to be a shove.
And a fold from Nick Marchington,
7-8 suited.
who has more than 90 big blinds at the current level. And before play started today, we sat down with Nick and we got his thoughts on making this final table as monster chip leader.
I feel like I've got what it takes to win the tournament. Things are going to have to go my way. It doesn't matter how good you are. Sometimes you can get hit by the deck or the deck can hit you. So I'm just hoping for the best. But the main thing is just I'll try my best and hopefully play my best. It means a lot to make the final table with the Napt. When you play a tournament, you always hope you'll go deep. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's very exciting.
Yeah, it's what a lovely... Potentially, we held him hostage there. He was being held hostage by a foreign government and forced at gunpoint to say, I love the Napt. I am very happy with my captors. I am being treated well.
Not everyone can be a gobshite on camera, Grafton.
Blink 3 times, Nick, if you're being held at gunpoint at this final table. Wow.
Anyway, on the subject of people who are naturals on the microphone, I'm going to hand things over to my friend and colleague, Joseph Stapleton.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Marchington, just a sweet individual. Obviously achieved so much, you know, at an early stage in his career. Never had, you know, an out-of-line ego, never been pompous. Just a great guy and a talented poker player. You know, I'm sure as he, you know, talking about things going his way, he sort of said exactly as I said. Sometimes you're the fly and sometimes you're the windscreen. And right now he's the windscreen. 2 pair, and we'll come out betting. And Jeff, I don't believe, has a hand that he can fold. Certainly not for this sizing.
He's not just the windscreen. He's the bug zapper, the fly swatter. I mean, he is a fly serial killer.
Yeah.
Obviously, it takes a lot of talent to be able to play the hands that you're dealt, but he has hit a lot of them today.
Yeah, and on this spade, I don't think he'll be perturbed. Opponent is going to have made a flush on occasion, but got to continue to bet. Still many hands we can get value from. Plenty of hands that picked up additional equity. Now what does Madsen do with the Jack-10? Really shrinks in value on that 3rd spade. On some occasions, we are drawing dead. And will make a reluctant fold. Nice play from Nick Marchington. Allows himself a little grin.
I mean, I'd be grinning too if I had 100 big blinds facing 19 and 12 big blinds.
Yeah. And, you know, I think this is all about temperament. Sometimes you see people get a little hurried to sort of, okay, I want to get this over with. I want to get this done with. We know how well, you know, the modern poker player plays a short stack. Even 10 and 8 big blinds, people really eke out the value from their stack. So it's not going to be over anytime immediately soon necessarily. So you've got to just keep your composure and realize that, you know, keep playing, keep making the right decision hand by hand. And for the first time here, we actually see the big shove employed. Not a strategy he's used too often thus far. And it's going to give Joel Mika a real tough decision with the ace-3 of hearts. He actually forces out the superior ace. We see the power of that play. You know, if he'd raised and his opponent had shoved, it's a lot less exciting. Instead, shoving himself and forcing out the suited ace.
Yeah, you're right, Sam. Marchington's just shown a lot of technique, a lot of finesse, you know, adjusting for the ever-changing landscape out there, adjusting for the different differentiation in stacks.
And just to make clear for the viewers, one of the problems there for Joel is if he doubles to 24 big blind, it doesn't really change his equity in the tournament.
Right.
He's still in the same position of being out of position to chip leader, well covered. Jeff is a little bit shorter, but and can be leveraged against him. So, you know, even when you get it right, when you've got the best hand and hold, it's still a very, very tough spot to be in.
100%.
Looks like Jeff's practicing his all-in.
I think this is another shove, guys. King 6, all-in, blind v blind. That is 12 big blinds. Oh. Oh, a pump fake there. Marchington definitely with a hand that might consider calling here. How do you feel about this one, Sam? It's
super close. I guess
close.
it's cool. Yeah, I would imagine it's a call, I guess. It's just suited king, yeah.
All right.
Marchington makes the call. Bit of a domination situation. Mika, the favorite.
Yeah, Joel's for sure happy with that outcome. You know, knows it will be a chop on occasion. The two of them awaiting their fates. A little cheeky smile. Marchington, you know, as will happen when you're about to win $750,000, suddenly with a lot of friends on the rail.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amazing how many Brits are in UK. And look at that.
King 9-9. We are cruising toward a split pot.
Yeah.
We're running deuce 3.
Deuce 3, yeah.
Yes, the deuce 3, or the 3-4.
Oh.
Can hit a 6 now, which would be a very
That's one way to win.
Weird way. To win.
Surely there is no 6. There's no 6.
It's way too sick.
This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. That might have been the best Sam Grafton chop pot. Now,
I was inspired by Marchington's professionalism and his crisp white shirt. He instills in me the desire to sit up straight at the table and be focused. It's just
I do enjoy also a chop pot.
Yes, I have liked a chop pot over the years.
I very much love a chop pot.
Imagine if we ever have to commentate on our Omaha high-low event. Has this ever happened? Imagine how exhausting it would be.
I did the Galfon challenge, which was 2 tables of, I think it was Omaha high-low. Maybe it was just high. I can't. How can I not remember that?
They called up your agent and said, "Is he available? We've got a Omaha high-low cash game."
Mika all in again. Now,
they call you up, your agent rings you. Joe, we got work for you. It's like, oh, wow. Am I in the new Will Ferrell comedy? Well, no. That audition, we haven't heard back for them. But you know what?
Well, we do have.
Yes.
50,000 hands. of Omaha. So when I got the gig, somebody tweeted at me, "Oh God, not Stapleton. He doesn't have any clue what he's talking about." And I said, "Look, I've been doing poker commentary for a long time. I think I can handle a game with one more card."
Yeah.
Marchington is going to open
Wow.
8 tray.
Loosey-goosey.
Get him.
Double down, Marchington. There we go. Punished for the loose open. Punished. We're not having that, Marchington. Slow down here, mate.
Slow it down. Sam Grafton has just given this big speech about how patient you've been. Don't start getting out of line now.
Yeah.
Mika and Madsen on identical stacks at this point.
Yeah,
King
really.
6 for Madsen.
Sort of like Joe Stapleton in the LA dating scene. He's just playing these two off against each other, leveraging them.
I do see a fold this time from the small blind there. Obviously, one player to act behind, not quite as strong as well.
This dude loves 8-3.
Oh yeah, 8 tray of spades, sure. Big blind.
Suited.
All day long.
And is there another spade? Wow, somehow just a spade for Marchington. Top pair for Madsen.
Yeah, nice flop for Madsen. Pretty dynamic board. You know, the gut shots, the flush draw want to come with a slightly larger sizing on occasion.
Marchington has checked over to Madsen.
What are we thinking, like a quarter here, Sam?
No, I think he might go bigger.
Do you think having the 6 here changes anything about our c-bet sizing generally, though? Potentially blocking some straight draws?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe you're supposed to work in a check every once in a while. I would just bet.
Yeah, I think so too.
Attaboy Jeffrey.
Where he checks out.
3.5 and change.
Was briefly at 20 big blinds again. Unfortunately, now has to post.
4.1.
Yeah, it's hard work. I mean, this is another underrated aspect of being chip leader, just not putting in any silly money, not doing any unnecessary raise folds or 3-bet folds, and just keeping people short and in a tough situation. You know, you've got the chips to outlast them. They've got to win hands to stay afloat. And Marchington jamming the Queen 7. Again.
How much is it?
I actually knew that one was a fake.
Yeah, it was a little too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marchington now can quite easily employ jams. Obviously, as a short stack on a final table, you sort of want to be putting the money in yourself, have that extra fold equity, you know, not risk an all-in confrontation where you can be outdrawn and passing equity to your opponent who's sort of on the sidelines in the hand. And so Marchington can really sort of leverage when he has a high card or a suited holding, can really just put his chips to work. Exactly this kind of hand, especially where you can fold out Queen Jacks, Queen Tens, etc., and then have the suited properties if you run into Ace King.
Nick, Sam, has Nick made any mistakes today that you remember?
Playing really, really well. Really, really strong poker, indeed.
I can't think of one. I mean, not that I'm qualified.
No, but he's and I mean, and you can also, all three of these guys are obviously very strong poker players, but sort of the demeanor, no nonsense, seems very confident in each spot, in every node, not getting flustered. Probably used to long hours at the table and cash games and such like, playing for big money. but doesn't seem at all out of his comfort zone. You know, if I told you this is a tournament poker player specialist, all he does is study and play online tournaments, you would believe it.
Yeah,
given the conduct, the manner, and the approach.
It's kind of a good question for you, though, Sam. Like, you know, a lot of people getting into poker, you know, going and playing live poker can be quite daunting. It can be quite intimidating. The first couple times you play, some people find it very nerve-wracking. How does one overcome that? Obviously, everyone's going to have a different thing. But for you, you know, I don't know if you experienced that or if you're always as confident as you are today, Sam. But do you think for people that are going into the game and they're feeling a little bit daunted by the prospects of playing live, you know, how do you get over that? Or like,
I think the first thing to do is play at stakes that are, you know, comfortable for you.
Sure.
Not wanting to get in over your head too quickly. There's no need. Poker's going to be around for forever. There's no need to get in out of your depth.
Yeah.
To play a tournament where the money is not life or death for you to begin with. I mean, for Marchington, probably just playing the World Series main. After that, you know, if you play that at 21, everything else is a cakewalk.
Yeah. Here we go again.
Yeah. Another shove with the queen. Blocker.
Madsen forced to fold.
Would it be easier for you if I just said all in?
You can do what you
Yeah.
want. It just says all in. You have to count your entire stack.
Yeah. I'll just say
That's
all in.
14.37.
What a polite fella.
Yeah, I guess that's easier. Then the size is just all in, and they don't have to. Yeah. Sounds cooler too to do it.
Jeff Madsen, king of cool.
Triangle me, baby. Nick is going to start this hand off. And he is going to say all in again. King 4.
These guys really under it now. Just a case of having to find a hand.
Madsen with 10-9, double suited.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is a bit of psychology or what. Trying to make Nick think about the next jam. I think it'll have too much effect on someone like Marchington. And Mika with the ace-9. And you see the power. I mean, King High, very live.
Live indeed. Mika ahead, but not by a whole lot. And we've seen Marchington spike in multiple situations, just like this one. 38% of the time, Joel Mika's going broke here. Flop. Ace 8-8. Fairly decisive.
Yeah.
For Joel Mika.
Big flop for Joel.
Running eights is fair. Running eights.
Yeah. So nice.
Full house. I guess we could still have a chop pot. Quad 8s with the ace kicker.
Ocho.
Full house.
One more card.
Madsen called for it. Yeah, full boat over boat. What a bad beat.
And that will see Joel up to around 30 big blinds now, guys. So pretty significant at this stage.
Yeah, it just allows him some breathing room.
It's now got about 1/3 of the chips of Marchington.
Will certainly hamper Nick's ability to shove. Can still play some shoves, I think, but certainly less.
Nice one. Thank you.
Madsen now on the chopping block, definitively bottom stack. 15 bigs for Jeff, 30 for Mika, 87 for Marchington.
Yeah, nice double up for Joel. See, was down to 7 or 8 big blinds at one point and looking almost out of here. Certainly deserves his run good after that remarkable river that Madsen spiked.
98 for Madsen. Oh.
Little chip dance and fold.
Pocket trays for Mika.
Yeah, this is a tricky one now as well, isn't it, Sam? So he's blind to be blind against the chip leader, and Madsen now with the 15 bigs. And yeah, you can see how much pressure he's under there, right, with the trays. Does actually find the limp jam, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Lovely stuff. Does negotiate that in a way where you can get it pre-flop, which is great to see. And, you know, not slowing down just because Madsen is the shorter stack here feels good. Is aware of how Marchington is going to be hyper-aggressive versus those limps.
Thomas on YouTube chimes in to say, kudos to these guys hanging tough with Marchington. Agreed?
Yeah, it's not easy to be out of position to the chip lead like Mika has been for the whole of this final table.
All in.
Nick's going to jam small to big into Madsen. Madsen folds.
Triangle.
Is that how you say triangle, or are you just saying the word triangle with a French accent?
I'm pretty sure that's how you say it in French.
Okay.
Sam,
Yeah,
what do you think?
I mean, every word's the same, but it's just a slightly different accent. Man event on the finale dia. That's Spanish.
That's Spanish.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's how every language works, though.
En el mesa finalmente.
That's just a made-up Mickey Mouse language that Nick's employing.
That's Esperanto.
That's backslam.
Seat 9 raises 400,000.
Seat 9 raises. That would be Nick Marchington.
Yeah, very intimate at that end of the table with the three survivors. And Madsen.
Yeah, baby.
Waking up with the goods. Just balancing for the times he's got a tougher decision. A little bit of dinner theatre from the great Jeff Madsen. Makes sense to mix this in every once in a while.
The mousetrap.
Yes. It's going to be revealed that the dealer actually wins the NAPT at the end.
2.775.
When I used to, in the more like...
you did dinner theater, right?
Well, I was going to say, in the more gentle days of Twitter, I used to just tweet what happened to me on the day-to-day. Before it was, you know, a sewer of propaganda. You know, you just used to tweet things that happened to you. And I used to do a lot over the summer, over the WSOP, and I was playing at the Venetian. There was a guy reading Agatha Christie next to me, which I'd read, and I was like, you know, if you put a bad beat on me, I'm going to just
spoil it.
Yeah, he's like, for the course of the way through, I'm going to drop it on you. So just be careful here, mate.
Was it Poirot?
Yeah, I read all of Agatha Christie when I was like 12. I had like a year where I just read.
That's cool.
I read like 80 Agatha Christie novels. It was a deluded thing to do, but there you go.
How do you feel about the new films that have been made? You know, like they did Death on the Nile, I think. They did...
I only watched Murder on the Orient Express,
Yeah.
where there's already a superior Albert Finney one. I'm not like a fan anymore. I would like to reread a few, actually.
Sure.
To get back to them. My sister loves them. My sister watches all the series.
I thought the Venice one, it was Haunting in the Venice?
I didn't like The Haunting in Venice.
You didn't like that one?
No, but I liked the first two quite a bit.
I thought it was all right. The Nile one was very good.
My girlfriend, after we saw A Haunting in Venice, she thinks the movie we saw was called The Vanisher. That was her takeaway. She's like, remember that movie we saw, The Vanisher? You mean A Haunting in Venice? Yeah, that was it. Mika with ace tray.
Yeah.
King 10 for Marchington.
Yeah, Mika. Oh no, he's come with 3-bet here, Marchington, and what an auspicious time to do it. Finding Mika with just the blocker. And at first, a little bit of showboating from Marchington to his friends on the rail. Obviously, strong camaraderie between tournament players, particularly British players on the circuit.
Any good ones?
Yeah, I think...
Star of BBC documentary.
Oh.
David Doherty.
David Doherty's out there. That's Hardcastle. I know David Lappin. No, there he is. David Lappin's back there, too.
think Marchington knows the money.
Is that Vanessa Cade as well?
Seat 9 raises to 400,000.
Yeah, they're just here to collect. They're not really mates. Got a showboat.
Madsen likes to take a moment.
And the open from the 10s feels good. Takes it down pre.
Yeah, nothing for Mika in the big blind. 10's kind of been handed the day, actually.
Hand number 134. I think that's C. Madsen on the button. Ooh, here you go. Ace, queen of clubs. 15 big blinds to start the hand.
Yeah, beautiful hands. Madsen will feel this is strong enough to raise.
6 raises to 400,000.
Want to make sure you get shoved on and by some dominating hands. I don't think Ace 4 going to make the cut. A little hard to 3-bet fold. We shall see.
And I think Mika has been folding these spots so far. Obviously, the chip dynamic has changed, though, so he can't always just generalize. You know, he never plays ace-4 from the small blind, but he's thinking about it here. Does decide to relinquish.
That's the right decision.
I think so, too.
You folded? Never seen that. I haven't seen that.
And big blind just does not have enough to continue, even with the chip lead.
Yeah, it's so tough. You know, you're the short stack. You look down at ace-queen. Such a strong hand. Thinking of all the possibilities. And quite a rail forming. Toby Lewis spotted on the rail there. Bit of star power at the table and on the rail. Obviously, one of the nice things about having a tournament in Vegas is there is a collegiate atmosphere. A lot of poker players, ex-poker players, you know. Oh, and here we go. Nick Marchington all in, and Madsen waking up with a huge hand in the form of pocket queens.
Yeah, just kind of pretty standard shove spot. I think ace-10 off just needs to be all in here pretty much every time at this stack depth.
Marchington very unlucky. I mean, this is a strong holding blind on blind.
Yeah.
Can get called by worse.
Absolutely.
And Madsen almost sad to see an overcard in a way. You know, occasionally this is just going to be Jack-10 of hearts, and we've really got Marchington in trouble. Here we go.
All right, flop is deuce of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 8 of hearts. So the heart's working in favor of Marchington, but still obviously needs to improve. Madsen is going to be sweating this one. This is for the tournament life. Jack of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, and none of those backdoors opened up. It's ace and ace only required for the Englishman, or Jeff Madsen will be back doubled up and alive in this tournament.
And the river's ace! No, not the ace.
See that coming. And Nick Marchington eliminates the legend, Jeff Madsen.
It was mostly fun until that last.
Great run from the poker superstar.
Good game.
Yeah, absolutely brutal way to exit, but that's the game we play. Should be very proud of the performance we've seen here in Las Vegas.
That happens.
And it happens, Sam. It happens. That's 70-30. We've seen it so many times, and we'll see it so much more.
Yeah, I mean, the original poker phenom really blazed a trail for young poker players in Vegas. Great to see him at a big final table.
I feel like we're on a date.
And that means we will be heading to heads up now, obviously, guys. That's Jeff Madsen, third place finish. Takes home $341,750 US.
Gave an incredibly good account of himself. Fought tooth and nail there, three-handed. Not much going his way. See that big river card, that big river 8 earlier, but couldn't make it count.
He wants to give him a handshake now. We will, of course, be setting up for the heads-up match, which will continue shortly.
Okay.
Why don't we take a look at the chip counts first, Sam?
Very good.
There's a look at the heads-up chip counts. 21.4 million for Nicholas Marchington. Joel Mika, 27 big blinds, 5.5 mil.
Yeah, certainly advantage Marchington, the Brit, really with a lot of chances at this title, but Joel Mika won't be giving up without a fight.
That's right, and so we're gonna take a early break here, guys, as we set up for the heads-up match. We'll be back in Vegas shortly, and we'll be playing for those sums you can see right there. Don't go anywhere, guys. We're going back to the PokerStars North American Poker Tour from Resorts World Las Vegas after this break.
I won the Gold Pass. I couldn't believe it, and the events always look incredible. So to actually get to experience one firsthand, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
It's been awesome seeing all the players, Joe Stapleton, James Artigan, Maria Ho. Seeing all these players and talking to them is just surreal.
If you've ever been in a bar or a restaurant where poker's on TV, I'm one of the voices that's on mute.
Joe Stapleton, absolutely hilarious, man. So getting to actually see him perform comedy, it was great.
Morgan J roasted me, which was terrible. He called me out for my raspy voice.
Bro, why you got no voice on tonight? Okay.
Because I was screaming last night.
Why were you screaming, bro?
I was at a wedding.
Okay. Good story.
I've seen his videos before. I've never thought I'd run into him like that, so it's a real experience.
Oh, tonight was incredible. Basically everything you would think it would be from the PokerStars event.
Just a dream come true. Won the Gold Pass and here we are.
Daniel raises to 3,000.
Okay, rally's gone.
Yeah, you thought if you could have a rush that.
Action folds over to Tony G, who makes the call.
Two strong hands going into the flop.
Queen 6 Jack.
King of the world.
Check by Tony G.
Tony G's missed. Daniel's gonna fire with top 2.
Bets 5,500.
Tony's looking to make a call here. Tony has 2 overcards, even though they're no good. He's really only looking for a 10 to make a gut shot.
There it is.
Faster than you can say Andrew Lloyd Webber. Tony checks his Broadway. He's got the stone nuts right now.
Daniel bets 14 grand. A raise to 50,000 by Tony G.
A quick raise of 50,000. Tony's the kind of player that could be doing this with a worst 2 pair. He could be doing it with a draw. He could be doing it with flat out nothing, but a raise that big, that fast, usually means only one of 2 things, a monster hand or a monster bluff.
Daniel makes the call.
Tony using his hand to keep his mouth closed because it's probably watering right now.
The river gives Daniel a full house.
Now, even though Daniel knows he has the best hand, he's still trying to put Tony on a hand.
Tony checks.
By determining Tony's hand, he can judge how big a bet Tony will be willing to call here on the river. Daniel wants to make Tony G the honorary mayor of Value Town.
Bet 80.
Negreanu makes it 80,000 to go. Snap call from Tony.
Negreanu shows him the bad news, hands him the keys of the city.
You had ace king. Jeez.
Yeah. Well done, Daniel. Well done. Thank you.
Sick one there.
And I had a.
I didn't think he had ace king.
No, I know.
You played it good.
Nice dealer.
Sorry, Tony, you played it good.
I know that. Oh, look at this one. It's me and you. I got to raise it 1,200.
Winning 5 isn't called predictable. I have many things.
So if you re-raise, then you build the pot so big, and then you're going to get bluffed out in a big pot.
Oh boy, Vanessa's got pocket rockets.
I'd say it's the perfect time to listen to Tony and re-raise.
Just calls.
Better keep the pots low. I bet 2,000.
Yeah.
That's fair, you know. I think it's better betting in the dark.
Tony bets in the dark and flops 2 pair.
A dark raise, that's hiding commitment to the game.
OM Tony G. Karma has left the building. I think we're about to see 2 people committed to this pot.
Vanessa raises to 5,000.
I'm going to raise it again.
Tony re-raises to 20 grand.
You can get it all in.
Tony G sounding very confident.
You ready?
Tony G is capable of this song and dance whether he's strong or bluffing. Vanessa is going to have a hard time getting away from this one.
You ready? If you win the hand, you keep me quiet.
Don't believe you. That bluff I'll call. That bluff I'll call.
Tony just added unspeakable equity to this pot.
Vanessa calls.
Tony's bombed the flop, which may make Vanessa think he's on a draw.
An ace on the turn. Russo has top set.
Hello, nasty. As Tony G would say, ace from space, and Vanessa has gone from 0 to hero.
Tony G does have a flush draw.
10,000.
And bets 10,000.
You could shut me right up.
How?
Well, by being all in and winning the pot.
Punch in the face.
Just push a button?
That ace dramatically improves Vanessa's hand, but if she put Tony on spades, he just got there.
She just calls.
On spade watch.
I check.
Tony checks in the dark. The river. A sick card, the 5 of hearts.
Now you got to show some guts. Can you bet this, or are you going to make a really weak check now on the end? Go on, Vanessa. You can do it.
For Vanessa, best card ever. Full house over full house.
All in.
Call.
Ace is full.
Wow, very nice. That's the best. Very nice.
You got screwed?
I got a full house too on the end.
Wow.
And a flush draw. That's it. That shut me up. Well done, Vanessa.
Vanessa doubles through.
I got lucky, obviously.
Not really. I mean, it's...
We took turns getting lucky. I got lucky to get the aces. You got lucky on the flop. I got lucky on the turn.
I haven't won one hand when I've been good. So.
Ace-jack offsuit for Phil Locke.
Strong starting hand. He's going to continue to play passively.
So it's just a call. Tony G, queen 3 on the button, makes the call. Phil Helmuth's in. And Ernest Wiggins.
I'm going to go against my better judgment with this one.
He wants to play.
E-dub, E-calls.
Daniel Negreanu. Straddling this hand.
Raise.
Announcing a raise.
Daniel's last to act because of the straddle. He's going to see if he can get rid of some of these limpers.
I think that's right?
He's raised to 5,400. Clears out Phil Locke.
Tony G calls here.
How much?
Because his hatred of money builds by the second.
Phil Hellmuth folds. So's the loose cannon.
So Daniel's managed to eliminate 3 of the players.
I have no idea what you have, just for the record.
7-8 jack is what we have on the flop.
Daniel has the best hand with king high, but Tony has flopped the best draws. Daniel does also have a gut shot draw.
Daniel checks. Tony checks. Daniel makes his straight on the turn. Daniel checks. Tony bets 25K.
Daniel lets Tony do the betting for him. This is a frustration bet from Tony, but he still has 2 monster draws, so this is also a semi-bluff. Daniel could already be beat by queen 10, but he does have the second nuts, so it'll be hard for him to fold.
He does not fold. He calls. The river card. Jack of diamonds is the board pairs. Check by Negreanu. Check by Tony.
I got a straight.
Unbelievable. I mean, why can't I hit one time? It's like, I can't hit one hand. Played it so big, like, can't hit a hand at all.
Well, Daniel scoops up a nice pot of almost $64,000. Action begins with Vanessa. King Jack. Calls. Daniel. Suited connectors. Raises to 1,600.
This pot's already started to get juicy.
8-8 for Seaver.
including Tony G in the big blind. There's 3 players with money in this pot so far. There's about to be 4. Scott could be considering a re-raise.
Nope, just a call.
Could be getting out of line, no.
Brunson folds.
It's a good time for me to get out of line.
Every time is a good time for you to get out of line.
Folds to Tony, who's suited and calls.
Tony stays perfectly in line. I don't see Vanessa folding. She might be thinking about a squeeze to see if she can take it down pre-flop.
There's a call.
She probably figures that a squeeze wouldn't get many of these maniacs to fold.
So 4 to the flop. 8 tray 7.
Scott Seaver's flopped the best hand with 3 8s.
Tony has fired 4,000. Vanessa folds.
Tony's semi-bluffing his flush draw.
Daniel with middle pair.
Daniel knows Tony could have anything. He's not likely to fold second pair on this board to 1 bet.
There's a call.
After a bet and a call, Scott knows there are a lot of cards he wouldn't like to see at the turn.
Looks like a raise.
I'm all in.
Daniel's out.
I call.
Scott calls.
Wah, wah, wee, wah.
That's bad.
You got flush draw there.
However many times you want to run it is fine by
once.
me. Once is fine by me.
3 8s. Flush draw.
Thank you, Daniel.
That's nice.
Good luck, Alan.
Ouch. Harsh.
A spade is coming for sure. The board might pair, but there's like no way. You're so due to hit a flush. You're so due to hit a flush. It's unreal.
I haven't hit one. I'm happy to go home.
Actually, Scott Seaver is the one that's all in right now.
Tony, I really do like you, but I got to admit I'm rooting for myself.
I want a spade to come. Nothing personal.
No, that is something personal.
No, I don't really care about you and your money. You have plenty.
No, that's a different way. I didn't say personal towards me. It is personal.
So Tony's going to need to hit a spade or running straight cards.
The turn, a 9.
No, now you need a 6. That'd be much better.
6 would be much better. Lots of outs. Come on, dear, let's do it one time.
I don't know. Us kids on the internet talk about too many outs syndrome. When you pick up this many outs on the turn, never hit. You need to be like cut down to 2 outs going into the river to hit it.
I believe you.
Yeah, I know, believe it.
It's possible.
It's science.
It's not impossible.
It's mathematical fact. This is the classic too many outs syndrome right here.
Truth be told, Tony's only picked up 1 more out.
The river's the 3 of diamonds.
Too easy. She's consistent. Well, thank you.
Action begins on the loose cannon. Aaron Jensen from Seattle, Washington. Folds.
Obviously now I have to be raising.
Yeah, I agree. You got saved off a FUD.
Trapped.
How to speak Australian. Trapped is the same as stuck.
Okay, thank you. Action folds around to Todd Brunson, who's got a hand.
I think we're going to see Todd Brunson come out of hibernation.
Calls.
How bad is it? Are we low or are we? We could have the same hand. Then just give me the pot.
The flop, 4-8-10. Top set for Brunson, who checks. Tony bets 2,000.
Date with an 8.
The poker poet laureate's betting second pair into the rockiest player at the table. Todd's got the nuts and he knows Tony's reputation.
I'm going to fold if you raise.
Okay, Todd races to 6,000.
That makes it easy,
I
right?
can't fold.
Tony calls.
I got to see the turn.
Tony must think his 8's good, but Todd's been playing really tight.
The turn, deuce of hearts.
Todd's got Tony drawing dead.
And Brunson fires 12-2.
Todd's still got the nuts for this board. He wants to make Tony pay to continue to draw.
All right, I call.
Tony calls.
Not sure why Tony's calling. His 8 is almost never going to be good in this spot against a guy with an image like Todd's.
The river, 4 of diamonds, giving Todd Brunson a full house.
Todd's got to be thinking Tony's got a better hand than he actually does, so he may think he can get paid on a decent-sized value bet.
The bet is 21-2.
I call.
Tony calls.
Wow.
Tony may have leveled himself from his own table talk.
Todd wins a pot of 82,000.
Just wait for the nuts. Just play the one hand. Very nice.
Action on Tony G, and he raises to 1,500. Vanessa folds. Daniel suited, gets out of here. Seaver also suited, but he's playing, calls. Todd folds. And Aaron Jensen, the loose cannon, also suited, but he folds.
On the other end of the spectrum of Todd, we've got Scott Seaver. Tony can be pretty sure Ace-Jack is ahead of his range.
King, queen, deuce, all clubs.
Top and bottom for Seaver.
Too easy.
Tony's got a gut shot and a flush draw.
And fires 3,000.
Pretty sure Scott knows he's ahead.
Comes over the top to 11,000.
With no club in his hand, he's trying to protect his 2-pair. Tony doesn't really have anything except for a draw here. If he's not folding, he must be trying to think of a way he could make Scott fold. Scott's capable of making a play, but I don't think he'd do it against Tony in this spot.
Tony re-raises to 40,000.
I'm all in.
Scott's all in. Tony calls.
Run it once again, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
He has 2-pair. He has the straight. The straight for sure. Tony, you have a straight.
No.
You have a straight.
This is, again, a too many outs syndrome. I wish he just had ace-jack no club, but then I'd be in trouble. Ace-jack with a club, though? Too many outs.
Scott and his friends contend that too many outs can actually hurt you. Kind of like how when you have kings, there's a 90% chance an ace will hit.
Do you think you're going to hit this one for once?
I do. No.
He's so due, it's unbelievable.
Jack on the turn.
Okay, now it could be an ace, jack, 10.
Like I said, this is way too many outs syndrome. Way too many outs.
This would be sick if you don't hit this. I'll be really annoyed.
This is just an advanced needle, by the way. There's no reason to do that. Because he's not hitting it. He has too many outs.
He's been missing so much.
I know.
No, you don't. You haven't seen all
Oh,
of
I meant today, at least I know.
Tony has picked up some more outs in the turn. He can make a better 2-pair or trips in addition to a straight or flush.
The river, a brick.
Unreal.
Well done.
You never win any hand.
No.
Crazy.
That's it.
Sorry, Tony.
Well done, Tom.
Brazil is definitely on the map of the world's biggest poker stops. From November 15th to 29th, the biggest poker series ever held in Brazil's history. Brazilian Series of Poker Millions, 2024, in São Paulo, Brazil. $12 million in guaranteed prizes. And a huge new addition, BSOP Millions Championship. $5,000 buy-in, $2 million guaranteed. $400,000 guaranteed to the champion. Main event with an $800 buy-in and $2 million guaranteed. Super high roller with a $20,000 buy-in. And the most expensive tournament ever held in Brazil, the Legends, where the poker elite will meet with an impressive buy-in of $50,000. The land of football is now the land of poker. Be part of this milestone in Brazilian poker history. BSOP Millions, November 15th to 29th, São Paulo, Brazil. More info at bsop.com.br.
Yes, BSOP Millions just around the corner, but right now we are in Las Vegas with the PokerStars North American Poker Tour, and we are at the business end of the main event. We took the break early because we just went heads up. 17 minutes ago, we saw the elimination of Jeff Madsen in third place. Now, just two remain. Nick Marchington, chip leader at the start of the day, still chip leader with more than 21 million, more than 100 big blinds. Joel Micker, 27 bigs, 5.5 million chips. We resume the action with still around 20 minutes to play at level 33. Blinds are still 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. James Harskin rejoined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
And Sam Grafton.
Hey everyone.
Both players guaranteed nearly $500,000, but they're playing for more than 250 grand because up top is 765,000, more than $750,000. And this could be one of those heads-up battles where Nick Marchington puts it away really quickly. It could be one of those heads-up battles where Joel Micker gets the double up and then we have a duel on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Marchington really trying to go track to line here on the final table, been the dominant force. and just Joel Mika now standing in his way. But, you know, with the sort of modern approach to heads up, employing limping strategies and the like, Mika, you know, he can make a comeback. We've seen it happen before. Certainly on this break, he'll be getting himself together and he'll be determined to take down the title despite the chip deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are starting at quite a deficit. It's about 4-1, Sam. 106 big blinds for Marchington. Mika, 25 big blinds. But as you say, James, just that one double, and we might actually have a real game on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, Marchington needs to keep his composure and realize there's still work to be done. You can sort of feel like, I've spoken about it before, you sometimes see chip leaders get ahead of themselves. They want to close it out as quickly as possible.
Right.
You're up against another professional player with, you know, 10, 15 years of poker experience behind them. You've got to sort of respect them, play one hand at a time. And, you know, we see in shot that beautiful trophy. Eventually we will get to the action. Kind of natural that these guys take a short break while we rearrange things. Well, go to their respective rails, hydrate.
We have got Ali UK watching on Twitch who says, "Let's go, son." That's right, Nick Marchington's mum railing the action on the PokerStars Twitch channel right now to see if her boy can close this out as he takes his seat opposite Joel Mika, PCA 2013 runner-up. Nick, of course, a World Series of Poker main event finalist, a proficient cash game player who won a Grosvenor title in Coventry early this year and is now looking to claim that NAPT shard.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be meaningful for Marchington. I mean, this is basically an EPT adjacent tournament, you know, and the NAPT brand we imagine will only grow. It's going to be lovely to capture a sort of major title with full respect, of course, to GKBT Coventry.
Thank you.
As Marchington just takes an accounting of Joel's stack.
So 17 minutes to be precise remain on level 33. We will continue the action with the blinds at 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante.
Yeah, and that big blind ante, significant, particularly when you're on 25 big blinds. Got to fight and compete for each and every hand so as not to get eaten up by the blinds.
Good luck.
We see a nice moment of camaraderie between the two opponents.
As we deal hand 136 of the final table and the first hand of heads-up play between Nick Marchington and Joel Mika. And it will be Marchington first to act on the button in the small blind. He completes. 7-4 offsuit. Joel Mika checking his option with 5-4 of diamonds. And it is a Jack 6-5 flop. So it's a pair for Mika. It's the open-ended straight draw for Marchington. And this is going to go check, bet, call.
Yeah, nice spot for Marchington. A very, wow. Even better turn card for Nick Marchington, the nuts. And his opponent does have a hand which is going to be forced to continue. Third pair and an open-ended straight draw. Normally a very, very strong hand heads up.
So Marchington bet 750,000 on the turn. Mika, with that pair of fives and a straight draw of his own, makes the call, taking us to the river.
Gonna need a 7 to take half this pot down.
The river card is a deuce.
Wow.
Mika rivers a worse straight.
No.
Checks the action to Marchington.
And I wonder if Marchington can go for it all on this river. He's gonna arrive at the river with plenty of bluffs.
All in.
He shoves on Mika. Joel calls all in and it is over. The very first hand of heads-up play, and Nick Marchington closes it out as he goes wire to wire at the final table of the PokerStars NAPT main event.
Good game.
Yeah, Marchington almost in disbelief at his good fortune. You've got to feel for Joel Mika, who was cooling out of his seat there. Amazing run from the experienced pro and very proud second place finisher. But Nick Marchington is our champion, James.
$765,000. Congratulations to Joel Micker. We referenced him being a runner-up in the PCA. He's a runner-up here at NAPT Las Vegas, earning himself $478K.
Unbelievable stuff, guys. Really, really unreal cooler there. And like you said, just can't even believe how lucky he gets in this spot. Can you imagine? First hand, boom, job done.
Pick a river card. I hadn't even imagined that could be such a significant river card. Really came out of nowhere. Just a perfect run out for Nick Marchington. And you see the delight as he waits to be given the trophy. I mean, you know, not only played spectacularly well at the final, but also conducted himself in an incredibly classy manner throughout. Really nice, well-liked guy on the tour, and a big payday.
And just genuine disbelief and shock. And I think we got to a point where you're texting your mates, you're telling them, I'm heads up for the title, and it's like, yeah, we'll be down there in half an hour. Too late. It's over. Should have been here earlier.
Sure, yeah, you sort of take that break and prep yourself, okay? Don't get carried away. Could take a while to grind this guy down. And then you just get such a, you know, I mean, it's a river card which could kill his action from some holdings. Like, someone could end up folding top pair that would have been called down, but actually, just an amazing run out.
The perfect run out for Nick Marchington, who will be bringing the NAPT Las Vegas trophy home to London, home to the UK.
UK boys back on top. Cool Jake Cody.
Leather jackets for everyone.
Exactly. Button down Oxford collars for everyone. Congratulations, Nick Marchington.
Yeah, congrats, Nick. Also, where's Ghost Pepper, James?
Ghost Pepper's in a box.
Where's Joe Stapleton?
Joe will be heading to the floor very shortly. We will hear from our winner, and yes, he will be presented with his trophy. Very entertaining final table. Look, we came in with a superb lineup. A lot of named players, a lot of known quantities, a lot of talent in this final six. And we did play six-handed for a long time. In fact, I'm going to go out on a limb and say pretty much 50% of the final table today was played six-handed. Masato Yokosawa was the first player out, followed by Kurt the Hurt. Kurt Kohlberg cashing for 200 grand in fifth place. Marco Johnson followed him out the door in fourth. Then we had an extended section of three-handed play just before the break. We took not that long ago. Jeff Madsen was eliminated. Bit of a bad beat for Jeff. Got it in good, got ribbon. Barry Greenstein made an appearance. The legend earning himself 341K. And effectively, it was back-to-back hands, right? Although separated by a break, because only one hand of heads-up play. Joel Micker, the runner-up, 478K. Nick Marchington is the champion. Following in the footsteps of Sammy Besherhead last year, he's going to lift the trophy here in Vegas, $765,200. A worthy winner. Look, we can say that he ran pretty good. We can say that he got lucky in a few spots. He played a class game. I can't think of a situation, Sam, where he made an incorrect decision.
No, absolutely. Looked super comfortable in the tournament environment. Cool and composed. Really excellent play from Nick Marchington. A worthy winner.
Well, let's head down to the floor. Let's hear from our winner, because Nick Marchington is on the main stage with our friend and colleague, Joseph Stapleton.
Nick, from our perspective, this sort of feels like a dream final table, the sort of thing that you literally dream about. Did it feel like that to you?
Yeah, it really did. Honestly, this is some of the most fun I've ever had playing poker, and I enjoy poker on the dullest of days. Coming in as a chip leader and never losing the chip lead, or even coming close to losing the chip lead, it was really a dream. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Were there any setbacks at all today, mentally?
No, not at all. I lost some small all-ins, but it didn't really feel like a setback. I felt really focused, really in the zone.
And at what point did it start to sink in for you that you were going to win this thing? Was it yesterday? Was it at a certain point today?
Obviously, I really wanted to win, and winning such an event like this is like a dream. But not at any point did I think I was going to win at all. And then heads up came, and the heads up was over in one hand, and the entire hand lasted about 45 seconds, and I still don't think I've quite processed that I've just won.
I mean, from our perspective, it seemed like you didn't make any mistakes. Were you feeling good about your play today?
Yeah, I was feeling good about my play. I felt confident the whole way. I don't think I'm immune to making mistakes, and I kind of prepared myself mentally that if I punt it off or make a misstep to kind of forgive myself and just stay present in the moment. But fortunately, I don't think even that happened, and even if there are a couple of hands I'm not happy about, I still am happy with how I played.
$750,000. Have you prepared yourself mentally for that?
No. Yeah, I was playing heads up 2 minutes ago, and the whole thing lasted about 30 seconds. So, yeah, it still hasn't saying that I've won.
Nick, thanks a lot. Congratulations. We're going to let you do your victory lap.
Thank you.
We reset for the trophy presentation as we draw a line under NAPT Las Vegas 2024. Nick, Sam, you guys were both here last year. I think it's fair to say we built on the success of last year's experiment, and we created a series this year that has been phenomenally successful.
Absolutely smashed it. Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah, wonderful series with buy-ins across the board. Everyone had a delightful time, and I'm sure we'll be back in the future.
Yeah, there is no doubt in my mind that we will continue to build on the success of the stop, and hopefully the NAPT may become an actual tour in 2025. Maybe there'll be additional stops. And of course, if you want to see more from the NAPT, that new season of the Big Game on Tour, that's now going into post-production, and you will be able to see those TV shows sometime during the first half of 2025. We'll obviously keep you informed. We'll keep you honest. One thing left to do, as Joe would say, and that is make sure that the winner gets their trophy. Back down to the floor. Take it away, Joe.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation from the North American Poker Tour Las Vegas main event here at Resorts World. Here with me on stage is NAPT Tour Manager Robert Levin, Tournament Director Charlie Cerisi, and Director of Poker Operations for Resorts World, Leon Wheeler. Before we hand out the trophy, Robert would like to say a few words.
Thanks, Joe. It's great to be back here at Resorts World for our second year of NAPT Las Vegas. We couldn't have done it alone, though. It was great working with Leon and the Resorts World staff, Charlie and the tournament staff. But most of all, thank you to our great players who came out all week, battled on the felt, and we crowned a lot of champions. And we look forward to doing it again next year. Here you go, Joe.
Thank you, Robert. And now there's just one thing left to do, besting a field of 895 entries to take the title and $750,000 for first place. Please give it up for Nick Marchington.
Congratulations to London's own Nick Marchington, winner of the NAPT Las Vegas 2024 main event, as this incredible event here at Resorts World comes to an end. But there's so much more still to come before the end of the year. We got people going to Nottingham for the UK IPT. We got people going to Brazil for the BSOP. We got the Women's Winter Festival. We've got EPT Prague coming up, and that's when you will be able to watch us next. That's when we will be back with 5 days of live coverage of the EPT Prague main event. Join us on December the 11th on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels, and we will see out 2024 in style. Thank you very much for watching the North American Poker Tour. For Sam Grafton, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Griffin Bencher, and the entire NAPT team, I am James Hartigan saying good night from Vegas.